Shock is expressed at the sight of the grand sunlit palace. Two women observe from a balcony as the twin princes harass their tutor. An older woman in a purple gown commands the younger pair to stop. The older woman explains the emperor's decree regarding the 16th home teacher's freedom.
The carriage wheels creak as the purple-haired tutor pushes the twins in a stroller.
Sarah Popo announces one final lap of the game before study time begins.
Rosalind Adelio protests the end of their fun and seeks her brother's support.
Ferreritan agrees with his sister and asks to continue playing their carriage game.
Sarah remains firm against the children's pouting faces during the last lap.
She promises more fun games later, sparking immediate excitement from both twins.
A bright, satisfied smile crosses Sarah's face as her strategy works perfectly.
Sarah starts a fast final ride, causing the children to scream with joy.
Two men observe the scene, noting the tutor's unique ability to calm the twins.
Helios Idalia watches the activity in the garden with a quiet, knowing expression. Sarah races through the blooming garden while the Emperor of the Empire watches.
Helios acknowledges that the tutor's success with the children is exactly as expected. The tutor's steady steps carry her gracefully across the vibrant green royal grounds. The children celebrate the fun ride while the purple-haired woman catches her breath. Sarah wipes her brow and prepares to lead the happy children back inside.
Memories reveal her past life as a top student and a highly skilled teacher.
Applause sounds as she is recognized for her professional excellence as an educator.
A weary sigh escapes her during a lonely night working at her school.
She laments the heavy workload caused by shifting schedules during a difficult epidemic.
A sharp glint from the computer monitor suddenly catches her off guard. Panic ensues as her computer crashes before she can save her exhausting work.
A long, silent sip of coffee reflects her total frustration and fatigue.
She stares blankly at her desk as a dark realization of her situation hits.
Overworked and furious, her spirit drifts away from her slumped body.
Soft pink blossoms bloom, marking the transition into a new world.
Reincarnated as Sarah Popo, she initially rejoices in her noble birth.
A cruel scam leaves her parents in tears and the family in debt.
The young, dark-haired girl watches her parents suffer through their sudden poverty.
Sarah stands before two graves as the sun sets on her tragic childhood. Left alone at 15, she searches for a way to survive her debt.
A booming noise sounds as she finds a notice for magic-based labor.
She collapses in despair upon realizing her lack of magical talent.
Sarah decides to rely on her teaching expertise to build a new living.
She visualizes her success as a specialized teacher for the Empire's noble children.
She identifies a massive professional opportunity in the Empire's outdated education system.
Coins splash into a blue ocean representing her untapped and profitable market. Sarah spends many nights studying hard by candlelight to prepare her career.
She accepts her lack of combat skills and doubles down on academic training.
A sudden setback occurs, creating a glowing burst of frustration for the student.
Rumors of Sarah's innovative and highly effective classes begin to spread quickly.
Encouraged by her growing reputation, Sarah prepares to meet her new students.
8 years of hard work result in a chest overflowing with gold coins.
Her success leads her to the prestigious estate of the Duchy of Besman. Sarah bristles with annoyance when the Duke touches her shoulder in an unpleasant way.
She suppresses her internal rage while comparing the Duke to her previous life's hardships.
Sarah professionally presents the future curriculum to the Duke despite her personal irritation.
Sarah presents her original textbooks, leaving the Duke speechless and overwhelmed.
Sarah explains that these specialized books will form the foundation of her lessons.
The Duke crosses a line by touching Sarah's leg, sparking her internal fury.
Sarah shouts for the Duke to stop as he asks for her response. Sarah suggests her ethics book is essential for improving his daughter's character education.
Sarah prepares to present the results of Elise's level test from last week. A red warning stamp marks the test results as seriously below the expected level.
The Duke questions the level while Sarah explains why Elise's abilities are poor.
Sarah emphasizes the need for specialized tutors while the Duke looks confused by documents. Sarah realizes the Duke is too dense for complex graphs and simplifies her strategy.
The Duke enthusiastically praises Sarah's discerning eye and her reputation as a teacher.
Sarah claims Elise feels unable to show her skills, making the Duke desperate.
Sarah reveals a set of colorful teaching aids she developed to help children learn. Sarah explains that a gifted child like Elise requires variety to think effectively.
Sarah gloats about her skills while planning to overcharge him for his harassment.
The Duke asks about the cost of tuition for 2 sessions a week. A document reveals a base total of 30 gold for her services.
The Duke is horrified by the steep price of 30 gold per lesson.
Sarah notes that 30 gold is a knight's salary before preparing to double it. Sarah doubles the total as the Duke screams in shock at 60 gold. Sarah justifies the cost by claiming smart, gifted children are expensive to educate properly. The Duke contemplates the price while Sarah suggests the Duchess would have paid more.
Sarah threatens to take other clients if the Duke doesn't meet her demands immediately.
Sarah looks startled as the Duke suddenly shifts his demeanor and tone. The Duke offers 120 gold in exchange for a fun encounter.
Sarah is repulsed as a dark snake-like aura surrounds the creepy Duke. The Duke strokes her hair while repeating his offer of 120 gold. Sarah stands up firmly and declares she will pretend she didn't hear his offer.
Sarah marches away while the Duke mocks her status as a penniless aristocrat.
Her hand reaches for the doorknob as she attempts to leave the room. The Duke slams his hand against the door, blocking Sarah's path out.
Cornered by the dangerous Duke, Sarah decides to use his arrogance against him. Sarah delivers a brutal physical blow to the Duke, catching him completely off guard.
As the Duke falls, Sarah tells him to read the ethics book himself. A final, heavy thud echoes as the Duke hits the floor hard. The carriage races along the road under the bright afternoon sun. Inside the carriage, Sarah sighs about the many people she meets with bad habits. Sarah laments her status as a fallen aristocrat while looking out the window. Sarah visualizes her goal of building a school in the empire's capital. Sarah checks her notes and prepares for her next scheduled consultation. The next target is identified as the infamous young Marquis of Bennett. Outside the Bennett estate, a young boy's scream against studying echoes loudly. Edward Bennett throws a massive tantrum on a bed of flowers, refusing lessons. Letitia Bennett smiles nervously and describes her child as being quite lively.
Sarah watches the notorious young master's tantrum while calmly sipping her tea. Edward kicks his mother while screaming that he will never, ever study.
Sarah observes that the boy is simply as stubborn as a first grader.
Sarah asks Madame Bennett for a moment alone to deal with young Edward.
Sarah places her teacup down and claims 20 minutes will be enough. Sarah looks directly at the mother and confidently asks for her trust.
Letitia Bennett entrusts the difficult lesson to the new tutor.
Edward begins a wild tantrum, refusing to cooperate with her.
Sarah remains seated and calm while the boy kicks everything.
She compares his noisy behavior to an elementary school playground.
The boy lets out a final deafening ah of pure frustration.
Edward collapses onto the sofa, completely exhausted by his tantrum.
Sarah asks why he chooses to act in such a way.
Edward realizes she is the tutor his mother brought in. He insists that it is her responsibility to teach him.
Sarah tells him to ignore her and continue his play. The young boy is completely baffled by her lack of effort. Sarah turns away, noting how other tutors were much more eager. Edward stares in shock as his usual behavior fails to work.
A sudden, rhythmic tick-tock of the grandfather clock fills the silence.
Sarah decides it is time to conclude their first silent meeting.
The purple-haired woman adjusts her dark green sleeves with focus.
She fixes her hair while continuing to disregard the confused boy. Blushing, Edward asks the tutor to finally say something to him.
Sarah looks down at him while reaching into her dress pocket.
She holds out a wrapped caramel, capturing the boy's full attention.
Sarah eats the candy herself while the young master watches.
She expresses pure delight at how delicious the sweet treat is.
Sarah plans to have another piece, tempting the boy's appetite.
She spills several more wrapped candies onto the small table.
Sarah notices one candy is missing and questions the boy. She explains that someone who takes things secretly is a thief. Sarah laughs at his pride while he denies being compted.
She stares at the candies, confirming that one is indeed gone.
Guiltily, Edward suggests the missing piece might have fallen down. A knowing and gentle smile crosses Sarah's face in response.
Sarah unwraps a candy and tells him to just ask.
She offers a caramel and asks why he hates studying.
Edward swallows hard while staring at the promised sweet reward.
While eating, Edward complains about his mother's constant educational nagging.
He vents about boring tutors who only make him copy letters.
Sarah acknowledges his frustration and suggests a fun alternative lesson. Sarah suddenly grabs her leather briefcase and stands up tall. She walks toward the door, leaving the boy in total shock.
Sarah states she will leave since he doesn't want study. Panicking, Edward insists that she must still stay and teach.
Sarah explains her policy of never forcing anyone to study. She prepares to open the door and says a final goodbye. Edward desperately shouts for the departing tutor to wait. Sarah turns back and asks him why he's calling.
He shyly asks if they can really eat candy together. Sarah celebrates her psychological victory with a triumphant internal cheer.
Madame Bennett waits outside, wondering about the unusual indoor silence.
She expresses doubt that a young tutor can handle her son. The heavy door lets out a sharp, low creak as it opens. Sarah leads the boy out, announcing he has something to say. Brown-haired Edward enthusiastically tells his mother that he has decided to study with Sarah. The scene shifts to the grand mansion exterior as a voice announces that today's lesson is finished.
Edward bows deeply while thanking his teacher and expressing his eagerness for their next scheduled lesson.
Madame Bennett stands in the doorway, moved to tears while calling out to her dear son, Edward. Sarah gently places her hand on the emotional mother and asks her to calm down and sit. Crying tears of joy, Letitia Bennett praises Sarah, amazed by Edward's sudden change into a polite boy. Sarah smiles about Edward's potential while internally noting that the long, emotional consultation is becoming inconvenient. The mother apologizes for crying and offers a generous fee, making Sarah happy to continue her advice. Madame Bennett credits Sarah with helping Edward when famous teachers failed, but Sarah humbly downplays her role. Desperate for answers, Letitia asks Sarah to reveal the secret method she used to teach her son.
Letitia Bennett clasps her hands together while begging to know the secrets of Sarah's effective teaching method.
Sarah waves her hands dismissively while claiming that His Majesty Edward must simply be a smart child.
Sarah reaches into her dress pocket, internally apologizing while acknowledging the one real reason Edward is attached.
Sarah reveals a wrapped caramel, identifying the sweet candy as her actual secret method for teaching Edward.
Sarah explains she limited the treats for Edward's teeth, remembering how caramels were essential for her past life students.
Letitia claps her hands as she suddenly remembers she forgot to share some news with Sarah.
Sarah looks surprised as Letitia mentions she recently went to the palace to visit His Majesty.
A portrait reveals the young emperor of the Attilio Empire who ascended to the throne not long ago. The text explains the emperor's noble bloodline and perfect personality made him the ideal man for many women. Sarah notes the emperor's celebrity-like fame, while Letitia mentions the emperor praised Edward's recent quiet and comfortable behavior. The silver-haired Princess Rosalind and blonde Prince Foray play happily together in a field of sunflowers.
Letitia explains the emperor was interested in Edward's behavior because the young princes are also 7 years old.
Sarah listens to Letitia while visualizing Edward's notoriously active and noisy personality as an elementary school playground. Sipping her tea, Sarah wonders why the emperor would be so personally interested in the young master's education. Letitia describes her luxurious experience riding in a carriage sent by the royal family as a special treat.
Letitia explains the carriage was a consideration for her husband's brief past as a teacher at the palace.
Sarah reflects on the family's pedigree and understands why the parents were so worried about their noisy heir.
Sarah sets her teacup down and asks what specifically His Majesty the Emperor wanted to know.
Letitia Bennett reaches out and grabs Sarah's hands with intense excitement as the conversation continues. Letitia exclaims that she praised Sarah to the royal family until her mouth was completely dried up. Sarah's eyes go wide with pure shock as she processes the news of her unexpected royal recommendation. Sunlight bathes the sprawling and magnificent Adelio Mansion, the official residence of the empire's young emperor. Inside his grand office, the silver-haired emperor sits at a massive desk while focused on his paperwork. The emperor holds a formal document while looking down with a very calm and thoughtful expression. Raphael notes that the emperor seems unusually tired today, while the silver-haired man lets out a sigh. A heavy stamp marks the document as the emperor explains the twins kept him from sleeping yesterday. The emperor recalls Rosalind and Fair clinging to his legs and begging him to play with them.
Raphael warns that the Emperor is too soft on the princes and needs to prioritize his own health.
Handing over papers, the emperor explains he cannot help being soft since the children still miss their parents. The emperor's expression saddens as he admits to crying every single night since his parents passed away.
A regal portrait honors the late king and queen as they lovingly hold their newborn child.
A tragic train derailment scene is depicted, a shocking event that brought immense sadness to the entire empire. Sir Jin Bronte crashes into the room shouting while Raphael scolds him for being loud near the emperor.
Frantic and distressed, Jin explains that the two young princes are currently making a mess of the villa.
Raphael sternly adjusts his glasses while demanding that Sir Bronte explain exactly what is happening at the villa.
Jin reports the princes turned the yard into mud while trying to build mana sandcastles at the villa.
The emperor rubs his forehead, lamenting the destroyed castle and the twins' inability to control their mana properly. The emperor leads Raphael and Jin Bronte along the palace terrace toward the scene of the chaos.
The trio approaches the grand villa as the loud sounds of children's laughter and shouting echo nearby.
A maid and butler look on with total distress as the children aggressively demand they eat something.
"Yeah!" shouts silver-haired Princess Rosalind as she and blonde Prince Foray play boisterously together.
The silver-haired emperor discusses their childhood behavior with military-clad Jin Bronte and black-haired Raphael.
After deciding to clean the children, the emperor asks for their current royal tutor. Raphael reports that the 15th tutor recently retired due to significant health problems. Raphael notes the maids and gardeners have also quit or gone on strike recently. The emperor reacts with visible shock at the news of mass staff department transfers. He lets out a heavy sigh while thinking of the name Sarah. The emperor concludes that he must entrust the care of the twins to her. Elsewhere, a grand mansion exterior serves as the backdrop for a conversation about rumors. The pink-haired Countess Adriel excitedly asks Sarah about the rumor of her royal appointment. Sarah denies the gossip, noting she hears new fabricated stories at every home she visits. Sarah mentions Marchioness Bennett's involvement, which the Countess confirms happened at a recent tea party. Sarah internally marvels at the rumor spread while clarifying she has received no imperial proposal.
While Sarah cites her status as an obstacle, Adriel explains the Emperor ignores such origins.
Countess Adriel praises Emperor Helios for his character-driven appointments as Sarah listens intently.
A formal portrait depicts Emperor Helios on his throne, hailed as a capable imperial leader. Adriel remains confident in the emperor's future, prompting Sarah to ask for her specific reasoning. Sarah's eyes widen in shock as Adriel whispers that the emperor is exceptionally handsome.
The Countess laughs and playfully tops Sarah, who is visibly overwhelmed by the superficial answer.
Sarah wonders about the nature of the twins, Princess Rosalind and Prince Fair. Adriel suspects there is hidden truth behind the rumors while peeking over her pink fan. When Sarah asks if the children are lively, Adriel is impressed by her accurate guess. Adriel explains the twins are the opposite of the calm, quiet emperor during his youth. Adriel describes the twins' daily cycle of morning mischief and nighttime sentimentality that exhausts the emperor. Cautioning that royal matters are sensitive, Adriel advises Sarah to consult the newspaper for details. The two women agree that discussing the imperial family requires discretion and careful sharing. That evening, the scene shifts to a bookstore located in a quiet part of town. Sarah decides to investigate by purchasing a copy of a popular imperial-themed magazine. The official title card for the story appears in a bold decorative diamond frame. Moonlight illuminates the exterior of Sarah's wooden house during the night. Sarah reads by candlelight, finally understanding the emperor's interest in the Bennett family's success. She's disturbed to read accounts of the twins' vandalism and interference with imperial government affairs. Sarah is suddenly baffled by an explicit fanfiction segment regarding the emperor's private chamber behavior. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick whip as she tosses the magazine. Blushing furiously, she questions why a professional magazine would include such scandalous and unreliable fiction. Sarah stares at the discarded pages, deeply questioning the magazine's overall trustworthiness and value. She resolves to refuse any potential offer from the palace to protect her own reputation. A sudden series of knocks sounds as a mailman announces a delivery at the door. Sarah peeks through the door crack as the delivery person confirms her identity as Sarah Popo. Sarah spots the chrysanthemum seal on the envelope and recognizes it as the official imperial symbol.
Panicking about a royal summons, she quickly rips the letter open to see the contents.
The letter is formally addressed to Sarah Popo, confirming her fears of imperial contact. The emperor formally requests that Sarah become the tutor for his 7-year-old younger brothers. The document contains a long, handwritten message detailing the requirements of the tutoring position. Sarah is struck by horror, realizing the rumors were true and the emperor is calling. Her hand shakes as she holds a quill, determined to write a formal letter of refusal. Sarah begins writing her rejection, prioritizing her peaceful life and reputation over imperial prestige. She remains convinced that the twins are far too abnormal for her to handle successfully. Sunlight filters through the leaves as the next day finally begins. Sarah stands motionless with a blank, confused expression, her mind clearly struggling to process events. 3 mysterious figures wearing deep red cloaks loom ominously together. The visitors announce they are from the Imperial Palace requesting entry. Sarah nervously allows the group into her home to begin talking. A sudden, sharp gasp escapes Sarah as she spots a sword. Fearing execution for her refusal, Sarah offers the visitors a seat. Sarah slumps into her chair, convinced that her end is near. Raphael and the brown-haired man stand silently behind their hooded leer. The lead visitor slowly lowers his hood, revealing shimmering silver hair. Sarah's eyes widen in absolute disbelief at the man's true identity. Emperor Helios stands revealed amidst a beautiful field of white lilies. Helios apologizes for the fright, citing the urgency of his request. The emperor introduces himself and mentions the letter he sent earlier. Sarah blushes intensely, struck by the emperor's unexpected and overwhelming beauty. Helios kindly asks her to be comfortable while Sarah remains speechless. Helios requests that Sarah reconsider the tutoring position for his siblings. Sarah clutches her dress while apologizing for refusing the palace's request. Sarah explains that she is simply not suited for the position. Helios asks if her refusal stems from the twins' troublesome reputation. Sarah reacts with shock, wondering how the emperor knew her thoughts. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick panic as she hides. Raphael admits that the reports regarding the children's behavior are true. Helios reflects sadly on the twins' grief following their parents' death. Sarah is surprised by the emperor's honest reaction to her shock. A sudden, light thud sounds as Helios tops the table's surface. Helios offers a monthly salary of 500 gold pieces. Sarah is stunned by the salary, which doubles her current income. She marvels at the high pay for only 3 working days. Sarah begins to speak while still processing the massive financial offer. Sarah repeats the amount of 500 gold pieces in disbelief. Her heart beats with a sudden rhythmic thump as she smiles. A woman with flowing blonde hair smiles warming over her shoulder. Helios mistakenly asks if the gold offered is not enough compensation. The emperor immediately raises the offer to 600 gold pieces. Sarah asks if the emperor knows her current monthly income level. Flustered, Sarah shouts that the initial 500 gold is plenty. Helios is relieved while Sarah clarifies she hasn't officially agreed yet. Sarah quickly retracts her denial, fearing she has offended the emperor. Helios beams with joy as Sarah suspects she was cleverly tricked. Sarah decides to finalize the agreement with a pen and paper. Raphael promptly produces a prepared contract for Sarah to review immediately. Sarah realizes the document is identical to her usual professional contracts. Sarah asks to add a specific clause regarding the household requirements. Ready to write, Sarah asks about his specific goals for education. Helios explains he wants a report on their education every month. A sudden rhythmic scratch sounds as Sarah notes the semi-annual report. Helios clarifies the long hours include both nanny and tutoring duties.
Sarah recalls her past life's experience managing children's mealtime schedules.
Surrounded by roses, Helios warmly expresses his total trust in her.
A sudden firm tap sounds as Sarah finishes the final contract.
Helios declares that Sarah is now the official teacher for them.
Sarah smiles warmly at the Emperor as they hold their signed contract together. The sound of horses galloping fills the air as the imperial carriage moves.
Raphael wonders if Sarah might try to escape her new imperial duties.
Raphael expresses doubt about her age while Helios urges him to trust her.
Helios believes the Bennett family's high opinion of her is a Cantine. Raphael hopes she succeeds so the Emperor can finally get some sleep. Helios thinks the modest salary is perfect for the cash-strapped palace.
At home, Sarah is overwhelmed by the generous amount of gold offered.
Helios remembers her wide, rabbit-like eyes and finds the memory quite charming. Someone shouts a refusal as the sun sets over the grand palace. Princess Rosalind throws a fit at dinner, demanding her brother feed her. A sudden sharp splash sounds as soup hits the maid's uniform.
The maid lets out a weary sigh at her stained dress.
Rosalind claims she didn't mean it, while the maid mentions his return. The maid tries to serve a new meal, but the princess screams. Rosalind demands that someone bring her brother to her immediately.
Ferry enjoys his meal while being pampered, annoying his sister.
Rosalind shouts at the blonde boy for eating without waiting for their brother.
Fair suggests they eat together, but the princess remains defiant.
Ferry admits his hunger while Rosalind stays firm about waiting for Heli.
They argue over a broken promise as Ferry reacts with Shulk.
Rosalind refuses to eat and storms away to find her brother.
A sudden quick pit-a-pat sounds as the children sprint through the pass.
A sudden sharp thud sounds as the twins crash into someone.
A sudden heavy thump sounds as they both fall to the floor. The children look up, startled to see who they have encountered.
Helios appears with a tired smile, surrounded by a garden of lilies.
The twins throw themselves at him, sobbing that they were waiting.
A sudden sharp crack sounds as the princess stomps on Fair's foot.
Ferry yells at his sister while Helios looks on with a sweat drop.
Helios tells the children to eat and asks for the meal.
A sudden rhythmic clink sounds as the dinner table is prepared.
The three royals dine together as Helios tells them to eat slowly.
Fair asks why his brother managed to make it back on time. Rosalind happily drinks, wishing they could eat like this every day.
Helios gently announces that a new teacher will arrive tomorrow morning.
The twins are frozen in shock at the mention of a teacher. Rosalind hugs him tightly, crying that they don't want a teacher.
Fair begs their brother to be their teacher instead of a stranger. Ferry is reduced to tears, feeling the loss of his brother's company.
A sudden, loud wailing sounds as both children begin to scream. Helios stares blankly into the distance, completely exhausted by the chaos.
Night falls over the quiet palace under a dark blue sky.
Helios reads a bedtime story to Rose and Pierre in that bag.
A sudden soft chew sounds as he kisses Rose's forehead.
Ferry sleep talks about his plan to kick the new teacher out.
Rose sleep mumbles her agreement to get rid of the incoming tutor. Helios finally understands the harsh reality faced by the previous tutor.
Rose mumbles that she's sorry for being trouble because they only have him.
Helios strokes their hair, hoping they will grow to be proud children.
The silver-haired girl and blonde boy cry for their parents.
Helios looks down at his siblings with a deeply somber expression.
A sudden soft pat-pat sounds as Helios comforts the sleeping children.
Delectable cakes and pastries fill the shop's bright display cases. Sarah walks with a blush, admitting she read magazines all night.
She reflects on the surprisingly interesting contents of the scandalous magazine.
A shopkeeper cheerfully asks Sarah what she would like to order.
Sarah remembers the magazine's tips on the twins' favorite snacks. Sarah orders 3 strawberry treats and 1 watermelon chocolate bar. Noblewomen greet Sarah and ask why she is visiting the shop.
The blonde noblewoman introduces Sarah as Edward's famous young teacher.
The ladies are amazed by Sarah's youthful and beautiful appearance.
The blonde woman advises the ladies not to judge her age.
Sarah confirms she is heading to the Imperial Palace tomorrow morning.
Sarah worries about the palace rumors despite the emperor's extreme beauty.
The noblewomen gossip about the twins' reputation for garden destruction.
Sarah fears the twins' pranks and her choice to accept.
The blonde noblewoman offers warm encouragement to the worried Sarah.
A sudden, quick thump sounds as Sarah resolves to succeed. An ornate imperial carriage arrives at Sarah's humble wooden home.
Sarah lists the toys and stickers she brought for the Tolkien.
Sarah checks her supplies one last time before departing her home.
A sudden, light tap sounds as Jean Bronte offers up. The imperial carriage travels swiftly through the quiet town streets. The massive imperial palace towers magnificently under a clear sky. A sudden, sharp creak sounds as the carriage door opens.
A sudden, soft rustle sounds as a gloved hand appears. Jean Bronte asks about her trip as she exits the carriage.
Sarah expresses her gratitude for the emperor's helpful travel arrangements.
Jean Bronte introduces himself as the head of the Emperor's Guard.
Sarah introduces herself as Jean offers his protection and service.
Sarah asks him to use her first name, flustering the guard.
Jean leads her to the study where the twins are reading.
Sarah notices the muddy garden and questions the palace's messy state.
She's dismayed to see her white shoes are already ruined. Jean explains the garden mess and the ongoing gardener strike. Jean expresses concern for her, but Sarah insists she's fine.
Sarah gazes at the large and ornate halls of the palace.
A sudden low creak sounds as they reach the study.
Sarah looks around for others as Jean gestures to enter.
A sudden loud bam sounds as Sarah enters her room.
Sarah enthusiastically shouts the names of the twins while entering room.
The vast study remains completely silent and empty of children.
Sarah realizes with shock that the twins have already escaped.
Jean is confused while Sarah panics about the children's disappearance.
Jean realizes he failed his duty to watch the mischievous children.
Jean offers to tell the Emperor, but Sarah declines politely.
Jean leaves her to the maids while pointing the way.
A butler carries Sarah's heavy luggage into the imperial palace.
Sarah stands alone, overwhelmed by the beautiful and massive room.
Sarah gazes out a high window, noting the children cannot escape the palace by jumping.
A voice calls out from a grand hall, asking if anyone has seen the children.
The two maids explain they cannot find them, while Sarah asks about their frequent hiding spots.
Sarah requests to search the rooms herself, and the blue-haired maid confirms the Emperor's permission.
A sudden rhythmic top sounds as Sarah explores, finding the study and kitchen completely empty.
Sarah cautiously peeks through a wooden door to see if the children are hiding inside.
Sarah observes the busy kitchen staff and decides it is not a suitable place for children.
A door opens as Sarah continues her search through the colorful decorated palace rooms. Sarah enters a bedroom filled with toys and targets, identifying it as Perry's room. Sarah continues her search, noting that the study and kitchen remain suspiciously empty.
Sarah looks around the bedroom thoughtfully while wondering where the children have gone.
Sarah notices the bathroom doors open and senses someone might be hiding inside.
A sudden low creak sounds as Sarah investigates behind the door for any mischievous children.
A sudden quick whoosh sounds as Sarah swings the door open to surprise the kids.
Sarah stares into the bathroom, only to find the room is entirely empty of people.
Sarah feels discouraged, wondering where the children could have possibly disappeared to this time.
A sudden, loud shout commands an attack, catching the startled Sarah completely off guard.
The blonde boy aims a large water hose at Sarah with a very mischievous smile.
A sudden sharp squeak sounds as a small hand turns the heavy metal water valve. The young prince playfully sprays the water hose directly toward his startled new teacher.
A sudden, heavy splash sounds as a blast of water hits Sarah directly in the face.
Sarah stands soaked on the floor, appearing defeated by the children's messy and wet prank.
Sarah dries her face, wondering if he is having fun despite her lack of magical mana.
Perry looks up at Sarah innocently, asking if she is actually angry with him.
Perry sits on the edge of the tub and calls out to get her attention.
Sarah rushes toward the prince, warning him that he might get hurt by falling.
The blonde boy stares intently at Sarah while she wipes away her lingering tears.
Perry asks if she is the new teacher, and Sarah Popo confirms her identity to him.
The young boy looks at her curiously and asks her how old she is.
A sudden soft giggle sounds as Sarah jokingly claims to be 4,352 years old.
Perry is shocked by her age while Sarah warns him to be careful not to slip. Sarah leads him away, asking if he believes the truth about her ancient age. Perry admits that no one in the palace has ever told him such a thing before.
Sarah's wet shoes rest on the messy floor while a sudden light drip sounds. Sarah suggests he ask his brother tonight while Perry blinks in confusion at her rugs.
Sarah is pleased with her distraction while the maids watch the prince walk calmly with her.
Sarah realizes she must find Rose without letting Perry escape her sight for even a moment.
A bright light bulb appears above Sarah's head as she devises a clever new plan.
Sarah offers Perry a fun game in exchange for the secret location of Princess Rose.
Sarah promises a train-shaped carriage ride, sending the young prince into a joyful and excited frenzy.
Sarah notes that children in this world love horse carriages just as much as cars.
Sarah summons a maid while Perry jumps excitedly about the promised train carriage game.
Sarah asks to borrow a trailer, leaving the blonde maid very confused about her unusual intentions.
Sarah explains the carriage is for Perry's amusement, leaving the maid questioning the strange request.
Sarah requests a clean carriage as soon as possible with a warm and friendly smile.
A butler presents a small blue trailer that sparkles under the bright lights of the hall.
Perry stares at the small trailer with a deeply disappointed and very grumpy expression.
Perry asks if that is all, while the butler bows respectfully before the young prince.
Perry complains about the trailer's small size, but Sarah tells him to wait and see.
Sarah challenges him to reveal Rose's location if he truly fails to have fun today.
Perry laughs with pure delight, ready to try out the new game with his teacher.
Sarah starts running with a cheerful shout, her attention caught by a sudden, light clatter sounding. Sarah says, "Here we go." Sarah pulls the small blue trailer at high speed through a garden of lilies while a sudden, heavy clatter sounds. Perry shouts, "Oh my God, that's awesome, it's fast."
Sarah speeds past a surprised maid with a sudden, loud whoosh sounding. The green-haired maid asks, "Why is this carriage here?" while Sarah shouts back, "That's great." Sarah sprints through the palace halls while a sudden, low creak and heavy clatter sound. Sarah tells him, "I'll hurry up, hold on tight." Sarah pushes herself to the limit while a sudden, sharp squeak sounds from the spinning wheels. Perry laughs and cheers, "Hurry up, come on." Sarah hunches over while a sudden, heavy pant sounds from her intense exhaustion.
Sarah pants for breath while a sudden, soft pant sounds. Sarah asks, "Your Highness, you had fun, didn't you?" And Perry cheers, "Yes, this carriage is a lot of fun."
Sarah collapses onto the floor while a sudden heavy flop sounds. Sarah says, "Okay, hold on, I'm going to take a short break," while the blonde boy wonders if she is dead.
Perry laughs brightly among the flowers. Perry says, "Oh, you said I would enjoy studying with you. You're right."
Sarah sits on the floor while a sudden soft nod sounds. Sarah claims, "Your Highness, of course I'm not lying." And Perry agrees, "Yeah, you didn't lie."
The blonde boy looks thoughtful while imagining her as his sister's teacher. Perry thinks it would be nice to become Rose's teacher if she agrees.
Sarah reminds him of their deal. Sarah asks, "Now it's your turn, as promised. Where's Her Highness?" While Perry nervously mumbles, "Oh, that." Sarah notes his hesitation while a sudden soft sigh sounds. Sarah wonders if the young prince fails to keep promises like Helios does, mumbling, "Oh my."
Perry reflects on his sister's pride while standing before sunflowers. Perry thinks, "Will I break my promise if I don't tell her?"
The blonde boy looks down sadly. Perry admits, "I don't like being different from my older brother." Sarah kneels before the trailer. Sarah says, "Your Majesty, I like people who keep their promises, and I will give you a prize," while Perry asks curiously, "A prize?"
Sarah smiles warmly at the prince. Sarah says, "Who knows? Maybe I'll get this carriage again if you keep your word."
The blonde boy points down the hallway. Perry says, "Rose there." Perry gestures toward a room while a sudden quick whick sounds. Perry explains, "There's a large decorative cabinet and she's in it," while Sarah questions, "Decorative cabinet?"
Sarah looks delighted. Sarah exclaims, "Ooh, I never thought she'd be there. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have found her."
Sarah claps while a sudden soft J-Jock sounds. Perry asks, "Really? You wouldn't have found her if it weren't for me?" And Sarah praises, "Of course, you're even more awesome than I thought." Sarah puts a finger to her lips while a sudden soft nod sounds. Sarah whispers, "Hush, Your Majesty." Sarah stops as she notices something suspicious near the cabinet.
Dust drifts out from beneath the large ornate storage cabinet.
Sarah kneels to examine the white powder on the carpet while a sudden soft slide sounds. Sarah touches the white dust with her fingertip while a sudden light swish sounds.
Perry shouts a command for the prank to begin. Perry yells, "Now!"
A sudden loud boom sounds as a massive cloud of flour explodes over Sarah. Sarah is covered in white flour while a sudden loud choke sounds. The silver-haired girl laughs. "Ha ha ha, you're a mess!" Rose sits on the cabinet holding a bag while a sudden heavy thud sounds. Sarah coughs while a sudden soft cough sounds, and Rose laughs at her messy state. Sarah looks at the girl as she considers her response. Sarah looks up at the girl. Sarah asks, "How did you get there?" And Rose proudly answers, "I used manna." Sarah looks tired while a sudden soft inhale sounds. Sarah sighs, "So by magic," while Rose confirms, "Right." Sarah reaches out for the girl. Sarah says, "Rose, honey, I'd love to put you down and hug you, but my body is dirty. Can you get down with magic?" But Rose refuses with a loud, "No!" Sarah smiles while a sudden soft nod sounds. Sarah asks, "Don't you want a hug?" And Rose cheers, "Ah!" Sarah lifts the girl while a sudden soft slide sounds and a sudden light pot sounds as she is carried. Rose stares intently at her brother. Rose shouts, "Hey, Care!" Rose punches Para's head while a sudden loud thump sounds and a sudden sharp gasp sounds from Sarah. Sarah is shocked. Sarah asks, "Your Highness, why do you hit him?" And Rose snaps, "I decided to punish him for being an idiot, so don't interfere."
Rose yells at the blonde boy while a sudden loud shout sounds. Rose screams, "You broke your word, liar!"
Rose continues her scolding. Rose shouts, "I heard it all from the maids. You were enjoying the carriage with this teacher."
Sarah tries to explain the situation to the angry girl. Sarah says, "Rose, His Majesty was keeping his promise to me." Sarah begins to negotiate. Sarah says, "I was planning to tell your brother about how you two are getting along. Should I tell him you hit Pear?" Sarah's words echo as she reminds Rose about telling Helios how they got along and whether to mention the punch.
Rose flinches in shock while a sudden sharp gasp sounds.
Rose glares while a sudden sharp hum sounds. Rose asks, "Are you going to tell Helios?" Sarah stands her ground. Sarah says, "Yes, I'll tell him the truth, for beating your brother." Sarah smiles mischievously while a sudden soft hum sounds. Sarah offers, "But if you do what I say, I'll tell him you did a good job today." Sarah smiles brightly while a sudden soft hum sounds. Sarah asks, "Are you okay with it?"
Rose looks down with a conflicted expression as she reluctantly agrees to Sarah's terms.
Sarah tells the silver-haired girl that she must first offer a sincere apology to Perry. Sarah offers a reward, promising to give Rose a ride in the carriage if she apologizes. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light top sounding as she grips the handle and tells Rose to watch. Sarah enthusiastically explains that Rose will have the chance to tour the entire palace with Perry. Sarah pretends to give up and leave, prompting Rose to shout for her to wait a minute. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden quick grab sounding as Rose stops her from walking away. Sarah looks back with curiosity while the silver-haired girl begins to stutter her response.
Rose hangs her head low and offers a very quiet, mumbled apology to Sarah.
Sarah cups her ear playfully, prompting the girl to scream her apology at the top of her lungs.
Rose places a hand on her brother's shoulder and tells him she is sorry for hitting him.
Sarah watches the interaction with a look of quiet satisfaction and focus. Sarah firmly instructs the children that they will settle their differences with apologies like that from now on. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as she commands the girl to hug Perry. Rose is completely shocked by the request, but Sarah insists that she must go through with it.
Rose looks incredibly reluctant while the blonde boy waits nervously for his sister to approach.
Sarah shakes her head and sighs, telling Rose to stop hesitating and hug her brother properly.
Rose finally lunges forward, wrapping her brother in a sudden, heavy hug sounding.
Rose smiles warmly as she repeats her apology for hitting Perry earlier. Perry accepts the apology and admits his own fault in failing to keep his promise to her.
The siblings embrace happily while Sarah thinks about how adorable they are when they get along.
Sarah tells the children that it is now time for her to fulfill her promise to them.
Sarah pulls the carriage at high speed while the excited children cheer for her to go even faster. Helios and his brown-haired aide watch from the distance as Sarah runs across the garden.
The silver-haired emperor and the aide observe the scene with quiet, impressed expressions.
The scene shifts to the royal palace standing tall under a bright full moon at night. Sarah arrives at the room, announcing their arrival as the children prepare for bed.
Sarah presents a stack of books, excited to read some fun stories to the young prince and princess.
The children cheer and beg Sarah to start reading the books to them immediately.
Sarah reads a story about a princess and witch while the huddling children listen intently. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, light click sounding as she notices a change in the children.
The young prince and princess have both fallen into a deep, peaceful sleep right on the floor.
Sarah softly informs the maids that the children are asleep and asks them to lead the way to the bedroom.
The blue-haired maid panics, whispering that the children will never go back to sleep if they are disturbed. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, quick dash sounding as the maid runs to get blankets and pillows. The children are tucked into a cozy makeshift bed together among the flowers. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light click sounding as she quietly closes the door. The maids are astonished, asking for her secret after the children fell asleep so quickly. Sarah laughs off their praise, suggesting they were simply tired from their very busy day.
Sarah asks about the children's usual bedtime, surprised to learn it is often much later than expected.
The maid explains that the children refuse to sleep until the emperor comes to visit them.
The maids reveal that the children often wait up and cry until late into the night.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden loud sob sounding as she learns Helios consoles them until dawn.
A maid asks Sarah if she needs anything since she had a rough day and hasn't showered.
The maids sheepishly explain that they have no clean clothes due to a prank involving paint on the laundry. The moon shines brightly while a notification notes that they must prepare extra clothes next time. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden heavy thud sounding as a brown-haired guard calls out her name. The guard acknowledges how hard her day must have been while spending so much time with the children.
The brown-haired man stares at Sarah with a deeply blushing and nervous expression.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft slide sounding as the guard offers her his jacket to wear.
Sarah reflects on the emperor's advice to be treated well while the brown-haired guard admires her expressions.
The guard struggles to focus on his duties as Sarah watches him with a look of confusion.
The grand royal palace stands silhouetted against the dark sky under a glowing full moon. The brown-haired guard pulls open the large doors and invites the young teacher to step inside.
Sarah enters the study and offers a polite greeting to the emperor. Helios looks up from his paperwork as Sarah offers her apologies for the late report. The silver-haired emperor burst into laughter upon seeing Sarah's disheveled and messy appearance. Helios apologizes for his sudden laughter while Sarah remains tearful and tells him it is perfectly fine. Helios gestured toward the sofa and invites Sarah to stop standing and take a comfortable seat. Helios walks across the room and asks about the chaos he observed in the hallway earlier. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as her oversized jacket slips off her shoulder. Helios reaches out to catch the garment and tells Sarah to stay still while he holds it. Helios looks at the young teacher with a very gentle and warm gaze. Sarah blushes intensely, thinking that anyone dating the emperor would be constantly nervous around him. Helios gazes down at Sarah while she sits quietly with a flustered expression. Helios reflects on how serious she is about her job despite her ruined dress and considers thanking her. Helios places a hand on Sarah's shoulder and asks if she would like to take a shower. Sarah is completely shocked by the suggestion and asks if he means inside his personal suite. Sarah stares with wide eyes, questioning if she is really being asked to bathe in his private bath. Helios clarifies that there are many empty rooms and he will simply call the maids for her.
Sarah shouts that she will go take a shower and rushes out of the room in embarrassment.
Helios watches the door close with a subtle smile as she runs down the hallway. Sarah pleads with the maids to let her bathe alone because she feels too uncomfortable receiving help. Sarah enjoys a peaceful soak in a large tub filled with warm water and fragrant flowers. Sarah recalls the emperor's offer while sitting in the bath surrounded by blooming sunflowers. Sarah splashes water in a panic, mortified that she completely misunderstood his words about the shower. Sinking into the bubbles, Sarah blames her misunderstanding on reading too many romance novels in the past. Sarah washes her face and reminds herself that she is nearly 50 years old across 2 lives. Sarah nervously sniffs her arm, wondering if she smelled so bad that he felt forced to suggest bathing. Sarah looks up toward the ornate palace ceiling with a look of exhaustion. Helios sits alone on the sofa, waiting for Sarah to return and finish their conversation.
The silver-haired man stares off with a thoughtful and calm expression.
Sarah is still blushing as she recalls how the Emperor found her shocked reaction very cute.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light click sounding as she opens the door to return.
Sarah thanks Helios for the bath and tells him that she feels much more refreshed now.
Helios thinks she looks much younger without makeup and invites her to take a seat.
Sarah explains how the children splashed water and flour on her during their lessons today. Sarah admits she enjoyed the day despite the mess, and Helios promises to warn his younger siblings. Sarah reports that the children worked hard on their dancing and fell asleep immediately afterward. Helios is astonished that they are already asleep and offers a sincere thanks to Sarah.
Sarah promises to continue working hard in the future with a bright and determined smile.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft sneeze sounding as she notes the clothes are too big.
Helios notes that the nights are cold and offers to provide her with even more clothes to wear.
Sarah declines the offer, explaining that the jacket given to her by the guard is enough warmth.
Helios becomes silent and looks away with a slightly troubled and serious expression.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light sip sounding as Helios asks for the rest of her report.
Sarah enthusiastically explains the mechanics of the northern penguin dance she taught the children. Sarah laughs while describing Rose's energy, and Helios notes it sounds like they had a lot of fun.
Helios reflects on his own strict upbringing while Sarah notes the tired children didn't even ask for him.
Helios stares at the young teacher, realizing how different her teaching style is from what he expected.
The royal palace stands majestic under a bright full moon at night.
Sunlight shines over the imperial palace on a clear, new day.
Pear points out that Helios told them to listen but didn't explicitly forbid playing around while Rose hums in agreement.
The blonde boy worries about being scolded while remembering Helios's request for them to promise to listen to Sarah today. Rose tells her brother to forget his worries because teasing their new teacher is far too much fun. The silver-haired girl explains that their brother visits them more often when they cause trouble for others.
Rose wears a dark and mischievous grin as she prepares to execute a new scheme.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic thud sounding as Rose walks toward the door while Pear watches nervously.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, loud creak sounding as she opens the door and cheerfully greets Rose and Pear.
Sarah compliments the children on their nice outfits while they remain completely silent and still at the table.
Sarah suspects that the children are hiding something because they are both sitting so tensely.
Rose jumps in alarm and loudly claims that absolutely nothing has happened.
Sarah asks if the Emperor scolded them or if they are currently planning a new prank for the day.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light rustle sounding as she asks for the truth and the children shake their heads vigorously.
Sarah crosses her arms and looks at the two siblings with a very skeptical expression.
Pear looks down with a guilty and nervous expression, admitting to himself that he is currently lying.
Sarah says she will wait to see who confesses first and claims she is relieved they aren't lying.
Rose looks up with a look of genuine curiosity and asks why their teacher would be worried.
Sarah explains that she worries because lying will result in them being in very big trouble.
Sarah confesses that she is deeply scared of them lying to her while the children stare back in shock.
Pear warns Rose that they will be punished, but Rose argues that their brother won't visit otherwise until Sarah interrupts them.
Rose looks at Sarah with an intense gaze and asks what exactly happens to people who lie. Sarah takes on a dark and menacing aura while claiming that lying causes people to grow long noses. Pear rubs his nose in a panic, fearing it is already growing larger, while Rose watches him with concern.
Sarah laughs quietly as she listens to their whispering and announces she must check their training progress with some papers.
The children are horrified by the prospect of a test and suddenly lunge forward to hug Sarah tightly. Sarah asks if this affection is a new way to avoid studying while the children claim they have prepared a gift.
Sarah is suspicious of the offer, but the children look at her with wide, excited eyes.
Sarah's expression shifts to horror as she realizes the children are referring to something inside her pocket.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft slide sounding as she reaches into her dress pocket with a trembling hand. Sarah pulls her hand out and clenches it into a tight fist while shaking with visible anger. Sarah opens her palm to reveal a large brown cockroach crawling across her skin. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden loud scream sounding as she tosses the bug away in a blind panic. The children cheer and laugh, delighting in the success of their prank as stars float around them. The large brown cockroach remains on Sarah's hand as she prepares to scream in terror. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden loud scream sounding as her eyes go wide with absolute disgust. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, loud boom sounding as the brown-haired guard kicks the door open and demands an explanation. Sarah trembles and hides her face in her hand while the guard offers his assistance to the panicked teacher. The cockroach sits on the ornate wall of the palace while a dramatic effect emphasizes its presence. The brown-haired man shouts at the young prince and princess with a look of intense frustration.
Rose and Pear continue to giggle while Rose tells the guard to hurry up and remove the bug.
The man lets out a tired sigh and draws a small dagger to deal with the intruder. The guard lunges forward with his weapon, aiming directly for the cockroach on the wall. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, sharp strike sounding as the man stabs the bug and orders it to be hit.
Sarah is mortified, thinking about how the bug was inside her clothes while the children celebrate behind the guard.
Sarah stares blankly as she realizes that the children planned this whole interaction from the very beginning.
The guard asks if he should discipline the children, but Sarah insists that punishing them is her personal duty.
Sarah's expression turns cold and vengeful as she asks who is truly responsible for the prank.
Sarah is engulfed in a massive pillar of fire as she vows to see who wins this battle of wills. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, heavy slam sounding as she strikes the table with her hand in fury. The silver-haired girl and blonde boy look on with surprise. Sarah warns the children about the consequences of their 3 lies. Sarah asks Sir Jin for a mirror while the children look confused. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, light slide sounding as she receives the mirror.
Sarah claims Pear's nose has grown due to his earlier denials.
Rose panics when her nose feels longer, admitting to previous lies.
Pear hesitantly admits he thinks Rose's nose looks a little bit longer.
Sarah suggests getting an objective opinion from the brown-haired guard.
Sarah winks at Jin and asks if the children's noses grow.
Jin sweatily claims their noses will eventually reach the palace window. The children panic and beg Jin to check their mosaic again. Sarah notes that her and Jin's noses are perfectly normal. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as she holds the mirror.
Rose asks for a doctor, but Sarah claims he is currently busy.
Sarah promises to reveal the cure if they pass today's test. The children sit at the table looking incredibly stressed and miserable. Sarah mentions their noses will keep growing if they don't study.
Sarah points to a matching game on the children's study paper.
Pear realizes that the test is much easier than he expected. The children present their completed work with pride and excitement. Sarah smiles warmly at the children while preparing to grade them. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as she marks the papers. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as she demonstrates a lesson. Rose and Pear watch Sarah with nervous and hopeful expressions. Sarah praises their excellent work while holding up the graded papers. Rose and Pear celebrate their success with bright, happy smiles.
Rose proudly declares her intelligence while Pear claps for her.
Sarah reflects on the children's natural intelligence and physical coordination. Pear asks for the nose restoration method as Sarah smiles.
Sarah instructs the children to close their eyes and lean in.
The 2 children sit together with their eyes tightly shut. Sarah tells the children to open their mouths a little bit. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light pop sounding as she feeds them. The children blush and realize they are eating something truly delicious. Sarah admits that she lied about their noses growing from lying. The children's shock is represented by crumbling stone statues in the background. Rose and Pear shout at Sarah for deceiving them so completely. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as she happily admits it. Sarah asks if the chocolate is worth forgiving her for teething. The children agree to forgive her just this once for March audit. Sarah invites the children to take another piece of chocolate together. The palace stands quietly under the stars behind green garden leaves. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, firm step sounding as a man approaches.
A dark-haired man with glasses introduces himself as Raphael Dempsey.
Raphael explains that Jin is busy training with the Emperor today. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, steady step sounding as they walk.
Sarah wonders if her questions are becoming annoying to the assistant.
Raphael stops walking and turns away from Sarah with a sigh.
Raphael turns back with a blush, revealing he isn't actually annoyed.
Raphael praises the Emperor as an ideal leader with divine charisma.
Sarah expresses her amazement at the Emperor's rare and divine power. Sarah explains that the Emperor's high level of power reflects divine favor. Raphael suddenly and firmly takes Sarah's hands into his own. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light blink sounding as she addresses her assistant. Raphael offers a very gentle and encouraging smile to his teacher colleague. Sarah reflects on the likelihood of Raphael being an excellent professional partner. Raphael continues to watch Sarah's presentation with a very pleasant expression. Sarah and Raphael share a lighthearted and joyful moment of laughter together. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, loud creak sounding as she pushes open the palace doors. Raphael informs Sarah that they will need to wait for the Emperor's arrival. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light sip sounding as she wonders when Helios will appear. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tick sounding as the clock marks the time. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light shimmer sounding as she admires expensive palace artifacts. Sarah wonders if the old photograph she discovered is a royal family portrait. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden soft slide sounding as she traces the siblings' younger faces. Sarah remarks on how happy the royal family appears in the photograph. The former emperor Endymion and Empress Charlotte are depicted together in a garden. Narration emphasizes the perfect status and noble birth of the former Empress Charlotte. The royal couple is shown at their wedding, having married shortly after falling in love. A silver-haired infant is shown sleeping soundly in a flower-adorned royal cradle. Emperor Endymion is described as a romantic who was devoted solely to his empress.
Sarah observes that the children's grief over their lost parents is completely natural.
The wreckage of the fatal train accident is shown resting on the tracks. The train driver reportedly claimed to have seen a mysterious red-eyed girl during the crash. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as she recalls her own period of mourning. Sarah considers how difficult the sudden tragedy must have been for the Emperor. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden soft trace sounding as she touches the sibling's photo.
Sarah is shown embracing the young princess and prince with great affection.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light tap sounding as she resolves to support the emperor.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden quick whirl sounding as she responds to a greeting.
Helios appears with damp hair and a towel, prompting Sarah to marvel at his beauty. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light bow sounding as she formally greets the emperor. Helios notes that Sarah managed to stay clean today, and she agrees while recalling the previous chaos. Helios apologizes for making Sarah wait while a maid enters the room with tea. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light clink sounding as the tea service is placed.
Helios asks Sarah for a report on the day's events mentioned by the guard.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light sip sounding as Helios explains his limited information. Sarah describes the morning's incident as a minor joke that she intended to overlook.
Helios looks concerned and asks for clarification while Sarah worries about his potential reaction.
Sarah attempts to change the subject while mentioning how the princess exploited a moment of carelessness.
Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light snap sounding as she begins to explain the prank. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic thud sounding as she reenacts the insect's movement. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden loud scream sounding as she reenacts her terrified reaction. Sarah enthusiastically describes how the guard arrived and quickly killed the bug with a dagger.
Helios playfully mocks the teacher for being unable to handle common pests despite her perfect reputation.
Helios gazes at Sarah with very soft, fond, and deep purple eyes. Helios apologizes for the siblings' behavior while Sarah hopes for smoother lessons in the future. Helios asks if the rest of the class was productive, and Sarah confirms she conducted a test. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light rattle sounding as she realizes she forgot something important. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light tap sounding as she presents her evaluation. Helios asks if his presence is bothersome, causing Sarah to blush and hurriedly deny it. Helios asks if she has other thoughts, prompting a frantic and embarrassed denial from Sarah. Sarah determinedly resolves to never fall for the emperor's playful psychological traps again.
Helios reflects on how Sarah's emotions are as transparent as those of his young siblings.
Sarah notes the children's high rankings, questioning why the brilliant emperor is so surprised by them. Sarah thinks about her talkative former assistant while expressing her lack of boredom with Helios. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as she reveals the new curriculum. Sarah looks down at her detailed lesson plans with a focused and professional expression. Helios observes the presentation with a contemplative and deeply thoughtful gaze. Sarah finishes explaining her plan, and Helios finds her modern educational methods quite impressive. Sarah explains that her classes were developed by elite academic researchers from her home country. Sarah informs the emperor that she will not be teaching combat or magic lessons yet. Sarah returns her focus to the finalized curriculum she will begin teaching the next morning. Sarah clarifies her position by stating she only wishes to postpone the more difficult subjects. Sarah suggests that the young children require more time to adjust to their new lives. Sarah prioritizes the children's comfort and rest over rigorous studying as they sleep peacefully together. Helios accepts her reasoning, leaving Sarah looking overjoyed and grateful for his cooperation. Helios decides to leave, and Sarah offers to help him pack up his belongings. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden light clack sounding as she closes the heavy book. The scene shifts to the moonlit palace as the pair exchange their final evening farewells. A bright and peaceful sun shines over the grand towers of the royal palace. Rose and Pear relax comfortably on the carpeted floor amidst their toys and books.
Rose asks her brother what kind of prank they should attempt to play today.
Pear smiles mischievously as he suggests they target their teacher, Sarah, once again.
The siblings note that Sarah has successfully anticipated their tricks for the past 2 weeks. Rose and Pear both look forward to their teacher's arrival with genuine and bright smiles. Pear reminisces about their past pranks while Rose agrees that Sarah is an interesting teacher. Pear recalls Sarah's panicked reaction to a previous trick and suggests doing it again. Pear admits he enjoys Sarah's unique reactions and thinks she is as pretty as Helios. Pear's attention is taken by a sudden, quick whirl sounding as he asks Rose's opinion. Rose hesitates and looks away when asked if she truly likes their new teacher. Pear openly confesses his fondness for Sarah, leaving Rose looking completely shocked and stunned. Rose bashfully admits she likes Sarah a little, despite not having thought about it before. Rose admits to herself that Sarah is a fascinating person who is genuinely a good teacher. Rose wonders if Pear is asking her to stop pranking Sarah while they enjoy snacks. Pear clarifies that he simply fears Sarah might be fired because of their constant mischief. Rose hugs her brother, admitting she wants to be friends but fears losing her family. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic patter sounding as Jen runs toward the children. Jen expresses his relief that the royal children didn't try to hide from him today. Rose asks if the emperor sent him, while Pear laughs at the guard's funny face. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, soft stroke sounding as Jen pats their heads. Jen reassures the worried siblings that the emperor will visit them later that evening. Rose hugs Jen tightly while wishing for the night to arrive as soon as possible. Pear expects Sarah to arrive any minute, and Jen notes that she is always punctual. Sarah's attention is taken by a sudden, light smirk sounding as the children anticipate her arrival.
Para calls out to the guard, and Jen respectfully responds to the young prince's summons.
The children enthusiastically ask the guard to tell them more about Sarah's true character.
Jen looks thoughtful and considers how to describe the mysterious and interesting Miss Sarah.
Jen admits his limited knowledge while Rose pleads for even the smallest piece of information.
Jen informs the children that Sarah is unable to use magic.
Jen explains Sarah's lack of mana while the royal siblings listen. Narration notes, Sarah's fear of heights prevents her from riding horses. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light top sounding as the children celebrate. Rose mischievously plans to use magic to make her teacher fly.
Jen addresses Rose directly while maintaining a pleasant and calm expression.
Rose innocently insists they are well-behaved while checking in with Pear. Pear gives a suspicious smile while Jen realizes he made a mistake.
Jen clutches his head in despair after realizing he shared too much. Jen checks his watch, realizing he must leave for a royal meeting.
Jen expresses his frustration and concern to the seemingly distracted children. Jen yells at the laughing children who are clearly not listening. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Jen leaves. Jen offers a sincere apology as he walks away from the room. Sarah stands peacefully in the garden while Jen offers another apology. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thud sounding as the bag drops. Sarah looks completely horrified as she processes the sight before her. Sarah wonders what has happened as she stares in pure shock. Sarah finds Pear shivering on the floor in a state of terror.
Sarah rushes to the prince's side and asks about Rose's whereabouts.
Pear clings to Sarah while desperately asking her for help. Sarah looks up and gasps as she spots the young princess. Sarah calls out to Rose, who is floating near the ceiling. Rose cries out in fear while floating helplessly high in the air. Sarah attempts to comfort the panicked princess as she flails about. Both siblings are overwhelmed with fear as they plead for Sarah's help.
Sarah breaks into a cold sweat while trying to understand the situation.
Sarah realizes the children have accidentally manifested unstable magic mana.
A brief pause occurs as the tense magical crisis continues. Sarah continues to stare at the floating princess with wide, fearful eyes.
Narration explains the requirements for stable magic use and mana control. The children's undeveloped mana causes their magic to manifest unpredictably and dangerously. Sarah deduces that this disaster started as a planned prank on her. Sarah recalls her previous warnings while feeling frustrated by the current suffering.
Sarah considers calling for help to get the floating princess down.
Pear confesses his mistake and begs Sarah to save his floating sister.
Sarah tries to leave for help, but Pear pleads for her stead.
Pear fears Helio's reaction since they broke their promise about magic.
Sarah promises secrecy, but Pear refuses to let her leave the room.
Sarah realizes she must first calm Pear before she can help those.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft pot sounding as Sarah stays. Sarah guides the hyperventilating prince through several deep and steadying breaths. Sarah informs Pear that she needs his help to save his sister. Pear looks hopeful as Sarah confirms they can solve this together. Rose floats miserably at the ceiling while Sarah asks for her cooperation.
Pear tries to focus and be brave despite his lingering tears.
Sarah offers an encouraging and proud smile to the young prince. Sarah worries about how to rescue Rose without using any magic. Her attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding from the furniture. Her attention is taken by a sudden light creak sounding as Sarah steps onto the table to reach the floating princess. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick top sounding as Sarah jumps to rescue Rose. Sarah catches Rose in midair as the princess desperately pleads for her help. Sarah promises to lower Rose safely while instructing the princess to hold on to her arm tightly. Her attention is taken by a sudden firm snatch sounding as Sarah secures her hold on the child. Sarah successfully brings the princess back to the ground amidst a flurry of magical flowers. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp slip sounding as Sarah's heel skids across the floor. Pear shouts a warning as Sarah begins to fall while still clutching the princess. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick pull sounding as Sarah shields Rose from the hard impact. Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy thud sounding as they hit the floor together.
Pear rushes toward them in a panic, calling out to both the princess and their teacher.
Pear stops and stares in shock at the scene unfolding on the palace floor.
Sarah sits up and checks if the princess is able to stand on her own.
Rose looks up at Sarah with a horrified and stunned expression.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light drip sounding as Sarah notices blood on her hand.
Pear asks if she is all right while Sarah tries to smile and offer reassurance.
Sarah winces and flinches as she realizes the extent of her head injury. Rose cries while asking if the wound hurts, but Sarah claims she is not in pain. The children sob as they notice the blood, while Sarah tries to comfort the crying princess. A wooden toy block lies on the floor, stained with blood from Sarah's forehead. Sarah admits to feeling dizzy while the young prince shouts her name in terror.
The children beg Sarah not to die as she weakly promises to stay with them.
Sarah looks at the children with a serious expression and denies that she is dying.
Sarah kneels on the floor to face the siblings at their aloe hole.
The princess and prince look at her with tearful eyes, seeking confirmation of her safety.
Sarah warns the children that she might die next time if they're not careful. Sarah tells the children to wash themselves while she goes to treat her wounds. Her attention is taken by a sudden light click sounding as Sarah leaves the room.
A maid applies a bandage to Sarah's head and expresses concern over the deep wound.
The maid jokes that the wound will look ugly, prompting a shocked reaction from Sarah.
The maid wishes for healing powers while Sarah agrees that divine magic would be useful.
A decorative transition screen shows animal icons and a message thanking everyone for their work.
The maid leaves to attend to the sovereigns, offering Sarah further help if needed.
Rose and Pear stand with soaking wet hair and clothes after washing their faces.
Sarah returns and stands before the children with her arms crossed in a stern manner.
The princess looks down and offers a sincere apology to her teacher.
Sarah asks for the reason behind their apology, and the children confess to the harmful prank.
Sarah resolves to be patient and asks the children how they will react to future injuries.
Rose cries and promises to never play such jokes again and to listen carefully. Pear joins his sister in promising to listen and follow their teacher's instructions.
Sarah kneels and opens her arms to offer the children a comforting embrace.
The royal siblings look at her with wide eyes and a sense of shock.
The children rush into Sarah's arms, promising to do their best from now on.
Sarah hugs them tightly and praises their commitment to being well-behaved students.
Rose's eyes are shown to be red and swollen from her intense crying.
The children complain that their eyes hurt while Sarah decides she must change her approach. Her attention is taken by a sudden light slide sounding as Rose approaches her teacher. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick tug, sounding as a hand grabs Sarah's dress.
Sarah looks down in surprise at the princess who is still seeking her attention.
Sarah smiles and gently touches Rose's face, reassuring the child that she is staying.
Sarah requests ice, wipes, and cold drinks from a maid while standing at the doorway.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light slurp sounding as the children enjoy their beverages. Sarah reflects on her discipline and concludes it was necessary given the injury she sustained. Sarah prepares an ice pack for the children, like worrying about the emperor's potential reaction.
Pear watches with interest as Sarah carefully prepares a lace cloth filled with ice cubes.
Rose compares the cold ice pack to her brother Helios's hand while Sarah treats their ice. Sarah notes with satisfaction that the cold treatment has successfully brightened the children's heavy moods. Sarah introduces an engaging digital math lesson, sparking immediate excitement and curiosity in the young royals. Her attention is taken by a sudden light giggle sounding as the siblings play during their lesson. Sarah watches her students with a warm and affectionate smile as they focus on their work. The scene transitions to the grand palace at night, standing silent under a vast starry sky.
Sarah reads a story about a girl and her animal friend sailing the sea to the children.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic snore sounding as the children drift off to sleep. Narration praises the children's hard work and intellectual curiosity during their challenging math lesson that day. Rose admits she cannot sleep, prompting Sarah to check on her with a gentle and concerned look.
Sarah wonders if the morning's magical crisis traumatized the princess and asks what is keeping her awake.
Rose offers a tearful and sincere apology to her teacher for the trouble caused by their prank.
Sarah comforts the princess and promises to focus on her growth and quality as a student hereafter.
Sarah reassures the worried princess that she will not tell the emperor about their magical mishap today. Sarah bids the children a final goodnight and prepares to quietly exit the sleeping quarters. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft puff sounding as Sarah blows out the bedside candle. The moonlight filters through the tall palace windows, illuminating the quiet hallway during the late evening hours. Helios gazes with an intense and piercing expression, his purple eyes glowing slightly in the dark room. Sarah sips tea while feeling completely drained after the long and emotionally taxing events of the day.
Sarah's heart beats rapidly as she tries to compose herself while the emperor watches her intently.
Helios addresses Sarah by her nickname and asks about the injury visible on her forehead.
Sarah laughs nervously and claims she simply fell, secretly counting this as her third lie today.
Sarah imagines the dramatic and panicked reactions of her colleagues if they were to see her wound.
Helios notes Sarah's pain seems disproportionate to the small bandage, causing her to wince in discomfort. Helios stands and approaches as Sarah insists she is fine despite the pain caused by moving. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick snap sounding as Helios pulls the bandage from her forehead. Sarah feels flustered by Helios's close proximity while he confirms that the bleeding has finally stopped. Helios offers to use his power to cure her wound, leaving Sarah surprised by the unexpected offer. Narration recalls that the Emperor possesses formidable divine power, which is rarely used for such minor injuries.
Sarah winces and blushes as she questions if she is worthy of receiving divine treatment from him.
Helios insists on treating her, citing his responsibility as her employer for injuries sustained while on duty. Helios suggests she view the magical treatment as a simple alternative to standard medical expenses. Sarah finally relents and agrees to accept the magical healing as a personal favor from the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden light tap sounding as Helios gently touches her injured forehead. Helios maintains a calm and focused expression as he promises the healing process will be over quickly. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft hum sounding as magical energy flows from Helios' fingertips. A brilliant light surrounds the pair as the Emperor's divine magic begins to mend Sarah's skin. Helios announces the treatment is finished and instructs Sarah to check her forehead for any remaining marks.
Sarah is overjoyed to find her forehead completely healed and enthusiastically thanks the Emperor for his help.
Helios smiles broadly but immediately asks Sarah to tell him the truth about how she was hurt.
Sarah stubbornly repeats her lie about falling down while Helios looks on with an amused, skeptical expression.
Sarah panics internally and wonders if lying to the Emperor is considered a major or minor sin.
An illustrative graphic emphasizes Sarah's firm commitment to keeping the promises she made to the royal children.
Helios privately notes Sarah's naivete and wonders how she would react if he moved even closer to her. Helios questions if the injury was really caused by the children, while Sarah frantically denies any involvement.
Sarah panics internally over the ethics of white lies, while the Emperor looms over her with a skeptical and intense gaze.
Sarah notes that the Emperor's handsome face is dangerous, feeling flustered as he finally agrees to stop questioning her.
Sarah clears her throat and recites the list of the day's lessons, covering arithmetic, language, manners, and art play. Sarah holds up 2 childlike drawings and asks Helios if he recognizes the scenes depicted on the paper. Helios correctly identifies a drawing of Sarah getting wet and another of the siblings throwing mud, while Sarah confirms that Pear is actually the more skilled artist.
Helios observes that Rose's drawings are more annoying, while Perry's reflect a sensitive personality as he takes the papers from Sarah.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light rustle sounding as Helios looks at the drawings and admits that Sarah understands the children well.
Sarah beams with a radiant and bashful smile, her heart swelling at the rare and sincere praise from the Emperor.
Sarah laughs and recalls that the children's recent dance was quite nice, prompting an amused chuckle from Helios.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp rap sounding as Helios reacts to an unexpected knock at the door.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light creak sounding as the brown-haired man with glasses enters to inform Helios that it is past 10 o'clock.
Sarah bows politely and announces her departure, leaving the 2 men alone in the opulent hallway.
As Sarah walks away into the distance, the man with glasses scolds Helios for repeatedly ignoring his instructions to finish the meeting by 10.
Helios tries to joke that he was only told 3 times, but his assistant angrily insists he said it 10 times so Sarah could rest early.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick swish sounding as Helios dons his heavy cape and confirms he is heading to the children's villa once more.
Helios walks through the silent palace gardens, the massive full moon hanging in the starry sky above the quiet estate.
Helios watches the maid at the door and reflects on how much better his siblings behave and sleep when Sarah's around.
The maid looks up in surprise and bows deeply as she realizes the Emperor has arrived at the villa late at night.
Helios asks the maid if anything specific occurred between Sarah and the royal siblings during their lessons today.
The maid looks down nervously and admits she isn't entirely sure, but she suspects something unusual did happen.
The maid reveals that Sarah's forehead was injured during a prank, causing Helios to repeat the news in a tense and questioning tone.
Helios closes his eyes in frustration, privately resolving not to let the matter go easily since Sarah was hurt by the children's actions.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy groan sounding as Helios pushes open the door, determined to scold the siblings once they wake.
Helios freezes in the doorway, his eyes wide with shock as he takes in the sight of the children in the study.
The royal siblings are curled up together on a small bed, sleeping peacefully under a thick blanket amidst a flurry of magical flowers.
Helios realizes that Sarah must have prepared a temporary bed in the study room to accommodate the exhausted children.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft stroke sounding as Helios gently touches Rose's hand and wishes her a good night's sleep.
Pear blinks his eyes open and stares at his older brother in a daze, instantly panicking as he realizes he might be in trouble.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick jump sounding as Helios is startled by the young prince suddenly leaping up from the bed. Pear frantically shakes his sister and tells her to get up quickly because their brother has arrived, while Rose groans in confusion.
The children quickly recover and offer enthusiastic greetings to their brother, trying to mask their guilt with bright smiles.
Helios pulls the children into a hug and asks how their day was, secretly suspecting they have been quite busy with their mischief.
The children exchange a nervous look and ask their brother why he is questioning them and if anything has happened.
Rose and Pear anxiously ask what Sarah told him, their eyes wide with the fear of being caught in their earlier prank.
Helios realizes Sarah lied to protect the children and chooses to play along, telling them that she praised their writing and drawings.
Rose is stunned by the news, privately noting that while Sarah promised not to tell, she never expected her to offer such high praise. Rose feels a deep pang of guilt and concludes that Sarah is a truly good person despite the harm the princess caused her earlier.
Rose vows to be kind to her teachers starting tomorrow, while Helios continues to claim Sarah said there are no other students like them. Helios teases the children by asking if they are curious if something else happened, prompting a frantic and panicked denial from Rose.
Helios tells the children it is time for sleep, and though they beg him to stay and read a book, he eventually gives in with a sigh.
Helios reaches for the stock of books on the nightstand, wondering if he should be relieved that the children are finally willing to sleep. Her attention is taken by a sudden light thud sounding as Helios picks up a book titled Gavin's Fortune and wonders about its contents.
Pear excitedly explains that the book is very cool and tells the story of a brave 7-year-old boy who catches thieves.
Helios is impressed to discover that Sarah Popo is the author, realizing that his children's teacher is a woman of many hidden talents. Narration begins the story of a boy named Gavin, the youngest in his family, as the night passes over the palace rooftops.
The scene shifts to the next morning as the children's voices echo through the grand hallway, calling out for Sarah.
Sarah stands in the corridor looking completely bewildered as the royal siblings rush toward her with joyful expressions. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thump sounding as the children tackle Sarah with a hug, leaving her wondering what has changed.
Sarah observes the children's wagging excitement and thinks to herself that they look exactly like adorable, eager puppies. Sarah is overwhelmed by their sudden affection, reflecting on how she feared things would be awkward after her stern discipline the previous day. One of the children grabs Sarah's hand, telling her they have been waiting while she tells them to sit down and not follow her to the bathroom.
Rose asks if it's good that they waited for her, and Sarah warmly confirms that it is indeed good.
Sarah notes that the children won't leave her side, praising them for waiting in the morning and paying attention during lessons. Rose and Pear express their love for people who keep promises, with Pear confessing that he loved Sarah even before that.
Rose vows to get serious and stop joking around from now on, while Pear mentions he has already told her not to mess around.
The royal siblings tackle Sarah with a hug as Pear shouts that he loves her, prompting Sarah to laughingly ask why he says that.
Sarah returns their affection and asks if they should go to the study room together. A graphic of a sunny sky with a rainbow notes that today is a special day requiring a quick finish to their work. In the study, Rose asks if she is doing her project correctly, while Pear complains that his work isn't going well. Rose examines her red paper flower with a dissatisfied look, feeling it is beautiful, but her own efforts are lacking.
Pear boastfully claims his paper project is prettier because it looks more like a real flower, while Rose glares at him.
Sarah encourages Rose, telling her she has done well and that His Majesty will be delighted to receive the gift.
A child's hand carefully presses down on a paper flower, asking why they are making flowers and if it is Sarah's birthday.
Sarah smiles and reveals the date is May 8th, leaving Rose and Pear looking completely baffled by the significance.
The children wonder if there is a special event today, while Sarah privately recalls that May 8th was Parents' Day in her previous life.
Sarah imagines silhouettes of parents wearing paper flowers on their chests as expressions of love from their children.
Sarah explains that on this day, the siblings will give the Emperor a thank you gift for taking care of them.
2 finished cards with orange-red paper flowers are shown against a decorative background. Sarah instructs the children that it is now time to write something personal on their cards.
Sarah suggests starting the cards with a formal greeting, holding up a pink and blue pen for the children. Rose and Pear begin writing, with Rose addressing her brother, while Pear identifies himself as Pear in his message. Sarah tells the children they should express their true feelings with sincerity, explaining that honesty means speaking without lying. A close-up of the children's eyes emphasizes the weight of the word sincerity as they reflect on Sarah's lesson. The children write their heartfelt requests, with Rose wanting a hug and Pear asking for nightly head pats. Sarah suggests they decorate the cards with beautiful colors, which Rose and Pear agree to with an enthusiastic cheer.
One card is decorated with simple flower shapes, while the other features a drawing of 2 crossed swords.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thud, sounding as Helios presses his royal stamp onto a document. Helios announces he is finished with his tasks as a large stock of documents sits on his desk.
Raphael and the brown-haired knight are shocked that Helios completed a week's worth of work without sleeping just to see his siblings.
The knight is impressed by the Emperor's speed, though Raphael remains worried about his master's lack of rest. Helios dismisses their concerns, confidently stating that nothing is impossible for him as the Emperor.
Raphael notes that playing with 7-year-olds is difficult, and the brown-haired knight asks if Helios knows how kids that age play. The brown-haired knight explains with a serious face that children tend to repeat the same thing over and over.
The knight continues his warning, noting that they will keep repeating the activity throughout the day until they finally get bored. Raphael looks completely perplexed and asks what the knight is talking about. An illustration shows the knight being forced to pull the children in a wooden carriage, and he urges Helios to refuse if they ask. Helios mentions he heard the carriage game was Sarah's invention, which shocks Raphael as he hears her name. Raphael questions how Sarah could push the carriage given her small size and her inability to even carry her own bag. The brown-haired knight pleads with Helios to let him go as well, feeling he deserves a weekend after the news. Helios offers a dazzling smile and says he is sorry, but he has no intention of letting the knight off duty. The knight shouts that it should be illegal to laugh with such a handsome face, while Helios looks on in confusion.
The knight admits his heart flutters from Helios's beauty despite himself, while Raphael remains annoyed by the Emperor's charm.
Helios asks for some clothes so he can go visit his siblings, and his staff agrees to provide them. Her attention is taken by a sudden, steady rhythm sounding as Helios walks away down the corridor in his heavy cloak. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp creak sounding as a door is opened in the palace. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft murmur sounding as Helios admits he is excited to see Rose and Pear. Raphael and the knight are left behind in the hall while a large full moon hangs in the night sky.
The children's villa stands peacefully in the quiet night, its architecture silhouetted against the dark sky.
Sarah and the royal siblings peek over a ledge, their faces filled with curiosity and secret anticipation. Rose and Pear focus intently on a collection of letter tiles scattered across their evening lesson.
Helios stands in the doorway, observing his sister Rose from a distance as she prepares for a surprise. Helios wonders what could be making the children so focused that they haven't noticed his arrival in the room.
At the study table, Sarah, Pear, and Rose are deeply engrossed in their secret activity.
Helios approaches and asks the dark-haired teacher what they are doing.
Sarah is startled by his presence, expressing her surprise at seeing the Emperor standing right behind her.
Rose and Pear finally notice their brother and greet him with excited, joyful shouts.
Helios picks up Rose and asks if he is interrupting their lesson, but Sarah assures him he is not.
Sarah explains that they finished their work and were playing games to pass the time while waiting for him. Rose hugs Helios tightly but then quickly asks her brother to put her back down on the floor.
As he sets her down, Helios notes that it is quite unusual for her to want to be let go so quickly.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft whisper sounding as Rose asks Sarah when they should present their gift.
Helios looks on with a confused expression, wondering what secret the group is keeping from him.
Sarah winks at the princess and tells her that now is the perfect opportunity for their surprise.
Rose tells Pear they should give it now, leaving Helios completely baffled by their mysterious behavior.
The children dash away to get their surprise as Helios asks Sarah for an explanation, but she tells him to wait and see.
Sarah watches the siblings with a playful smile, telling the Emperor he will discover the truth very soon. Her attention is taken by a sudden light patter sounding as the children's feet approach the adults.
Rose and Pear stand before Helios with nervous expressions, each holding a handmade card behind their backs.
Sarah gives the children a subtle thumbs up to encourage them during this important and emotional moment. The children look up at their brother with wide, hopeful eyes as they prepare to present their hard work.
Helios is surprised to see the cards, especially the one featuring a carefully drawn red flower.
The children are paralyzed by nerves as Pear asks what they were supposed to say, and Rose admits she has forgotten her words.
Sarah steps in to explain that the children have made special cards of gratitude just for him.
Sarah encourages the pair to show their brother what they have been practicing so hard to prepare. The royal siblings share a determined look and a quick nod, ready to proceed with their heartfelt presentation.
Rose reads her message of love despite his busy schedule, followed by Pear's enthusiastic confession of love as well.
Helios is overcome with joy and lets out a hearty, happy laugh at his siblings' sweet words.
Sarah laughs alongside him, noting how incredibly adorable the children are in their absolute sincerity.
Helios pulls both Rose and Pear into a warm, powerful embrace, celebrating the special bond they share.
Helios kisses the children on their foreheads, thanking each of them by name for their incredibly thoughtful gifts. Sarah looks on with a blushing face, her heart melting at the sight of the family's genuine affection.
Sarah is overwhelmed by the cuteness of the scene, feeling a deep sense of pride in the children's growth.
Helios asks if he is allowed to read the cards now, and the children cheer in enthusiastic agreement.
Helios wonders why Perry is hiding behind Sarah instead of hugging him, but the boy just tells him to hurry up and read.
A close-up of Rose's card shows the great effort she put into the flower drawings and the paper craft.
Helios reads Rose's apology for her past behavior and her sincere promise to be better in the future.
Helios pats Rose on the head and warmly tells her that her brother loves her just as much.
Pear eagerly demands that his card be read next, to which Helios happily and quickly agrees.
Helios examines Pear's card, noting the drawing of crossed swords and wondering if they were inspired by his own weapon.
Helios chuckles to himself, thinking that the spirited sword drawing captures Perry's personality perfectly.
Helios turns to Sarah and expresses his deep gratitude for helping the children create such wonderful, meaningful gifts.
Sarah is flustered as Helios thanks her again with a dazzling smile, making her blush intensely. Pear tugs at Sarah's skirt and reminds her to give the brother the gift she prepared for him too.
Sarah shyly offers a red paper carnation, trying to downplay the gesture out of her sudden embarrassment.
Rose tells Sarah that she must be the one to pin the flower onto her brother's royal cloak.
Sarah stands frozen like a statue, worrying about whether touching the Emperor's body would violate royal etiquette. Sarah is startled as Helios calls out her name, his eyes focused on the handmade gift she holds.
Helios points to a spot on his chest and politely asks Sarah to place the flower there for him.
Helios smiles warmly, noting that the gift is especially precious because it was made alongside his siblings.
The group gathers at the table as Sarah carefully pins the flower on Helios, much to the children's delight.
Sarah is stunned that the Emperor actually accepted her handmade paper flower.
Sarah is deeply flustered after realizing she had to touch Helios's body. Sarah struggles to stay calm while Helios asks about the tiles on the table.
Rose proudly explains that the tiles are a teaching tool created by Sarah.
Pear explains they were playing a game before their brother arrived in the room. Helios examines a tile, and Rose confirms it helps them learn the Imperial language. Sarah recalls using a board game from her past life as inspiration for the tool.
Helios asks for instructions on the game, and Sarah encourages the children to teach him.
Rose and Pear are incredibly excited to show their brother how to play the game.
Sarah selects the first word for the lesson while looking quite cheerful. The children work with intense focus to arrange the tiles on their respective trays.
Rose finishes her word first, and Sarah confirms her answer is perfectly correct. Sarah announces that Rose has won the first round, leaving Pear feeling disappointed.
Helios asks how Sarah developed the game, and she attributes it to her teaching experience. The children enthusiastically invite both adults to join in and play with them.
Sarah worries that playing a simple game with an emperor might be inappropriate.
The children beg Sarah to stay in place, so she decides to prime it.
Sarah imagines the imposing atmosphere of the throne room, feeling intimidated by Helios' status.
Helios checks if the siblings really want to include Sarah in their playtime. Helios turns to Sarah and warmly expresses his own desire to play with her.
Sarah is left speechless and blushing at the Emperor's genuine and kind invitation. The groups are divided into Team Rose and Helios against Team Sarah and Para.
Sarah explains the rules where one team arranges tiles and the other identifies the word.
The group prepares to begin as Sarah signals the start of the game.
Sarah calls out the first word while reaching toward the scattered tiles.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick scuttle sounding as the children scramble for tiles.
A single hand reaches out with speed to grab a specific letter tile.
Pear celebrates his victory in the round while Rose looks on in shock. Helios awards the point to Pear and Sarah praises the boy for his success.
Sarah high-fives Pear, noting that she will choose easier words for Anne. Helios announces that it is finally his turn to pick a word for the children.
Helios chooses a very long, difficult word which completely shocks the dark-haired teacher.
Sarah questions the difficulty of the word, but Helios confirms he wants to proceed.
Helios offers a handsome smile, admitting that he has no interest in losing.
Sarah realizes that the Emperor possesses a surprisingly strong and playful competitive spirit.
Rose shouts with joy that she has finished arranging her word tray.
Sarah comforts Pear after his loss, encouraging him that he was very close.
Sarah notes that the score between the siblings is now tied at 1-1.
Helios asks if it is time for the adults to compete against each other.
Rose and Pear whisper a secret plan while giggling together at the table.
Helios asks the children what they find so funny, but they feign innocence.
Pear excitedly tells the adults to get ready for their upcoming turn.
Pear shouts a romantic word, causing Sarah to panic and lose her cool.
Sarah is utterly stunned and embarrassed by the word the children have chosen.
Sarah tries to rationalize the children's behavior while she reaches for a tile. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm thud sounding as their hands collide.
Sarah and Helios share an intensely awkward and blushing moment over the shared tile.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp zip sounding as Sarah pulls a wow.
Helios politely insists that Sarah should be the one to take the game piece.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick swish sounding as Sarah offers the Emperor the game piece. Sarah frantically searches for a different tile to distract herself from her extreme embarrassment.
Helios gazes warmly at Sarah while admitting he failed to find the specific tile. A blushing Sarah asks her brother what he is doing during the game.
Pear lectures the adults for giving up, insisting that Sarah take the tile on the table.
Pear shouts that the game is no longer fun when they play with such little effort. Sarah apologizes to the Emperor, noting that she will try harder while the children celebrate their finds.
Pear pouts and tells everyone to stop playing because the game has lost its enjoyment.
An awkward silence falls over Sarah and Helios as they realize how much they ruined the game.
Rose rests her head on her hand, looking completely bored by the scattered game pieces. The group says their goodbyes as Helios prepares to depart from the royal garden.
Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy thud sounding as Helios carries Perry away.
Pare complains to his brother about the boring game and confesses his frustration with Sarah.
Helios blushes intensely, wondering why he spent so much time staring at the dark-haired teacher. Sarah notes that while it is normal for children to look at her, Helios' attention feels different.
Helios realizes he cannot take Sarah's obvious nervousness lightly after their accidental physical contact.
Helios kisses Perez's forehead and the boy promises to perform better during their next encounter.
Rose maintains a serious and determined expression as she focuses on her next goal.
Rose's eyes sparkle with competitive fire as she prepares to challenge her brother for Sarah's attention.
The scene shifts to the exterior of the palace where the children wonder about Sarah's next lesson. Pear and Rose look down in curiosity, asking Sarah about the mysterious items she is holding. Sarah reveals a sheet of bright yellow star stickers, explaining exactly what they are to the children. Sarah demonstrates how the glue works, leaving the royal siblings in awe as she sticks one to her hand.
Both children excitedly beg Sarah to give them their own star stickers to play with. Sarah explains that she will only give them one sticker each for the remainder of the day. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft poke sounding as Sarah places stickers on their cheeks.
Sarah offers a hand mirror to the children so they can admire their new star stickers.
Rose and Pear cheer with joy, declaring their absolute love for the stickers Sarah gave them. Sarah recalls her past life, remembering how she used stickers during elementary school arts festivals.
Sarah recognizes the longing look in the children's eyes, knowing they are desperate for more rewards.
Sarah presents a reward chart introducing the concept of complimentary stickers for good behavior.
Sarah explains that she will award a sticker whenever the children do something worthy of praise.
Sarah lists examples of good deeds, such as finishing schoolwork, eating meals, and going to bed early.
The children look determined to study hard and eat all their food to earn their rewards.
Sarah promises a special gift if they manage to collect 10 stickers on their charts.
Sarah details the reward tiers, noting that even adults would be motivated by such enticing prizes. Pear eagerly reads the first reward on the list, which promises snacks and playtime with Sarah.
Rose takes her turn and reads the next reward, which offers a walk and games with Sarah.
Sarah pets Pear's head, thinking that girls are faster at learning languages before asking him to read more. Pear shouts out the final reward, which is getting to play a favorite game with Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp snap sounding as Sarah pins the reward sheet to the wall. Sarah walks away after telling the children they can check the reward list at any time.
A fierce rivalry ignites as both siblings vow to collect stickers faster to keep Sarah for themselves.
Pear and Rose show terrifying determination, leaving Sarah completely baffled by their sudden shift in attitude. A text box indicates that 2 weeks have passed since the introduction of the sticker system. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm slop sounding as a completed sticker chart is presented.
Rose is declared the winner, holding her full chart while a devastated Pear cries in the background.
Sarah is amazed by Rose's skill, noting that the girl collected 20 stickers in record time.
Sarah is shocked to see the children eating their side dishes without a single word of complaint.
Pear stares at his nearly empty chart in despair, wondering why he only managed to get 3 stickers.
Rose jumps with excitement, asking Sarah for her promised walk now that she has reached her goal.
Rose looks down with a serious expression while clutching her jeweled brooch. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick grab sounding as Rose scolds Pear.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft stretch sounding as Rose pinches Pear's cheeks.
Rose imagines herself as the one who will always be closest to Sarah.
Perry worries that he will lose out on Sarah's affection if he is absent. Rose firmly declares that they will not be including their brother in their plans.
Pear hugs his sister tightly after she graciously offers to let him have his turn.
Rose hugs Sarah's arm while suggesting that Pear join them for their walk.
The grand palace garden flourishes under the bright sun, filled with fountains and flowers.
Raphael walks alongside Helios while reminding the Emperor to take necessary breaks from work. Raphael points toward the distance after spotting Sarah and the children in the garden.
Sarah leads the 2 royal siblings through the garden while holding their hands.
Helios explains that Sarah is rewarding the children with a walk for their hard work. Helios reflects on the clever sticker reward system Sarah introduced for the children.
Sarah happily explains how the children earn stickers in exchange for their good behavior.
Helios notes that the children's habits have significantly improved over the past 2 weeks. Raphael expresses his genuine amazement at how well Sarah handles the royal siblings.
Raphael explains Sarah's difficult past and her lack of high social status to Helios.
Raphael highlights Sarah's early career and notes that a wealthy countess wouldn't work this hard.
Sarah appears within a decorative frame of roses as Raphael praises her kindness and intelligence.
Raphael suggests Sarah would thrive in the social world, but Helios tells him to be quiet.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp breeze sounding as Helios reacts with cold intensity. Raphael looks startled and breaks into a nervous sweat at the Emperor's sudden irritation.
Helios wonders to himself why the comments about Sarah's status make him feel so defensive.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm grab sounding as Raphael checks on his friend.
A translation note appears above the heads of the 2 men as they talk.
A man in a suit scolds the Emperor for working too late on government matters.
Helios dismisses the concerns about his health, insisting that he is perfectly fine.
Raphael huffs and turns away while Helios remains deep in his own thoughts.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic tap sounding as Raphael follows the Emperor.
A promotional page features a beautiful woman with long, flowing golden hair in the garden.
Rose and Pear peek out from behind Sarah's skirt as Helios approaches the group.
The children shout with excitement after spotting their brother walking through the royal gardens.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thud sounding as Helios hugs his siblings. Helios asks the children about their studies while they brag about their sticker rewards.
Rose mockingly points out the difference between her 20 stickers and Pear's 3 stickers.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick swish sounding as Pear shouts at his sister.
Sarah offers a polite and respectful bow to greet the Emperor in the garden.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick patter sounding as the children hug their teacher. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thud sounding as the children deny fighting. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm squeeze sounding as the siblings hug to prove friendship. Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyful burst sounding as Helios laughs at the children.
Sarah turns to the children and reminds them to greet their brother as they agreed.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as the children bow and curtsy. Helios and Raphael are completely stunned by the children's sudden and perfect display of manners. Helios praises his siblings for their greeting, and they credit Sarah for teaching them.
Helios offers a warm and gentle smile while expressing his deep gratitude to Sarah.
Sarah blushes intensely while looking up at the Emperor after receiving his kind words.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp glint sounding as Rose watches her brother suspiciously.
Rose notes the strange atmosphere between Sarah and Helios as they gaze at each other.
Helios asks Rose if she has something to say, but the girl simply declines.
Pear jumps up with great energy, announcing that he actually has something to say.
Her attention is taken by a sudden low growl sounding as Pear's stomach grumbles loudly.
Sarah smiles warmly and suggests that the group return to the palace for food.
Pear takes Sarah's hand while expressing his desire to eat with her and his brother.
Helios agrees to have snacks together while Raphael worries about the Emperor's busy schedule.
Sarah looks slightly flustered and agrees to join the royal siblings for their meal.
Rose watches the interaction with determination, vowing to uncover the truth about Sarah and Helios.
The scene shifts to an ornate dining hall where the group enjoys tea and cakes.
Sarah looks down at her plate, feeling awkward about the sudden lunch with the Emperor.
She feels intense pressure sitting with Helios while the palace staff and drivers must stand.
Looking up at the glass dome, Sarah finds comfort in seeing the beautiful blue sky.
Per pauses mid-bite to ask Sarah why she isn't eating her delicious-looking snack.
Sarah claims she is already full, leading Parrot to ask if he can eat her cake.
Helios kindly offers his own cake to Rose, who accepts the gift with a smile.
Helios notices Sarah's hesitation and offers to order different food that better suits her taste. Her attention is taken by a sudden light clink sounding as Sarah pokes her cake nervously. Perry exclaims how wonderful it is to eat with both Helios and their teacher together. The blonde boy enthusiastically finishes his meal, clearly enjoying the sweet treats and the company. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft swish sounding as Sarah wipes Pear's messy face. Helios watches with a gentle, appreciative gaze as Sarah cares for his younger brother.
Sarah realizes she has fallen into the habit of cleaning Pear's face during their meals.
Memories of a past family meal surface showing Helios with his late parents and baby siblings. A silver-haired woman smiles tenderly while petting the head of a young, blonde child. In the present, Sarah mirrors that affection by gently stroking Pear's golden hair as he smiles.
A quiet, peaceful atmosphere settles over the table as Helios remains lost in his thoughts.
Rose bluntly asks her brother why he is smiling so much, catching him off guard. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud spray sounding as Sarah spit takes her tea.
Sarah coughs in surprise while Helios asks Rose to explain her comment about things getting weird.
Helios quickly checks on the coughing Sarah, while Rose suggests calling for a royal doctor.
Sarah waves her hands frantically, insisting she is perfectly fine despite the sudden shock.
Helios explains that his siblings adore Sarah and crave her daily praise and attention. Sarah expresses her pride in the children's remarkable progress and good behavior over the past weeks. A montage shows the siblings diligently studying the imperial language and reading books on their own. Sarah highlights their newfound independence, including their ability to sleep alone in their own rooms.
Sarah notes that the children have even started falling asleep without waiting for her company.
Helios agrees that his siblings are growing up, sharing a moment of mutual understanding with Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden light clatter sounding as Sarah sets her teacup down. Her attention is taken by a sudden fast patter sounding as Pear runs to his brother. Pear mentions Sarah's sticker reward system and asks Helios to offer them a gift as well.
Helios considers the request and asks his siblings what kind of reward they would like.
Pear's eyes sparkle with intense excitement as he prepares to make a big request.
Sarah reflects on how the children have become more self-reliant and mature in her care. A celebratory bubble indicates the children's collective desire for a grand birthday party.
A promotional page features Sarah and Helios alongside the two happy and smiling royal siblings. Pear shouts out his wish for a birthday party with great enthusiasm and joy.
Rose adds that she wants a beautiful new dress, shoes, and necklaces for the celebration.
A narration confirms it is June, meaning the siblings' birth month is very close at hand. A somber memory shows Helios in black mourning clothes, contrasting with the current happy atmosphere. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft rustle sounding as Pear hugs his brother tightly. Rose and Pear beg Helios to invite their friends, and he carefully considers the request. Helios offers a gentle smile and agrees to the children's wish. Helios suggests hosting a tea party for their friends, leaving the children pleasantly surprised. Narration notes that reopening the palace for the siblings' birthday is a grand idea. The children imagine playing happily in the garden with many new friends. Sarah looks surprised as Helios explains the party will be a small daytime gathering.
Rose and Pear excitedly tell Sarah they want her to celebrate their birthday with them.
The royal siblings look up at Sarah with sparkling eyes, full of hopeful expectation.
Sarah reflects on the tea party, realizing her role has shifted toward being a nanny.
Sarah agrees to join since it's during work hours, causing the children to cheer. Helios notices Sarah's reaction and suspects she has misunderstood the nature of his invitation. The children reach out and take Sarah's hands in a gesture of pure joy.
Rose and Pear spin Sarah around while expressing their happiness that she will be there.
Night descends over the quiet palace, signaling the passage of time before the big day. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft rustle sounding as maids discuss the garden party.
Sarah walks through the hallway with her belongings as she is addressed by the staff.
Maids overwhelm Sarah with questions about cake flavors, games, and party preparations for the children.
Sarah examines various dress samples while discussing replacements for the royal siblings' birthday outfits.
Sarah feels flustered as the palace staff continuously call for her help with party planning.
A maid finishes dressing Rose, who stands proudly in her new pink and white dress.
Rose twirls in her elegant birthday gown and asks Sarah for her honest opinion. Sarah is struck by Rose's beauty as the staff admires the young girl's appearance.
Rose hugs Sarah in gratitude, but the maid warns her not to ruin her hair.
Sarah reassures the blue-haired maid that everything is fine despite Rose's energetic hugging. Sarah reminds Rose to stay beautiful today as the Emperor will be waiting for her. Rose expresses her excitement for her brother's reaction and shows off her new shoes.
Sarah smiles at Rose's joy, reflecting on the time and money spent on the gift.
A flashback shows Sarah receiving a letter about a famous shoemaker introduced by a countess.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud slam sounding as Pear calls for Sarah.
Pear poses in his new royal birthday outfit, looking incredibly sharp and confident.
Pear interrupts Rose's moment to ask Sarah what she thinks of his own appearance.
Rose reacts with a fiery outburst, shouting in annoyance at her brother's sudden intrusion.
Sarah remains calm and smiles as the siblings continue their usual playful bickering.
Sarah tells Pear he is great on the inside too, boosting the boy's confidence.
Sarah laughs and tells Pear that he looks just like an emperor in his outfit. Pear strikes a dramatic pose while Sarah giggles at his sudden change in demeanor.
Sarah continues to laugh, noting that Pear's behavior perfectly mimics that of the emperor. Sarah pulls Pear into a warm embrace while wishing him a very happy birthday.
Pear pulls back and excitedly announces that it is now time for him to receive a gift.
A magnificent gold-trimmed green imperial carriage is presented as a grand gift. Pear holds a miniature version of the carriage, and Sarah notes his satisfaction with it. Sarah points to a specific spot on the toy and instructs Pear to press a button. Her attention is taken by a sudden light click sounding as Pear presses the hidden button.
Her attention is taken by a sudden firm clink sounding as the toy carriage begins transforming.
The toy carriage transforms into a beautiful glowing sword, leaving Pear completely awestruck.
Sarah explains the toy's inspiration while the children hug her and express their deep gratitude.
Jen enters the room to pick up the children for their birthday celebration.
Jen applauds and compliments the royal siblings on how beautiful they look for the party.
Jen leads the children away, mentioning that the emperor is waiting for them outside.
Pear and Rose walk away with Jen, telling Sarah to get ready and look beautiful. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clatter sounding as Sarah walks.
Sarah collapses onto a chair, sighing about overworking herself with party preparations.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick jump sounding as Sarah startles. Popo explains the emperor sent a gift, making the purple-haired woman curious.
Sarah is stunned to find a beautiful, frilly lavender dress inside the box.
Popo explains that wearing the gift is a direct royal command.
The maids explain she will attend the party as an official guest.
Sarah scratches her head, wondering if she belongs among high-ranking nobles.
Popo insists the children would be overjoyed to see Sarah looking beautiful. Sarah remains silent, considering the weight of the upcoming social event.
The elegant gown hangs ready, signifying the start of the celebration.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp click sounding as Sarah walks.
The brown-haired maid encourages Sarah to see the result of their hard work.
Sarah gasps in amazement as she catches her reflection in the mirror.
Sarah looks breathtaking in her lavender dress with flowers in her braided hair. The palace garden is decorated beautifully for the royal children's birthday. Sarah notices many guests, despite being told it was a small party. A wide view shows noble guests gathered around the buffet and garden.
Sarah spots the children at the buffet but feels unable to reach them.
A voice calls Sarah's name, catching her attention amid the crowded garden. Raphael greets Sarah, noting his long absence while preparing for the party. Raphael points out the many noble guests that Sarah likely recognizes.
Sarah curses under her breath when she spots a familiar, unwelcome guest.
Sarah's attention is taken by Duke Bossman speaking to the silver-haired emperor.
Raphael observes Sarah's dislike for the Duke, and she asks how he knew.
Raphael explains that people dislike the Duke for his arrogance and wealth.
Raphael asks if she tutored the Duke's family, noting her extreme reaction. Sarah admits she kept a secret about her past involvement with the Duke. Sarah reveals the Duke once harassed her, leaving the dark-haired man horrified. A loud scream interrupts their conversation as children fight over the chocolate fountain.
Pear gazes longingly at the chocolate fountain, mentioning his own desire for treats.
Sarah expresses her inability to manage the overwhelming number of children present. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp gasp as the children see her. The siblings hug Sarah, praising her beauty and her choice of dress. Rose and Pear beamed with joy while addressing Sarah at the party. A crowd of excited children run toward Sarah, shouting her name enthusiastically. Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyful roar sounding as kids surround her. Her attention is taken by a sudden, fast patter sounding as another child runs. A brown-haired boy named Edward expresses how much he wanted to see Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Edward bows politely. Sarah thinks about how the boy still remembers the lessons she taught him. Sarah pets Edward's head, causing Rose and Perret to look incredibly jealous. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm grip sounding as Pear grabs her. The royal siblings stand protectively in front of Sarah, claiming her as theirs.
Raphael tells the royal siblings they cannot claim their teacher that way.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, gentle squeeze sounding as Pear holds hands. Sarah offers a warm smile as the children continue to vie for her.
Sarah says her hands are precious and for well-behaved children to hold.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick scurry sounding as kids run back.
The children sit perfectly still at the table, earning a quiet compliment.
Sarah is greeted warmly by an acquaintance who hasn't seen her in quite some time.
Sarah greets a group of elegant ladies while acknowledging the long time since their last meeting.
Sarah is greeted once more by a familiar voice, repeating the same words she heard earlier today.
The dark-haired woman shares that young Edward and Clara were deeply saddened not to see Sarah.
The purple-haired woman and her companion share a lighthearted and secretive whisper during the garden party.
The dark-haired woman with the butterfly accessory prepares to transition the current topic of conversation.
The ladies observe the large number of guests who have gathered for the birthday celebration. The guests praise the silver-haired emperor, admiring his gentle demeanor while he is surrounded by admirers. The women discuss the emperor's age and suggest he should prioritize finding a wife soon.
The group wonders who among the nobles will eventually be chosen as the next empress.
Cruz Cerubia is introduced as a highly favored candidate for the role of empress.
A narrator notes that the daughter of Duke Bassman possesses high status and impressive magical skills.
It is common knowledge that the red-haired noblewoman has harbored feelings for the emperor since childhood.
The pink-haired companion wonders if the emperor might actually return the red-haired woman's intense affections.
Helios appears visibly uncomfortable and pensive as the social pressure of the party mounts.
Sarah catches a glimpse of the silver-haired emperor looking distressed amidst the crowded garden celebration.
Despite his inner turmoil, the silver-haired emperor offers a radiant and charming smile to his guests.
Cruz Cerubia clings happily to the emperor's arm while he maintains his polite but weary expression.
Sarah remains silent and looks down, appearing troubled by the scene unfolding before her eyes.
A sudden, sharp command rings out, demanding that an unknown person stop their current actions immediately.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp snap sounding as Sarah furiously demands someone repeat their words. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding as a small, angry fist strikes out.
Rose has pinned a noble boy to the ground and is aggressively pulling his hair in fury.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, harsh snap sounding as the boy screams for Rose to stop.
Sarah stands frozen in complete shock as she witnesses the violent outburst from the young princess.
Sarah frantically looks around for Pear while noting how incredibly embarrassing the public brawl has become. Sarah discovers Pear sitting alone on the grass, sobbing uncontrollably next to a wrapped birthday gift.
Sarah calls out to Pear as she rushes toward him with an expression of deep concern.
Pear runs towards Sarah with open arms, desperately begging his teacher to give him a comforting hug.
The brown-haired boy cries out in pain as Rose continues to bite his arm without letting go.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, muffled grunt sounding as a maid tries to calm the princess. Her attention is taken by a sudden, wet splat sounding as Rose spits at her opponent in anger.
Rose realizes Sarah has been watching her behavior and quickly tries to adjust her ruffled pink dress.
Sarah reaches out a hand and gently asks Rose to come over to her side.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm press sounding as Rose stands stubbornly with a red face.
Sarah addresses the white-haired princess with a serious expression, signaling that they need to have a talk.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft rustle sounding as Rose buries her face in Sarah's dress.
Sarah decides it is best to remove the children from the public eye before discussing the incident further.
Sarah asks Marquise Bennett for permission to take the royal siblings away from the party for a moment.
Sarah looks at the children with a heavy heart, addressing them formally while hiding her own distress.
Rose and Pear look up with tear-filled eyes, appearing deeply ashamed and upset by the recent events.
Sarah suggests that they move to a more private location to talk about what just happened.
The sun shines over the peaceful garden, contrasting with the emotional turmoil of the royal children.
Sarah sits under the shade of a large tree with the two distraught children by her side.
Sarah looks at the siblings with concern and asks them to explain exactly what caused the fight.
Sarah reassures the children that they are good and asks them to trust her with the truth.
Sarah leans in close and gently asks Rose and Pear if something has made them feel scared. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud burst sounding as both children begin to wail in unison.
Sarah tries to soothe the crying siblings, encouraging them to speak slowly so she can understand their pain.
Sarah pulls both children into a warm and protective embrace as they cry together.
Sarah pulls out 2 caramels to soothe the upset children.
Rose and Pear remain silent while staring at the treats.
Sarah asks the children what they heard that caused them distress.
Rose mutters quietly that her brother's situation is a significant concern.
Rose screams that the emperor will eventually abandon or kill them.
Sarah is stunned to hear such horrific claims from the princess. Flashback. Duke Bassman teaches a child about the cruelty of royalty. Rose tearfully asks Sarah if her brother will truly discard them. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Sarah hugs them. The children continue to cry while Sarah tries to soothe them.
Pear cries that they have nobody left but their older brother.
Sarah firmly tells the children that the emperor loves them dearly.
Sarah promises them that abandonment is impossible, and they are safe.
Narrator notes how children reflect their parents' traits, recalling the Duke.
A maid approaches and tells the children to return to the party.
Pear admits he is afraid to go back and face Elise.
Sarah tells Rose she must apologize to Princess Elise Lear.
Sarah comforts the siblings, promising that the emperor will be present.
A voice directs Sarah to the guest lounge to fix her dress.
Sarah tells the children she will return to them very soon.
Sarah notices that her elegant lavender dress is covered in dirt.
Sarah walks quickly toward the lounge to clean her ruffled gown.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft click sounding as Sarah turns. Sarah looks into the dense garden bushes, sensing a hidden observer. A dark silhouette with a single glowing eye watches Sarah's movements.
Sarah gasps as she realizes a dangerous presence is nearby.
Sarah looks terrified while recognizing the person lurking in the shadows. The garden party remains festive while Sarah deals with her fear.
Helios smiles at guests while thinking how exhausting these parties are. Cruz asks the emperor if he heard what she was saying.
Cruz clings to Helios's arm while praising his impressive royal aura.
Helios reminds the red-haired woman that they are being watched. Cruz notes that the emperor always rejects her the same way. Raphael runs through the party with a look of extreme urgency.
Raphael whispers to Helios about the incident involving the royal siblings.
Helios asks if Duke Bassman's son was seriously injured in the brawl.
Helios apologizes to the noblewoman, stating he must check on his siblings.
Cruz decides she will follow the Emperor to investigate the incident.
Helios and Raphael look serious as they hurry toward the siblings. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick tap sounding as a voice calls her. Duke Bassman stands holding a bottle of wine looking visibly intoxicated. The Duke accuses Sarah of using the princess to hurt his son.
Duke Bassman demands that Sarah speak if she has a mouth.
Sarah turns away, realizing she is being confronted by the Duke.
Duke Bassman mockingly asks Sarah if she is unable to use magic.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp hum sounding as magic forms.
Sarah is shocked as she is caught in a purple magic circle. Helios and Raphael face the murmuring crowd of noble party guests.
Helios tells the crowd to refrain from making any excessive speculations.
A woman with brown hair and a blue headband calls out urgently.
The brown-haired girl demands to know if Helios will ignore that Rose bit her sister.
Cruz watches the scene, thinking the girl is only acting out to gain the Emperor's attention.
As the brown-haired girl begs Helios to treat her sister's wounds, a sharp voice interrupts them. Rose and Pear sprint across the garden as a maid frantically tries to keep up. Helios calls out to the royal siblings as they suddenly collapse from exhaustion before him.
Rose tearfully confesses that it was her fault for biting Elise.
A traumatic memory of a threat to kill them flashes through Helios's pained mind. Pear explains that Rose only bit Elise because the girl had insulted the royal family. Helios is visibly moved as he hears the siblings whisper for their older brother. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud wail sounding as the children cry at Helios's feet.
Princess Besman apologizes to the Emperor, admitting that she and her brother were very rude.
Helios dismisses the matter as Rose's fault, promising to overlook it this one time.
Helios's gaze turns chilling as he warns that there will never be a next time.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp hum sounding as a magic circle traps Sarah's hand. Sarah screams in terror as the Duke's magic begins to surge around her.
Sarah demands the Duke let her go while he forcefully grips her home.
Duke Bessman offers to ignore her mistake if she agrees to a secretive deal.
Sarah questions if the Duke is referring to the debt of 120 gold. Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy grab sounding as the Duke tries to negotiate her lessons.
Sarah loses a shoe while struggling against the Duke, shouting her refusal.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp crunch sounding as Sarah stamps on the Duke's gut.
The Duke's face contorts in agony as he lets out a pained groan.
Enraged by her resistance, the Duke raises his hand to strike Sarah a second time. Sarah gasps in fear, bracing herself for the Duke's violent assault.
Helios orders Raphael to find the Duke's location immediately so they can speak.
Helios exhales deeply while thinking of his siblings' desperate cries for their brother. Rose and Pear watch Helios tentatively, asking if he is angry with them.
Helios admits he is a little angry but clarifies it is not because of them.
Helios smiles, explaining he is only angry at himself for not showing them enough love.
The royal siblings stare in shock at their brother's unexpected and warm declaration.
Sarah's words about their brother's love prove true as the siblings feel a surge of joy.
Rose and Pear burst into happy laughter, their previous fears finally melting away.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, tight squeeze sounding as Helios hugs his siblings.
Helios becomes confused, realizing that Sarah is missing despite her promise to return.
Raphael reports that the Duke has been drinking heavily at the back of the palace.
Helios' expression shifts to alarm when he hears the Duke is near the back garden.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick dash sounding as Helios runs toward the garden.
The Duke bellows in fury, preparing to strike the defenseless Sarah once more.
Sarah closes her eyes tightly, resigning herself to the Duke's impending blow. Sarah's eyes widen in confusion when the expected strike never lands.
Helios has seized the Duke's arm, glaring at him with a terrifying, cold fury. Her attention is taken by a sudden rough shove sounding as Helios pushes the Duke away.
Sarah looks up at the Emperor with tears in her eyes as he clenches his fist.
The Duke stammers nervously, desperately trying to explain away the violent scene.
Helios demands the Duke speak clearly about exactly what has happened in the garden.
The Duke lies, claiming Sarah stepped on his foot without knowing her place.
Helios coldly notes that the Duke's son learned his casual disrespect from his father.
The Duke is paralyzed with fear as Helios mentions the crime of lèse-majesté. Helios vows with absolute conviction that he will never abandon his siblings.
The Duke trembles with rage as he realizes his daughter has failed his expectations.
Duke Bassman warns young Elise that the Emperor eliminates non-biological rivals.
The Duke assures Elise that she is superior to all others.
Duke Bassman rages at Elise for repeating his words to royalty.
Duke Bassman kneels before Helios, admitting his disloyalty and deep shame.
Helios demands an apology for his siblings while the Duke questions Sarah.
Helios asks if the Duke considers a sincere apology to Sarah necessary.
Duke Bassman denies harming Sarah while flinching under Helios's chilling gaze.
Helios looks down coldly, questioning if the Duke calls this an apology.
The Duke insincerely apologizes, claiming Sarah is like a daughter to him. Sarah is stunned by the Duke's audacity and hollow, insulting apology. Helios sighs and dismissively orders the trembling Duke to stand up.
The Duke struggles to his feet while seething with hidden frustration.
Helios warns Duke Bassman to ensure this incident is the absolute last. Duke Bassman nervously complies while sweating from the Emperor's intense pressure. The Duke watches resentfully as Helios and Sarah walk away together.
The Grand Palace stands silhouetted against a beautiful, vibrant sunset sky. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft click sounding as they enter. Helios gently leads Sarah to a couch and asks her to sit.
Helios asks if she is okay, and Sarah credits him for help.
Her attention is taken by a sudden shaky breath sounding as Sarah grips her dress.
Helios calls out to Sarah as she struggles to maintain her composure.
Helios reassures her it's okay to feel upset, but Sarah insists she's fine.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as Sarah cries.
Sarah laughs through her tears, remarking on the disaster Helios narrowly averted.
Sarah claims she has no injuries as Helios kneels before her.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light tap sounding as he finds a wound.
Her attention is taken by a sudden warm flush sounding as Sarah blushes.
Helios reassures Sarah that her minor injury will be healed very soon.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thud sounding as Sarah's heart beats.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft hum sounding as magic glows.
Helios smiles and repeats that everything will be okay very soon.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thud sounding as her heart races.
Sarah stares at Helios, captivated by his unexpected and gentle care for her.
Sarah wonders why her heart is trembling so much in this moment.
Sarah reflects on the possibility that she has developed feelings for the Emperor.
Sarah looks at Helios while grappling with her growing internal emotional confusions.
Sarah thinks to herself that the Emperor has been acting overly kind.
Helios thinks to himself that the Emperor has been acting overly kind.
Sarah quickly turns her head away to hide her deep facial blushing.
Sarah realizes she likes the Emperor and fears she is misinterpreting his kindness.
Sarah acknowledges she cannot overstep her bounds since he is the Empire's ruler.
Sarah resolves to hide her feelings so that they are never discovered.
Helios announces that he is all done while looking at her kindly.
Helios asks if she still feels bad, and Sarah quickly denies it.
Helios thinks to himself that the poor woman still seems very shaken.
Helios thinks to himself that he wishes he could just hug her.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Helios moves. Sarah thanks him softly as the emotional tension between them lingers.
Rose calls out from behind the door, asking if Sarah's inside.
Rose and Pear burst into the room to find Helios and Sarah.
Rose asks Sarah if she fought with Helios because she looks upset, but Sarah denies it.
Rose notices Sarah is wearing Helios's jacket and worries Sarah might be sick.
Rose suggests to Pear that they should perform Helios's special healing ritual. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft smack sounding as the twins kiss Sarah's cheeks.
Pear explains that the Emperor always kisses them and uses magic when they are on low.
The twins cheer together, playfully commanding Sarah's pain to fly away. Sarah smiles broadly while repeating the children's charming little healing spell.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Sarah hugs the twins while feeling embarrassed.
Sarah privately wonders if the Emperor truly performs this silly ritual whenever the children are sick. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Sarah looks toward the doorway in shock.
Her attention is taken by a sudden warm flush sounding as Helios turns away, blushing deeply.
A shooting star streaks across the dark, star-filled sky above the palace towers. The morning sun casts a golden glow over the grand towers of the palace.
Noble guests gossip about Duke Besman's son committing an act of disrespect toward the twin princes.
Helios confrontationally asks Duke Besman why he's being unusually silent regarding his mining issues.
The Duke worries about his position, acknowledging everything he has comes from the Emperor's mercy. Helios stares with a cold, intimidating intensity that leaves the Duke paralyzed with fear.
Sunset light shines through a large window onto a table holding a violin and books.
Raphael observes Helios from behind, noting that the Emperor is acting quite unlike himself lately. Helios queries why he shouldn't increase the Duke's taxes or continue asking uncomfortable questions. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy gulp sounding as Raphael watches the Emperor's brooding expression.
Helios admits to Raphael that he acted out simply because he was very angry.
Raphael agrees that the Emperor was justified in his anger toward the Duke's household. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft splash sounding as tea is poured, and Raphael asks after Sarah.
Helios looks into his cup, expressing his sincere hope that Sarah is doing okay.
Raphael notes that Helios has been consistently sharing dinner with his younger siblings lately.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sounding as Raphael helps Helios into his royal cape.
Helios smiles and suggests checking on Sarah's well-being before they head to dinner.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick blink sounding as Sarah looks surprised by a new development.
A blue-haired maid informs Sarah that the Emperor will be joining them for dinner again.
Sarah worries that seeing the Emperor so frequently makes it harder to hide her feelings.
Sarah admits to the maid that dining with someone as important as the Emperor is uncomfortable.
The blue-haired maid notes the difficulty of Sarah's position while looking at the palace interior.
Sarah fixes Pear's napkin while the boy eagerly asks when his older brother will arrive.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyous shout sounding as the twins cheer for the Emperor's arrival.
Sarah greets the Emperor with a polite bow and a small, nervous smile.
Helios smiles warmly and asks Sarah if everything has been going well for her.
Sarah thinks to herself that Helios is an overly kind person, which is almost painful.
A gourmet meat dish served with vegetables sits on a decorative plate on the table. Sarah reassures the maid that she is fine as a meal is placed before her. Helios notices Sarah isn't eating and asks if she has already had her meal today. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Sarah grips her dress nervously. Sarah smiles at Pear as a narrative note mentions she lacks time to eat while caregiving. Helios suggests that Sarah should take a break and offers to watch the twins himself. Pear insists that Sarah stays, arguing that dinner should be spent with people one likes. Pear looks up at Sarah with pleading eyes, begging her not to leave the table. Rose argues that Sarah must be tired from teaching them so diligently and needs rest. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick nod sounding as Sarah gently pets Pear's head. Her attention is taken by a sudden light clink sounding as Sarah begins cutting Pear's meat. Rose asks Sarah why she isn't eating since Helios had already suggested it.
Rose observes Sarah's subtle discomfort around the Emperor while distractedly poking at her dinner.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light clink sounding as Rose offers her brother food. Rose wonders to herself if Sarah truly dislikes the Emperor for some unknown reason. Rose continues questioning to herself whether Sarah harbors a genuine dislike for her older brother. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft squish sounding as Rose stuffs food into Helios's mouth.
Rose regrets her impulsive words as the Emperor quietly finishes the food she forced on him.
Helios and Sarah both firmly instruct Rose to stop being picky and finish her vegetables. Rose admires her brother's beauty, noting that he looks lovely even when he is being stern. Her attention is taken by a sudden light poke sounding as Rose questions Sarah's feelings for Helios. Sarah warns Rose that if she refuses carrots now, the Emperor will double the amount later. Sarah lists a terrifying carrot-only menu for tomorrow's meals to motivate the reluctant young princess. Helios observes that Sarah is a remarkably effective and firm teacher when dealing with the children. Sarah critiques the Emperor's habits while Rose feels the overwhelming weight of her caregiver's strict expectations. Helios tries to dismiss his distracting and affectionate thoughts about Sarah as he turns away blushing.
Sarah and Rose engage in a determined battle of wills over a single bite of carrots.
Rose begrudgingly eats the carrot and receives Sarah's warm praise for her brave effort. Rose proudly declares herself a good child for bathing well as she heads off with the mates.
And heavy silence falls over the dining hall as Sarah and Helios are finally left alone.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft flutter sounding as Helios offers Sarah a gentle smile. Sarah feels a wave of self-consciousness as the Emperor continues to gaze at her with intensity.
Helios expresses sincere concern over Sarah's lack of a proper meal during their long dinner session.
Helios worriedly asks if his presence is the reason Sarah feels too uncomfortable to eat properly.
Sarah begins to explain that her discomfort is an obvious result of his high imperial status.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, deep thud sounding as Sarah stares into Helios's eyes. Sarah admits that the weight of being in the Emperor's presence makes casual dining very difficult. Sarah explains that her common status makes the scrutiny of the palace staff feel particularly oppressive. Sarah frantically reassures the blushing Emperor that she is incredibly grateful for his consistent, generous treatment. Sarah privately reflects on how the Emperor's overwhelming kindness is almost too much for her heart. The freshly bathed twins burst back into the room, excitedly calling out for Sarah and their brother. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thud sounding as Helios catches the running Rose.
Rose cuddles contentedly against her older brother's chest while feeling safe and happy after her bath.
Pear stubbornly rejects his brother's invitation to bed, insisting on staying with Sarah to play more.
Pear throws a small tantrum and clings to Sarah when Helios tries to enforce the children's bedtime.
Pear rejects his brother's offer of comfort, loudly demanding more playtime with Sarah instead of sleep. Sarah uses Pear's stubbornness as a convenient excuse to avoid any further private moments with Helios. Helios agrees to the children's demands with gentle surprise, noting that such chaotic evenings are quite pleasant.
The twins excitedly demand that both Sarah and the Emperor read them a story before bed.
Helios feels a sense of nervous exhaustion at the prospect of the children's endless bedtime story demands.
Rose misinterprets her brother's nervous expression as a sign of an ongoing secret conflict with Sarah.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft clap sounding as Rose plans to reconcile the adults.
Sarah and Helios look on with bafflement as the children suddenly display an unusual burst of energy.
Rose assertively takes charge of the evening's activities, ordering a complaining Pear to help tidy up. Pear voices his frustration at Rose's bossy behavior and his desire to help choose the book.
Rose uses Pear's full name to establish her absolute dominance over the evening's storybook selection process.
Rose whispers her secret matchmaking theory to a shocked Pear, claiming the adults are not getting along. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft smack sounding as Rose kisses Pear's cheek.
The twins unite in their secret mission to choose the perfect book to bring the adults together.
Sarah watches the children search the library, noting that choosing a simple book is taking quite long.
Helios radiates a breathtaking and dazzling handsomeness that leaves the entire room feeling much brighter.
Sarah admires the Emperor's stunning appearance while commenting on the children's delay in finding a storybook.
Pear excitedly presents a book to Rose, confirming their sibling bond.
The twins gleefully present the chosen storybook and demand a reading.
Sarah questions Rose's choice, but the young princess remains firm today. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft swish sounding as Rose assigns roles.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light tap sounding as everyone settles.
Sarah begins reading the story of a beautiful princess to the twins. Sarah enthusiastically acts out the beginning of the magical tale. An illustration of a graceful fairy appears within the unfolding story. Helios contributes to the performance, matching Sarah's dramatic storytelling energy.
The story's narrative flow is accompanied by dramatic, swirling visual effects.
Sarah portrays the sleeping princess waiting for the wizard's arrival.
The children cheer in anticipation as the story reaches its climax.
The story dictates that only a true love's kiss can awaken her.
Rose innocently asks if the wizard must now kiss the princess. Both adults react with sudden, overwhelming shock at the child's suggestion. Her attention is taken by a sudden, muffled sound as Rose silences Pear.
Sarah blushes intensely, her heart racing at the prospect of the kiss.
A thick, awkward silence settles over the room as both adults hesitate.
Rose observes their hesitation, concluding they must have had a massive fight. Rose internally hopes her chosen storybook will mend their fractured relationship.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, dry cough sounding as Helios continues. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light flinch sounding.
Sarah tries to deflect the mounting tension by expressing concern for Rose. Sarah attempts to skip ahead, but she is immediately called out.
Rose demands to know why the most important scene is being skipped.
Rose points out their successful previous acting as she demands the kiss. Rose insists with absolute conviction that the kiss is the primary goal.
Pear jumps excitedly while chanting for a kiss to finally happen.
The adults are cornered as the children chant loudly for a kiss.
Sarah explains that such gestures are only for those who are close.
The children are devastated, believing their favorite adults actually dislike each other.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy sigh sounding as Sarah panics.
The children begin to sob, convinced of a deep rift between the adults.
Both adults are completely baffled by the children's sudden, dramatic emotional outburst.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as Pear cries.
The twins break into loud, inconsolable wails, filling the room with sorrow.
Sarah frantically reassures the sobbing children that no such conflict ever occurred.
Rose demands to know why Sarah always tenses up around the Emperor.
Rose accuses her brother of hypocrisy for not getting along with Sarah.
Pear pummels his brother's arm while declaring both adults are being bad.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sabbing. Helios suggests they re-enter their roles to satisfy the children's emotional demands. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick glance sounding. The children instantly stop crying, watching with star-filled eyes.
Sarah reluctantly agrees to the performance while her heart pounds with excitement.
Helios solemnly recites the story's lines about delivering a kiss of true love.
Helios looks at Sarah with a breathtakingly handsome and sincere expression.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft smack sounding. The Emperor gently presses his lips to Sarah's hand in chivalry. The twins cheer joyfully as Sarah struggles to process her extreme embarrassment. The twins cheer about the kiss as the adults blush.
Sarah reveals the book's happy ending as the characters live happily.
The children hug joyfully while Sarah finds relief in their acceptance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft glow sounding. Helios appears calm, making Sarah wonder if he is truly unfazed.
Sarah questions if the Emperor is accustomed to such romantic gestures. Sarah gently directs the excited children toward bed instead of another story.
The twins settle into their pillows with a final, sleepy sniff. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft pat sounding. The sleeping children mumble about their hope for the adults' peace. Sarah reassures the slumbering twins that no conflict exists between them.
Helios offers an escort while Sarah points out the waiting knight.
Helios insists on escorting her to prevent the children from getting angry.
The pair walks through the hall while the knight stands ready.
The knight watches the departing pair with a confused expression. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft step sounding. The Emperor and governess walk outside, followed by the suitcase-bearing knight.
Sarah wonders why the Emperor would personally see her to her carriage.
She rationalizes that he acts solely for his sleeping younger siblings.
Helios admits his personal desire to escort her despite her protests.
Helios confesses he simply wanted to spend more time with her.
Sarah is stunned by the Emperor's direct and unexpected admission.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light breath sounding. Helios reacts with wide-eyed surprise at Sarah's sudden formal address. Sarah playfully teases the Emperor about his naturally charming and swoon-worthy words. She dismisses his kindness as merely saying what people want to hear.
Helios remains silent as he processes her lighthearted dismissal of his feelings. Sarah points out the contradiction between his earlier excuse and his confession.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp gasp sounding. Helios leans in close, causing Sarah to question his sudden proximity.
Sarah stares up at the Emperor as the knight heir turns skill.
Sarah repeats her address to the silent and intense Emperor. Helios suddenly laughs, leaving Sarah feeling bewildered by his shift in mood. Helios clarifies that everyone, including the children, wanted to escort her. Sarah smiles warmly while suggesting he stay inside for future departures. The knight reflects on the abnormality of an emperor escorting a governess. Helios privately questions why he feels the need to make absurd excuses. He worries that his earlier kiss on her hand caused her discomfort. Helios apologizes for the day's events, though Sarah seems genuinely confused.
Helios struggles to articulate his concerns while Sarah watches him curiously. Sarah remembers the kiss as Helios regrets potentially ignoring her perspective.
She explains that the twins also cried during the emotional story reading. Sarah reassures him that the kiss was merely part of a play.
Helios watches her go, questioning if she truly felt nothing from it. The carriage departs as Helios feels a sense of quiet relief.
Sarah bows politely and thanks the Emperor for his generous escort. The knight assists Sarah into the carriage with a friendly, casual farewell.
Helios watches the friendly interaction from a distance with a silent stare. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding. Helios hesitates before clenching his hand as he prepares to speak.
The silver-haired Emperor offers a gentle smile while bidding Sarah farewell.
Sarah blushes as she formally acknowledges the Emperor's polite, lingering departure. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding.
Raphael asks the silver-haired Emperor about his unusual activities that evening.
Helios admits his distraction stems from the governess's radiant, bright smile.
Morning light hits the palace as discussions of marriage finally begin. Ministers emphasize the urgent need for an empress to produce an heir. The Emperor faces intense pressure from ministers regarding a national royal marriage. Helios maintains a polite, blank smile that leaves everyone feeling utterly confused. The advisors debate whether the Emperor is actually pleased or deeply angry. Helios silences the room by delaying the national marriage discussion indefinitely. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy step sounding.
Bright sunlight streams through the ornate windows of the silent royal palace.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, weary groan sounding. Raphael notes the Emperor's exhaustion while Helios admits his intense fatigue. The advisor reminds Helios that the minister's concerns are legally valid. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light rustle sounding. Helios identifies Duke Cross as a surprisingly high-quality and viable candidate.
Raphael explains that candidates were selected based on high-ranking noble lineage.
The advisor notes the political and economic advantages of the various candidates. Raphael insists the Emperor must finally choose an empress right now. Helios concedes that he can no longer postpone the inevitable royal decision. The Emperor reflects on his duty and role within the imperial family. Raphael highlights Duke Cross's beauty and her long-standing affection for Helios. Duke Cross's magical influence is cited as a major imperial power asset. Helios falls into a deep, silent contemplation over the potential political union. The Cross family maintains a powerful monopoly over all magical knowledge. The palace provides significant funding to the Cross family for magicians. Helios calculates how marriage could bring magicians under palace authority. Raphael informs the Emperor that it is time for his scheduled meeting. Colorful flowers bloom beautifully under the bright, clear midday sun. Duke Cross approaches the Emperor with a joyful and bright expression. Attendants admire the Emperor's striking appearance as he stands outside. Helios internally rejects the idea of ever marrying the red-haired Duke.
The red-haired woman expresses her gratitude for the Emperor's garden visit.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic crunch siding. Duke Cross asks if her marriage proposal ruins the Emperor's merit. Helios explains that a national marriage requires serious, careful consideration. The woman insists her family's magic would be a great support. Duke Cross offers a bright smile while highlighting her family's support. Helios acknowledges the transactional nature of high-ranking noble marriages. The red-haired woman touches Helios while citing successful past arrangements. Helios withdraws while expressing concern for the pressure on his siblings. Duke Cross internally vows that the Emperor will eventually accept her. A cold distance remains between the Emperor and the red-haired Duke.
Raphael interrupts to announce that the scheduled meeting has finally concluded.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light click sounding. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic thud sounding.
Duke Cross promises to wait for a more favorable future response.
A formal system notification provides a brief update on the series. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic crunch sounding as the Emperor walks away. The red-haired woman gazes at the palace, dreaming of one day making it her home.
Duke Cross stops in her tracks, noticing something unexpected nearby.
Sarah and the twins greet Helios with bright, welcoming energy in the garden.
The group shares a moment of pure, heartfelt joy as they laugh together. Helios' genuine laughter surprises the red-haired woman watching from a distance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft bow sounding as Sarah pays her respects.
Duke Cross watches Sarah intently, questioning the purple-haired woman's lowly status.
The red-haired woman observes the lively interactions between the Emperor and his companions.
A dark shadow falls over Duke Cross as she listens to the unfamiliar name used for the governess.
The red-haired woman turns away in shock, repeating the strange nickname she overheard.
Duke Cross's expression darkens with jealousy as she watches Helios and Sarah share a laugh. The red-haired woman feels a surge of bitterness, realizing her goals may be harder to reach.
Lush green leaves sway gently, marking a quiet transition in the palace garden.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, steady thud sounding as the group strolls past blooming roses. Sarah and Helios discuss their plans while the children complain about the afternoon heat. Helios gently scoops up his younger brother to encourage him to head back inside. The blonde-haired boy protests, demanding to hold the governess's hand instead of being carried. Sarah laughs warmly as the young prince playfully calls out for her help. The setting sun casts a golden glow over the palace as cheerful voices fade.
Night begins to fall over the quiet garden, shifting the day's mood.
Sarah reflects on the rare luxury of leaving her duties earlier than usual.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy breath sounding as the Emperor sighs. Sarah asks about the Emperor's melancholy mood while he acknowledges his obvious distress.
Sarah empathizes with his heavy responsibilities while Helios jokes about changing careers to teaching.
The purple-haired governess expresses how much joy she finds in caring for the young princess.
Helios thanks Sarah for her kindness while she expresses gratitude for the opportunity to work.
Sarah observes the Emperor's lingering sadness despite his polite attempts to mask it. Sarah mentions Duke Cross, noting how close they appeared to be earlier.
Sarah admits a feeling of envy toward those who can truly affect the Emperor's heart.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft bow sounding as Sarah thanks her escort. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic click sounding as Sarah approaches the carriage.
Sarah respectfully acknowledges the Emperor before preparing to depart for the evening.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick blink sounding as Helios suggests taking a walk.
Helios admits his impulsive request is absurd, but Sarah happily agrees to join him.
Sarah frantically apologizes for her interruption while Helios tries to calm her down.
Helios worries about the time, but Sarah reassures him the pleasant weather makes it worthwhile.
The knight watches the pair depart, reflecting on the Emperor's need for genuine comfort.
Helios jokingly apologizes for being demanding while Sarah negotiates for an extra day off.
Sarah cheekily ensures her pay won't be docked for the early departure.
Helios offers a raise, which Sarah playfully dismisses as an unnecessary gesture of compensation.
Sarah is stunned into silence when the Emperor suggests an astronomical increase in her pay.
Helios breaks into a grin as he notices the governess's complete and utter shock.
Sarah realizes she's being teased and playfully scolds the Emperor for his mischief.
Helios laughs heartily, truly enjoying the light-hearted exchange with the purple-haired woman.
Sarah watches the Emperor's genuine joy with a soft, mesmerized expression on her face.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sounding as they walk under the stars.
Helios admits to himself that his only goal was to see the governess's radiant smile.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light rustle sounding as Helios notices her messy hair. Sarah offers her hand to the Emperor, hoping to provide him with some comfort.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic thud sounding as Sarah catches several caramels.
Helios examines the small treats in his hand while questioning if they are actually caramels.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft flush sounding as Sarah suggests sweets for comfort.
Helios wonders if the purple-haired governess treats the young princes with this same thoughtful kindness.
The Emperor admits he understands why the children are so fond of their sweet-natured governess.
Helios offers a radiant smile that leaves Sarah completely mesmerized by his striking, handsome appearance.
The silver-haired man notices the warmth of the evening and asks if the candies have melted.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light squish sounding as a sticky, melted caramel is revealed.
Sarah panics and begs the Emperor not to eat the melted candy as it is ruined.
Helios playfully tosses a piece of the caramel into his mouth despite the governess's frantic protests.
Sarah is stunned into silence while watching the Emperor casually enjoy the messy, melted treat. Helios blushes while chewing, insisting the caramel is delicious even if it has softened in the heat. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick slip sounding as Sarah tries to reclaim the candy.
Helios playfully refuses to return the sweets, claiming they belong to him now that they were gifted.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Helios opens a candy wrapper.
The Emperor stops to tell Sarah that he will return one of the caramels to her.
Sarah hesitates while looking at the sticky piece of candy resting on the Emperor's open palm.
Helios suggests he should feed Sarah himself to keep her hands from getting messy and sticky. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick blink sounding as Sarah processes the intimate, surprising gesture.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft brush sounding as Sarah nervously tucks back her hair.
The purple-haired woman leans in and takes the caramel directly from the Emperor's outstretched hand.
Sarah blushes deeply while chewing, formally thanking the silver-haired Emperor for the sweet shared treat.
Helios finds the caramels exceptionally good, leaving Sarah startled by his casual and joyful demeanor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden wet lick sounding as Helios brushes his lips with his tongue.
Sarah panics internally over her attraction while explaining that the princes also enjoy the rewards occasionally.
The pair discusses using sweets to motivate the children, comparing it to promising cake for eating carrots.
Sarah imagines an adorable younger version of the Emperor and finds the thought absolutely heart-melting.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft rustle sounding as the Emperor questions her comparison.
Helios chews thoughtfully while Sarah watches him with a cheerful and incredibly bright expression.
Sarah laughs while noting her sweet magic spell worked because the Emperor is finally smiling again.
Helios reflects on the deep sense of peace he feels whenever he is with the governess.
The Emperor recalls the heavy pressure from ministers regarding his duty to enter a royal marriage.
Helios considers the long list of candidates, including the powerful and red-haired Duke Cross.
The Emperor realizes that Sarah's presence makes him completely forget his many royal and political burdens.
Helios notes that Sarah is just as kind and upright with him as with his siblings.
The silver-haired Emperor thanks the governess, admitting he feels much better after their evening walk.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light rustle sounding as Helios hides the candies away.
Sarah worries that the melted treats in his pocket will surely ruin his fine imperial clothes.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tap sounding as the pair playfully chases each other. Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy breath sounding as Sarah stops to recover from running.
Helios teases Sarah about her speed, asking if she is running just to save the candies. The silver-haired man looks on in mild amusement as Sarah struggles with her lack of stamina.
Her attention is taken by a sudden tired huff sounding as Sarah leans forward in complete exhaustion.
Helios looks at Sarah's messy hair with a soft and intensely focused gaze as they stand together.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft brush sounding as Helios gently touches the governess's hair.
The Emperor and Sarah share a quiet, intimate moment under the bright stars in the garden. Sarah stares up at Helios with wide, sparkling eyes as she begins to address her Emperor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, hurried rush sounding as Raphael arrives with an urgent message.
Raphael warns the Emperor about a scandalous article being released that spreads nonsense about the palace.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick shake sounding as Sarah denies seeing anyone suspicious.
Sarah reflects on her simple life, noting she only discusses the children's daily routines and meals with villa attendants.
Helios questions the content of the scandalous article while Raphael hesitates to reveal the full details.
Reports from an anonymous source claim the Emperor is secretly meeting someone within the palace walls.
Sarah realizes the gossip's description of the Emperor's secret companion matches her own appearance and behavior. Raphael explains that the situation is uncertain and they will know more once the full article is released. Helios urges Sarah to return home immediately for her own safety amidst the growing celebrity-like palace gossip.
The Emperor walks away with his secretary, promising to update Sarah on the article's developments separately. Inside the carriage, Helios apologizes to Sarah for involving her in such a public and stressful scandal.
Sarah remains calm and reminds the Emperor that published rumors are rarely based on actual facts.
Raphael asks about her return while Helios arranges for a knight named Jean to provide an escort.
Sarah thanks the Emperor for his concern before he bids her a safe journey home. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft click sounding as the carriage door is closed. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud neigh sounding as the horses prepare to depart. The carriage rattles away through the palace gates, leaving the Emperor standing in the quiet night air.
Sarah sits alone in the carriage, reflecting on the weight of the night's sudden and scandalous events.
Helios watches the carriage depart with a troubled expression, surrounded by his loyal palace attendants. A quiet transition shows lush green leaves against a bright sky, marking the start of a new day.
Cheerful voices echo through the sunny palace as the children announce they have finished their drawings.
Helios sits on the floor with the young royals who complain about their arms aching from their homework.
The Emperor teases the children for hiding their assignments, though he admits to forgetting about them as well. Rosalie nervously claims they have been busy reading books while Helios watches her with a suspicious gaze.
Brereton reveals that Rosaline encouraged him to skip the work because she thought Sarah would forget about it.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud scream sounding as Rosaline denies suggesting they ignore their work.
The young princess tries to silence her brother while he insists she is lying about her laziness.
Helios adopts a stern tone and calls out to Rosaline, demanding an honest explanation for her behavior. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick flinch sounding as the children react to their brother's authority.
Rosaline apologizes for her laziness while Brereton nods in agreement, much to their older brother's amusement.
Helios decides to inspect their artwork while Rosaline continues to glare at her snitching younger brother. The Emperor examines a drawing of a giant eye, feeling a sense of bewilderment at their creative effort.
Brereton and Rosaline look up with sparkling eyes, eagerly asking if their artwork is truly beautiful and perfect.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft ahem sounding as the children celebrate their perceived artistic success. Her attention is taken by a sudden cold sweat sounding as Helios realizes Sarah must never see this.
Helios realizes the children's chaotic artwork might actually shock their sweet and dedicated purple-haired governess.
The Emperor uses the children's full names, leaving them startled and questioning his sudden serious mood. Helios picks up the art book, determined to supervise a second and much better drawing attempt.
The Emperor suggests they start over and try to produce something more recognizable for their governess. Helios offers a warm and encouraging smile, hoping to motivate the children to try their best.
Helios looks completely drained while Brereton asks for help with spelling the word delicious correctly. The Emperor offers to spell the word out as the children return to their work with renewed focus.
Helios points out a spelling error, explaining exactly where the missing vowels belong in the work.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tup sounding as Rosaline begs Helios to color with her. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick point sounding as Helios realizes the crude doodle represents Sarah.
Helios recalls his own high artistic standards, but remembers Sarah's advice not to judge the children harshly.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud fling sounding as Raphael bursts into the room with news. Brereton is delighted to see Raphael, while Helios reacts with a look of intense, focused surprise. Raphael mentions the magazine article discussed previously, noting that it will be published later that very evening. A scandalous magazine headline questions the identity of the mysterious woman recently seen with the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick jump sounding as Helios reads the shocking contents of the report. Her attention is taken by a sudden firm grab sounding as Rosaline tries to pull her brother away.
Pereriton snatches the paper from the Emperor's hand, demanding to read the gossip for himself.
Helios tells Per to return the magazine as the prince hums curiously.
Per reads the scandalous headline about the Emperor's secret love affair aloud.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick rustle sounding as Helios reaches.
Per asks for the definition of an affair while Raphael watches silently.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sigh sounding as Helios dismisses them.
Helios tells the children Sarah might be angry about their unfinished homework.
The children are annoyed and call Helios the worst for being strict.
Helios and Raphael watch the children being led away by palace attendants.
Raphael explains that the article focuses on the Emperor's secret late-night walks.
Raphael notes that while Sarah's identity remains unknown, socialites will likely recognize her.
Raphael bows and promises to find the source for Sarah's safety.
Helios is startled as the children call out to him from afar.
Helios carries both children to bed, postponing further discussion with his secretary.
Helios reflects on his responsibility to protect Sarah from the scandal's fallout.
A bright full moon glows in the dark, silent night sky.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft gasp sounding as Sarah panics.
Sarah watches the murmuring crowd outside her window in a cold sweat.
Sarah collapses on the floor, wondering what the crowd is waiting for.
The purple-haired woman crawls across the floor toward a mysterious white envelope.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick snap sounding as Sarah reads.
Sarah realizes the letter is from Helios, warning her about the scandal's rumors.
Sarah flops onto the bed, feeling overwhelmed by her new status's consequences.
Sarah reflects on the Emperor's promise to send knights for her home's protection.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, happy chirp sounding near the cabin.
Sarah wears a black veil and hat, looking like a suspicious assassin.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, slow creak sounding from the door. A grand imperial carriage stands ready, looking incredibly conspicuous in the quiet area. Sarah worries that the extravagant carriage makes her secret location far too obvious.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud clang sounding from the carriage. Her attention is taken by a sudden, fast whoosh sounding as Sarah jumps.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding from the hug.
Sir Bronte apologizes for the rough greeting while Sarah recovers from the shock.
Jean explains that the Emperor was deeply concerned and personally requested his help.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic rattle sounding from the wheels. Sarah tells Jean that while people gathered, nothing dangerous actually happened overnight.
Sarah asks Jean to tell the Emperor not to worry about the situation.
The brown-haired knight blushes while admitting that he was also extremely worried.
Sarah feels surprised by Sir Bronte's personal concern and his sudden blushing reaction.
Jean explains that neither the article nor the letter mention the specific details.
Sarah is shocked to learn the article claims she is having an affair.
Sarah recalls their late-night walks, but insists they were never romantic dates.
Jean notes that the Emperor also explicitly stated that it wasn't a date. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick startle sounding as Sarah reacts.
Sir Bronte reassures Sarah that they are working on a formal palace response.
Jean explains that today's imperial visit will be brief to resolve the matter. Sarah fixates on the Emperor's words, realizing he considers their time strictly professional.
Sarah panics internally, convincing herself that Helios was simply being honest and sweet.
Sir Bronte teases Sarah about her bold and suspicious-looking black assassin outfit.
Sarah blushes and explains she was trying to hide like a celebrity but stood out.
Jean Bronte looks at Sarah with a warm, affectionate, and gentle grin.
A brown-haired maid asks Sarah to wait for the children and offers tea.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick rustle sounding as Sarah reviews papers. Sarah feels a sense of gloom while questioning the Emperor's public denial. Her attention is taken by a sudden, slow creak sounding as the maid returns.
Sarah asks if the children are ready, but the maid says they are.
The maid hesitantly asks if Sarah was the mysterious woman in the article. The brown-haired maid watches Sarah with an expression of anxious curiosity and anticipation. Sarah blushes slightly as she processes the maid's bold and direct question.
Sarah offers a small, nervous smile while confirming she was the woman mentioned.
Sarah repeats her confirmation with a sheepish look, acknowledging the truth of it.
The maid reacts with wide-eyed shock and astonishment at Sarah's unexpected admission.
Sarah remains calm while noticing the sounds of staff gossiping outside the door.
Sarah shrugs off the romantic implications, insisting they were just walking together.
The maid looks disappointed, finding Sarah's simple explanation far less exciting than rumored.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft plop sounding as Sarah sits back down.
The maid mentions that the gossip magazine specifically claimed they were holding hands.
Sarah is visibly startled, her eyes widening at the mention of physical intimacy.
Sarah realizes the hand-holding was likely a misunderstanding while she was giving him caramels.
Both women agree that the scandalous story is likely just a complete fabrication. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm grab sounding as Sarah stops the maid.
Sarah asks if she can see the magazine to read the report herself.
Sarah drinks tea while reading the headline about the Emperor's secret love affair.
The article describes nightly palace walks and claims the two were acting like lovebirds.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick flip sounding as Sarah continues reading. Sarah notes the article is filled with incorrect details, like the Emperor's food preferences. Sarah stops abruptly as her gaze falls upon a specific name in the text. The report mentions Duchess Salvia Cross, a prominent figure with great political influence.
A heading introduces Duchess Salvia Cross as a major subject of the report.
The article describes the Duchess as the most appropriate romantic match for the Emperor.
Sarah shuts the magazine with a sharp motion, her expression becoming more serious. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic gulp sounding as Sarah finishes her tea. The Grand Palace building stands tall under a clear and sunny afternoon sky.
Sarah looks completely stunned by the quality of the children's latest homework assignments.
Sarah notes the perfect grammar and careful coloring while the children look on proudly. Sarah realizes Helios must have supervised their work, and the children excitedly agree. Her attention is taken by a sudden firm point sounding as the children show a drawing. Rosaline suggests drawing the Emperor next, though Sarah finds their current artwork quite crude. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick scribble sounding as Sarah begins writing notes.
Sarah laughs as both children demand she write long 4-sentence comments on their work.
Sarah agrees to their request while the silver-haired and blonde children celebrate with joy.
Sarah pauses her writing when Pereriton calls out her name to ask a question. Sarah is shocked by their question and wonders where they could have heard it. The children struggle to remember the word, suggesting various incorrect terms like afar and apar.
Sarah asks if they mean a secret affair, and they nod enthusiastically in confirmation.
An explanation follows, defining an affair as meeting in secret, accompanied by giggling staff. Sarah is flustered and asks exactly where they learned such a sophisticated and scandalous word. Periton mentions the term was in papers brought by Raphael as Sarah returns a notebook. Sarah feels relief they didn't read the whole article, though Rosaline seems suspicious. The scene becomes gloomy as Rosaline looks down at the paper with an unhappy expression.
Sarah asks if anything is wrong, and Rosaline hesitates to answer.
Rosaline suspects the Emperor's secret affair involves a mystery woman.
The silver-haired girl imagines her brother in a secret romantic encounter.
Rosaline concludes that the mysterious woman in the article is likely not Sarah.
Rosaline wonders if Helios is secretly dating someone besides the tutor.
Sarah hands back a paper while the child offers a polite thank you. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick rustle sounding as Sarah assigns homework.
The silver-haired girl stares intently, awaiting Sarah's answer with narrowed eyes. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft blink sounding as Sarah is caught off guard. Sarah praises the Emperor, but her attention is taken by a sudden, loud wham sounding.
Rosaline slams her hands down, demanding to know if Sarah likes Healy.
Sarah admits she likes him, comparing her affection to how she likes the children. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp whip sounding as Rosaline yells.
Rosaline asks if Sarah likes Healy romantically, and Sarah firmly denies it.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud shout sounding from Rosaline's finger point.
Her attention is taken by a sudden angry yell sounding from both sides.
Rosaline calls Sarah a liar while Sarah insists she is being serious.
Sarah realizes Rosaline is onto her and tries to resume the lesson.
Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy plop sounding as the children sit. Sunlight streams through the large, ornate windows of the royal palace. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic rustle sounding as tea is stirred.
The silver-haired emperor looks bored and unenthused while listening to his chancellor.
The black-haired chancellor watches the emperor with a stern and focused gaze.
Helios admits that while it is logical, he does not want to go.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick rustle sounding as Raphael explains. Helios agrees that partnering with the Duchess is the best for Sarah. Helios reflects that Sarah is the very reason he is so hesitant.
Helios and a red-haired woman dance gracefully at a formal hat. The public would assume the red-haired Duchess is the emperor's future fiancée.
Helios touches his forehead, appearing deeply conflicted about the political decision. Helios thinks about how choosing the Duchess would distance him from Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Raphael speaks.
Raphael suggests that marrying the Duchess might be a good strategic move.
Helios asks if Raphael is speaking as his chancellor or his friend.
Raphael stares back with a serious expression, confirming he speaks as chancellor.
Helios asks to hear what Raphael's opinion would be as a friend. The black-haired man looks on silently, his gaze hidden behind his glasses.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick top sounding from the fable.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rustle sounding as Helios rises. Her attention is taken by a sudden, long stretch sounding from the Emperor.
Raphael is shocked by the Emperor's sudden decision to leave immediately. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick rustle sounding as Helios dresses.
The bright sun hangs high in the clear blue afternoon sky.
Sarah is surprised to hear about a ball and the children's participation.
Helios announces a ball for Prince Ozabal van Heel of the Von Empire.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, fast rustle sounding as they celebrate.
Sarah remembers the prince is a cousin as Helios mentions the children's dance.
A map shows the Von Empire, a small but loyal northern ally.
The alliance is strong because the royal families were once closely related.
Helios asks the children to practice as Rosaline anticipates wearing a dress. Helios asks Sarah to assist the children with their ball preparations, and she readily agrees. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic pat sounding as Sarah comforts the young blonde prince.
Helios mentions he will be busy for a while and advises Sarah to head home after lessons.
Rosaline interrupts with shock, questioning if the Emperor and Sarah will stop meeting altogether.
Sarah frantically silences the silver-haired girl to prevent any more awkward outbursts in front of Helios.
Sarah nervously confirms her departure while the young girl struggles against her grip in the background.
Helios bows politely while thanking the dark-haired tutor for her dedicated assistance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft click sounding as Sarah sighs in relief after Helios departs.
Rosaline turns to Periton, wondering how they should handle the situation now that Helios is distant.
The silver-haired girl becomes convinced that Helios must truly be pursuing a secret romance with someone.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding as a carriage travels down the road.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft rattle sounding as a dark-haired man reflects inside his carriage. Prince Ozubel Van Heel notes that the weather is quite warm as he approaches his destination.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic rattle sounding as the prince considers Helios's time on the throne.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft foosh sounding amidst a deep blue floral background.
Dark, elegant roses bloom in the shadows, adding a somber atmosphere to the royal grounds.
The grand palace stands tall under a moonlit sky, framed by dark flowers and a sense of history.
Helios looks grim while standing with his chancellor as guests watch from the palace balcony.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as a funeral ceremony takes place. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet sniffle sounding while the young royals weep for their loss. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft hug sounding as Helios consoles his grieving younger siblings. Back in the carriage, the prince recalls that the funeral was the last time he saw Helios. The prince chuckles while looking at a book, noting that Helios is doing better than he expected. A sudden thought strikes the prince as he considers the rumors regarding the emperor's recent scandal. The gossip magazine features a bold report about the emperor's secret love affair and nightly walks. The carriage arrives at the palace, passing through the lush green trees under a bright sky.
Helios sits on his throne while the visiting prince arrives to present himself to the emperor.
Prince Ozubel walks down the red carpet between rows of stoic guards in the grand hall.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish, sounding as Helios welcomes the prince after his travels. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thump, sounding as the prince shrugs off the heat. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shh sounding as the two cousins approach each other. The two men reach out to clasp hands in a gesture of close friendship and familial bond. The prince grins broadly, abandoning his formal tone to address the emperor by his nickname. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud whoosh sounding as the prince lunges for an enthusiastic hug. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp squeak sounding as the guards react with alarm and concern. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic pat sounding as a hand lands on the prince's shoulder. Helios returns the hug warmly, patting the prince's back in a display of genuine affection. The prince jokingly reminds the emperor that he is no longer just a 7-year-old child. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft gasp sounding as Helios acknowledges they are the same age. Helios invites his cousin to join the children for dinner while a maid looks on politely. The prince accepts the invitation with a joyful smile, eager to see how the children have grown. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud creak sounding as the heavy palace doors are opened. The children look up in surprise from the table as their guest is suddenly announced. Prince Ozubel enters with open arms, delighting in the growth of the young silver-haired and blonde royals. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft click-click sounding as the prince approaches the dinner table. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud do-done sounding as the children provide a stiffly formal greeting. Rosaline immediately scolds Periton for forgetting the formal introduction rules their tutor taught them. The prince realizes the children haven't actually grown as much as he initially thought since his last visit. The children's eyes sparkle with excitement as they prepare to welcome their cousin to the palace. A lavish feast is spread across the table, featuring steak, soup, and a variety of fresh fruits. A lavish dinner continues as Helios and the children enjoy a feast together. Prince Ozubel gazes thoughtfully while holding his glass of wine at the dinner table.
He reflects on how the empty chairs at the table are particularly noticeable tonight.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shushing sound as he raises a toast.
The 4 royals raise their glasses in a warm, familial toast during the meal.
The children eagerly dig into their dinner as the conversation flows around the table. Rosaline excitedly tells Ozubel about the pretty, shiny sticker Sarah made for her recently. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud whoosh sounding as Periton describes a new toy. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clank sounding as Helios cuts his steak. Ozubel wonders who this Sarah is as Rosaline invites him to play a game. The children passionately praise their tutor's talents and beauty to an increasingly intrigued Ozubel. Ozubel admits his curiosity while privately imagining an elderly woman based on the children's description.
Sarah is described as a kind, beautiful woman despite her allegedly advanced age.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud puff sounding as Helios spits out his wine. Helios quickly attempts to explain that the kiss mentioned was just a scene from a book. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp cough sounding as Rosaline insists on the kiss.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic cough sounding as Helios continues to struggle.
The scene shifts to the next morning at the grand sunlit palace manor.
A maid approaches Sarah and the children, asking for a moment of her time.
Sarah turns her attention from the children to hear what news the maid brings. The maid reveals that the prince intends to observe the children's study sessions personally.
Sarah reflects on the unexpected pressure of having her teaching performance observed by visiting royalty.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft flick sounding as Sarah reassures the maids. Sarah is puzzled by the maid's intense excitement regarding the visiting prince's arrival.
The maids gush over the prince's handsome northern features and his striking deep blue hair.
The maids emphasize the rare opportunity to meet someone so noble and attractive. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud kia sounding as the maids celebrate.
A maid warns Sarah to be cautious, piquing the tutor's curiosity about the prince's reputation.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud gulp sounding as Sarah awaits more news.
Sarah labels the prince a nuisance after hearing rumors of his flirtatious and chaotic reputation.
The maids cornered Sarah with a difficult question about her romantic preference between the cousins.
The maids eagerly press Sarah for an answer to their gossip-fueled romantic hypothetical. A dead silence falls as Sarah awkwardly tries to process the maid's intrusive question. Sarah reminds herself that she cannot judge a man she has never even met yet. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic taunt sounding as Ozabel walks through flowers.
Ozabel recalls Helios' firm insistence that the dark-haired tutor is strictly a professional hire.
Ozabel expresses a keen interest in seeing exactly how the mysterious tutor conducts her classes.
Helios warmly grants permission, praising Sarah's teaching methods as a model for other empires.
Ozabel remains skeptical, doubting that Helios would kiss any woman without genuine romantic feelings.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tick sounding as Ozabel ponders the situation.
The palace decor remains elegant as the scene prepares to shift back to the lesson.
Sarah appears noticeably tense as she prepares for the prince's unexpected arrival during her class.
Sarah tries to calm Peririton, who has become frozen with anxiety over the royal guest.
Rosaline is equally paralyzed by the pressure to represent the empire and impress her brother.
Peririton admits his discomfort, clearly affected by the high stakes of the prince's visit.
Sarah realizes she may have put too much pressure on the children earlier that day.
Sarah instructs the children to comfort one another with rhythmic pats to ease their tension. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic pat sounding as Rosaline follows the instructions. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft pat sounding as the boy tries to relax. Sarah chuckles at the sight of the children enthusiastically following her relaxation exercise together.
Sarah encourages the children to continue their dance practice despite the guest's presence.
Peririton worries about stepping on his partner's feet as Sarah watches over them. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Sarah keeps time.
The tutor reminds the young royals to look at each other and smile.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft click sounding as Sarah nods approvingly. Prince Ozabel watches the lesson from the flowery doorway with a charming smile. The children immediately stop their practice to excitedly greet their cousin, Prince Ozabel. The prince enters with open arms, asking if they have been practicing their dancing. Sarah introduces herself formally, and Ozabel notes she's younger than the children suggested. The prince acknowledges her beauty but privately compares her looks to the emperor's. Sarah explains that the children are preparing to dance at the upcoming royal ball. Ozabel wonders if he will see the tutor dancing with the emperor soon. Sarah clarifies that she will not be attending the ball, much to his surprise. The prince questions her absence, assuming a royal tutor would belong to high society. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp ow sounding as a foot is crushed.
Peririton hops in pain after Rosaline accidentally steps on his foot during the distraction.
Sarah rushes to the children as Rosaline apologizes for her confusing footwork during practice.
Ozabel asks if the dance is difficult, and the children complain about the complexity.
The prince offers to personally demonstrate the dance steps to help them learn faster.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shh sounding as he takes Sarah's hand. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft flick sounding as Sarah is pulled closer. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick flick sounding as he places his hand. Ozabel mentions he will use magic to provide the music for their demonstration waltz. Sarah looks startled and nervous as the prince prepares to begin the dance demonstration. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp snap sounding as the prince uses magic. A magical melody begins to play from the piano as enchanted notes fill the room. Ozabel leads Sarah through a graceful waltz while counting the rhythm for the children. Sarah feels incredibly tense, realizing she has never actually danced with a man before. While dancing, Ozabel suddenly asks Sarah about the true nature of her relationship with Helios.
Sarah maintains a professional smile, insisting they are strictly an employer and an employee.
The prince instructs her on the proper spin as the children observe the demonstration intently. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft whisper sounding as he claims to know her seeper. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud stomp sounding as she crushes his foot. Sarah pulls away in shock as the prince reels from the sudden, painful impact. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft flick sounding as Sarah bows in apology.
Ozable winces in pain, noting that she stepped on him with surprising force.
Sarah is terrified when the prince mentions making a formal complaint to the emperor.
Sarah apologizes profusely while the prince dramatizes his pain to tease her further. Ozable chuckles to himself, noting her strong reaction to the mention of the gossip article.
Rosaline angrily defends Sarah, scolding Ozable for being mean to their beloved tutor.
The children playfully attack the prince's legs while he claims the stomp was no accident.
The children cling to Sarah's dress, telling the prince he doesn't look like he's hurting. Ozable teases that mistakes require forgiveness, and Sarah quickly agrees to settle the matter. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as she tells them to stop.
Sarah teaches a lesson on forgiveness, explaining that an apology doesn't guarantee instant pardon.
Sarah offers to fetch the royal doctor while the children continue to cling to her.
Sarah snaps the children to attention with a sharp command to end the chaotic scene.
Ozable bursts into hearty laughter, admitting he would love to watch every one of her lessons.
Sarah asks if his foot is truly all right as he recovers from his fit of laughter.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic pat sounding as Ozable teases the children about their protectiveness.
Ozable bids them farewell, satisfied that his curiosity about the dancing and the tutor has been satisfied. Sarah and the children exchange bewildered looks as the prince makes his sudden exit from the room.
Ozable lingers at the threshold, repeating the tutor's name to himself with a thoughtful and mischievous smile.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic skirt sounding as a pen moves across the formal parchment. Helios massages his temple, feeling the mounting pressure and exhaustion of his endless royal duties and paperwork. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Helios tries to justify his overprotectiveness.
Helios gazes out at the sunny gardens, debating whether to interrupt the children's study session for a visit.
He suddenly stops his movement, his hand poised as if reconsidering his next course of action at the door.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp knock sounding as his droopy mood is interrupted by a guest. Helios quickly masks his annoyance with a warm smile, granting his cousin immediate entrance to his private study. Ozable enters the study with his usual charm, greeting the emperor with casual and familiar northern warmth. Over tea and refreshments, the two royals discuss the progress of the children's recent waltz practice sessions. Helios offers a lighthearted compliment, noting that the new tutor is quite charming and capable in her role. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fwick sounding as Ozable describes the children's fierce loyalty and growth. Helios observes the children's rapid change in behavior, while Ozable listens with a contemplative and silent gaze. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft teak sounding as Helios questions his cousin's true motives. Ozable leans back, explaining that his visit was prompted by a request to oversee the family's general welfare. The conversation shifts to the Empress's recovering health before Ozable probes into Helios's private, unspoken royal suspicions. Helios remains silent, his purple eyes reflecting deep, unresolved concerns that he is not yet ready to share. A locomotive speeds through the countryside under an ominous crimson sky, signaling a sudden shift in the story. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud creak sounding as the train brakes for a mysterious figure. The conductor is haunted by the vision of a red-eyed girl that vanished without a trace from the tracks. Ozable confirms that even the most skilled royal magicians found no magical evidence of foul play or curses. Helios absorbs the news with a heavy heart, realizing the mystery is far deeper than he previously anticipated. Ozable offers his sincere condolences, acknowledging the weight of the dark news Helios just received regarding the girl.
A heavy silence falls over the tea table as the gravity of the situation settles between the two men.
Ozable breaks the tension with a light laugh, redirecting the conversation back to more immediate and lighthearted palace matters.
Ozable cheekily suggests joining the children's waltz practice, catching the emperor completely off guard with a bold request. The prince boasts about his superior dancing abilities, insisting that he would be the perfect demonstration partner for Sarah. Helios begrudgingly acknowledges his cousin's talent, though he remains wary of the prince's true and playful intentions. Sarah diplomatically points out that mastery of a skill doesn't necessarily translate into the ability to teach children effectively.
Helios remains silent and unconvinced, his skepticism deepening as he considers the prince's unnecessary involvement in the class.
Helios questions the prince's busy schedule, but Ozable insists that spending time with family is his top priority. Ozable finally admits that his true motive is simply to spend more time with the intriguing and beautiful tutor. Helios eventually relents, agreeing to let the staff know that the prince will be attending the lessons personally. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shh sound as Ozable analyzes the pair's hidden romantic feelings. Ozable wonders if the unspoken feelings between them will ever be addressed or if they'll remain forever silent. Her attention is taken by a sudden melodic ding sounding as the piano signals another rigorous practice session. The children struggle with their form, looking increasingly flustered as they try to maintain their balance while dancing. Ozable takes command of the demonstration, correcting Sarah's footwork as they glide gracefully across the ballroom floor together. Pereriton flinches under the pressure, finding it difficult to maintain a natural smile during the prince's practice session.
Rosaline is equally tense, receiving sharp instructions on how to maintain her poise during the difficult ballroom turns.
Sarah begrudgingly admits the prince's teaching prowess, though his intense and demanding style makes her quite uneasy.
The lesson becomes a grueling marathon as the prince relentlessly demands they start over from the very beginning.
The young royals finally collapse from exhaustion, prompting Sarah to worry about their physical and emotional well-being.
A tense, silent atmosphere fills the room as the children look down in collective shame and deep fatigue.
Alzabel notices the children's sudden and dramatic mood shift and probes for the reason behind their clear distress. The children prepare to reveal the source of their anxiety, beginning to recount the morning's unexpected events.
A sudden, loud shout echoing through the palace grounds signals a moment of shocking and urgent revelation.
Rosaline and Periton look shocked and distressed as they question Helios' startling announcement regarding his partner for the ball.
The children desperately cling to the Emperor's cape, demanding to know why he chose the Duchess to be his dance partner. Periton looks up at his father with a worried and pleading expression, asking what will become of Sarah now.
Rosaline recounts overhearing the ladies-in-waiting gossiping about Duchess Cross being the intended future empress of the realm. Tears well up in Rosaline's eyes as she asks Helios if his choice of partner means he truly loves the Duchess.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic shake, sounding as Helios dismisses any rumors of meeting anyone in secret. The children burst into hysterical tears and accusations, fearing that the Emperor intends to marry the Duchess against their wishes.
Back in the present, Periton finishes explaining the source of their morning distress and anxiety to a concerned Sarah. The children explain that the Emperor has never taken a partner before, as he has always attended balls exclusively with them.
Sarah remains silent and looks visibly troubled by the children's revelation regarding the Emperor's sudden change in behavior.
Helios sits alone in thought, unaware of the gossip suggesting he intends to announce an engagement at the upcoming ball.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm, tight sounding as Sarah gently takes the children's hands to offer them comfort.
Sarah asks the children to consider how they would feel if their own future romantic feelings were not approved by others.
Kneeling before them, Sarah patiently tries to help the children understand the complexities of the Emperor's social and royal duties.
Sarah smiles warmly, encouraging the children to welcome whoever the Emperor chooses as his partner with open and kind arms.
When Periton asks if she is truly okay with the news, Sarah insists she looks forward to seeing His Majesty dance.
Periton gazes at Sarah with sudden suspicion, wondering if the tutor truly understands the romantic implications of a ball partnership.
Sarah offers a soft and reassuring smile, though her inner reaction to the news remains hidden from the children's sight.
The children exchange a knowing and serious look, sensing that Sarah might be masking her own deeper feelings about the matter.
Alzabel tilts his head curiously, intrigued by the revelation that Helios is attending the ball with someone other than Sarah.
The scene reflects the unspoken tension and hidden distance currently separating Helios and Sarah, despite their mutual and silent concerns.
Alzabel adopts a mischievous expression, deciding to intervene in the situation by making Sarah a surprising and bold offer. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic sounding as Sarah wipes away the children's tears while Alzabel questions her.
With a confident and charming gesture, the prince formally invites Sarah to attend the upcoming welcome ball as his partner.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, bright fwa sounding as the children react with pure joy to the prince's invitation. Alzabel explains that as the guest of honor, he needs a partner, leaving Sarah flustered and feeling increasingly nervous. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic swish, sounding as Sarah tries to decline, noting she hasn't been officially invited. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick thud sounding as Alzabel grabs her hands, questioning why her family wasn't invited.
Sarah is taken aback as the prince probes into her family's social standing and their apparent exclusion from the event.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as Sarah attempts to correct a misunderstanding about her family's intentions. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp whoosh sounding as Alzabel dismisses her protests, framing his request as a command.
Sarah suggests the prince find another lady, but he merely shrugs, confident that no one would dare refuse a prince.
Alzabel boasts about women constantly fighting over his attention, prompting Sarah to think about how incredibly shameless he is being.
The children cheer with absolute enthusiasm when Alzabel asks for their opinion on having Sarah as his dance partner.
Rosaline and Periton surround their tutor, loudly insisting that she must go to the ball alongside their royal northern cousin.
Sarah becomes dizzy as the children shake her with excitement, begging her to join them and wear a beautiful dress. Her attention is taken by a sudden, graceful swish sounding as the prince pulls Sarah into a sudden and intimate proximity. Alzabel leans in extremely close, his gaze fixed intently on Sarah as he prepares to voice his unspoken and sharp observations. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft whisper sounding as Alzabel asks if she harbors secret romantic feelings for Helios.
Alzabel chuckles mischievously, threatening to expose her secret feelings unless she agrees to attend the ball as his chosen partner.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp snap sounding as the prince uses magic to signal the start of music.
The children dance with newfound focus and grace while enchanted music fills the room during their final rigorous practice session.
Alzabel extends his hand toward Sarah with a charming smile, signaling for her to join him in the demonstration dance.
Sarah walks toward the prince with a resigned expression, realizing she has been completely roped into his complicated and playful scheme.
The scene shifts to the Grand Palace on the morning of the welcome ball held in honor of Prince Ozabel.
The children strike a triumphant and final dance pose, celebrating the fact that they completed the routine without any mistakes.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clap sounding as Sarah praises them, comparing their beauty to a legendary dancer. Her attention is taken by a sudden firm squeeze sounding as Rosaline hugs Periton in their shared joy over Sarah's praise.
Sarah gently points out that while their footwork was perfect, the children completely forgot to perform their final and formal bow.
Her attention is taken by a sudden melodic spin sounding as Sarah twirls the two excited children around.
Rosaline looks up at her tutor with bright eyes, eagerly asking if Sarah will truly be coming to the ball tonight.
The tutor looks away with a hesitant and nervous expression, struggling to find the right words to answer the girl's question. Her attention is taken by a sudden bright twinkle sounding as Periton confesses he is already feeling anxious about the performance.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft whine sounding as the young royals cling to Sarah and beg her to attend.
Her attention is taken by a sudden warm hug sounding as Sarah pulls the children close and promises to be by their side.
Sarah instructs the children to look toward her if they feel nervous or forget their moves during the formal dance.
Periton looks up at Sarah with a curious and questioning expression, asking if he should pretend that any mistakes were intentional.
Sarah winks playfully, explaining that if they act like a mistake was part of the choreography, no one will ever know. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud aha sounding as the children look enlightened by Sarah's clever and practical advice. The Grand Palace stands proudly under a clear sky as the young students receive a final tip from their tutor. A formal servant bows deeply while welcoming Sarah to the palace and inviting her to head inside for the event. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tap sounding as Sarah wonders how she ended up attending with a prince.
Ozabel turns back to welcome Sarah to the grand event, greeting her with a calm and welcoming tone of voice.
The prince stands before a backdrop of blooming white flowers, looking incredibly regal and handsome in his formal ball attire.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic blue wave sounding as Sarah notes it was difficult to refuse his persistent invitation.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp guilty sounding as Sarah looks flustered while the prince questions her true motives.
Ozabel wears a knowing smile, suggesting that perhaps Sarah is actually curious about who the Emperor's chosen dance partner is.
Sarah looks down with a troubled and defensive expression, asking how she could ever dare to have romantic feelings for Helios. Ozabel points out that he never actually mentioned her having feelings for the Emperor, leaving Sarah looking confused and quite trapped.
Her attention is taken by a sudden bright froid sounding as Sarah's face turns bright red from the prince's teasing remarks.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud rushed shout sounding as Sarah insists she shouldn't be interested in private matters.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp smirk sounding as the prince watches the tutor react with obvious and deep embarrassment. Her attention is taken by a sudden dizzy sounding as Sarah kneels, wondering if all members of the royal family are so perceptive.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shake sounding as Sarah considers that Periton might be the exception to that rule.
Her attention is taken by a sudden firm nod sounding as the prince tells Sarah it is time to get ready.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft swish sounding as a servant brings forward a beautiful blue and black gown.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft swish sounding as a stunning ball gown is displayed on a mannequin stand.
Sarah looks at the dress with wide eyes, worrying about its cost, while Ozabel suggests that Helios would surely approve.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tilt sounding as Sarah asks if she can truly accept such an expensive gift. Ozabel takes Sarah's hand and leads her toward the waiting staff, insisting they are short on time for the ball.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp chk sounding as a team of beauticians prepares to transform the tutor's appearance.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic shake sounding as the staff promises to make Sarah look even more beautiful.
The palace grounds are filled with light and carriages as night falls on the evening of the grand royal ball.
A formal announcement rings through the halls, welcoming Prince Ozabel Van Heel to the grand and prestigious Adelio Empire.
Sarah and Ozabel stand at the entrance of the ballroom, appearing as a perfectly matched and elegant pair for the evening.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Ozabel gently takes Sarah's hand to lead her forward. Ozabel looks toward Sarah with a confident expression, stating that he will be her official escort for the entire ball. The prince leans in slightly, asking Sarah if her obvious nervousness is due to all the people looking at them.
Sarah looks down with a blushing and shy expression, admitting that the attention is indeed part of her current anxiety.
Ozabel looks at Sarah with an appreciative gaze, thinking that her dressed-up appearance makes her a suitable match for Helios. Ozabel notes that Sarah's nervous behavior might lead others to believe this is her very first time attending a ball. The prince looks at Sarah with a surprised and wide-eyed expression, realizing that it truly is her first formal ball experience.
A warm glow fills the entrance to the ballroom as the doors swing open to reveal the opulent golden interior.
A formal decorative frame presents the official introduction of Prince Ozabel from the distant and noble Von Kingdom.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic top sounding as the pair walks down the red carpet toward the throne.
Sarah gazes toward the throne, thinking to herself how absolutely splendid the silver-haired emperor looks in his formal attire.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick thump sounding as the pair's formal footwear clicks across the ballroom floor.
Sarah looks on with a nervous expression while the prince hums a tune, appearing completely relaxed and unfazed by the event.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp flinch sounding as someone asks for the identity of the prince's companion. Whispers ripple through the crowd as guests wonder if the unfamiliar lady accompanied by the prince is also from the Von Kingdom. Ozabel notes how tightly Sarah is gripping his arm, prompting her to apologize profusely for her obvious and intense nervousness.
The prince places a steadying hand over hers, encouraging Sarah to be confident because she looks absolutely breathtaking tonight.
Sarah looks up at her royal escort with wide, uncertain eyes as they stand amidst the opulent decorations of the ballroom. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm nod sounding as Sarah agrees to the prince's instruction to smile warmly before the emperor. The pair makes their grand approach toward the throne where the silver-haired Helios sits regally under the gaze of the entire court. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick thump sounding as Helios reacts with visible shock upon seeing Sarah by the prince's side. A moment of quiet elegance follows, marked by a shimmering golden rose that captures the refined atmosphere of the imperial ball. Ozabel bows respectfully to Helios, praising the grandeur of the welcome party while Sarah stands beside him in her elegant gown. The prince notes the emperor's intense and obvious staring, thinking to himself that his cousin should really try to be more discreet. Her attention is taken by a sudden, graceful bow sounding as Sarah formally introduces herself as the daughter of the relatively obscure Viscount Popo. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft murmur sounding as the nearby nobles recognize her family name as belonging to the impoverished nobility. Sarah watches the emperor's stunned expression, wondering if he is truly so surprised to see her attending as Prince Ozabel's partner. Looking up at the throne, Sarah is struck by the vast social distance between herself and the powerful silver-haired ruler. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp whisper sounding as Sarah's eyes widen in alarm at a sudden development from the royal seats. Her attention is taken by a sudden low whisper sounding as Pereirton excitedly shouts Sarah's name from across the ballroom. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp glance sounding as Sarah desperately reminds the children of their promise to behave with royal dignity. Her attention is taken by a sudden frozen she sounding as Rosaline stops in shock while Pereirton continues his enthusiastic and loud greeting. Her attention is taken by a sudden frantic flick sounding as Sarah shakes her head and tries to signal the young prince to stop. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick shh sound as Pereirton stands up on his chair, much to his sister's utter dismay.
Sarah turns a serious and pleading gaze toward the emperor, asking him to step in and stop Pereirton's increasingly undignified behavior.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp whoosh sounding as the emperor reacts with intense flustered energy to Sarah's direct and urgent appeal. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fluke sounding as the emperor realizes he must immediately regain control over the chaotic situation. Pereirton suddenly looks down with a deeply guilty expression, realizing that he has failed to uphold his tutor's strict instructions for the ball. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy flop sounding as Helios sternly commands the young prince to sit up straight and behave properly. Her attention is taken by a sudden, relieved pew sounding as Sarah exhales, thinking to herself how gentle and kind the emperor truly is. The surrounding nobility continues to speculate among themselves, questioning the exact nature of the relationship between Sarah and Prince Ozubel. A noblewoman in an elegant gold gown sits quietly at her table, observing the unfolding events from a careful and curious distance. Nearby ladies discuss how they almost didn't recognize Sarah, finally understanding why the young royals find their tutors so beautiful. One guest admits that based on the rumors, she had actually suspected Sarah might be the emperor's secret romantic interest. She continues her thought, noting that while the status difference seemed impossible, seeing Sarah tonight makes her believe the emperor has fallen. Her attention is taken by a sudden dismissive flick sounding as a black-haired lady argues that Sarah wouldn't have come with the prince otherwise. A brown-haired lady urgently warns them to keep their voices down since the emperor himself is standing directly in front of them. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic shake sounding as Duchess Cross trembles with a mix of deep embarrassment and hidden anger. The red-haired Duchess stares with intense and burning eyes, her thoughts fixed with obvious malice on the name of Sarah Popo.
Helios looks down toward Sarah as the court continues to buzz with scandalous rumors about her being his secret lover.
A voice calls out to the red-haired woman, formally addressing her as Duchess Cross to get her wandering attention.
A brown-haired man asks if the Duchess is all right, but she merely dismisses his concern while privately insulting his choice of hairstyle. Her attention is taken by a sudden, cold flick sounding as the Duchess sharply rejects the man's reminders of her frail childhood health. Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyous ha-ha sounding as the man laughs off her coldness and tries to confess his special affection. Her attention is taken by a sudden, formal bow sounding as Duchess Crows abruptly ends the conversation to return to her official partner. Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic thump sounding as the red-haired Duchess makes her way across the ornate ballroom floor.
The surrounding guests begin to notice that the Emperor is preparing to have his traditional first dance of the evening with the Duchess.
Helios takes the hand of Duchess Cross as they prepare to lead the dance, drawing a soft exclamation of surprise from the onlookers.
Isabel watches Sarah with a thoughtful expression, still pondering the surprising news that she belongs to the modest Popo family.
The prince reflects on how he had assumed she was from a high noble house given her exceptional grace and radiant smile.
He considers that her appointment as a royal tutor at such a remarkably young age only added to his initial and incorrect assumption.
Oswald admits that there were likely plenty of clues about her actual status that he was simply too slow to catch on to.
The prince calls out to Sarah, who immediately turns to respond to him with her usual and polite formal manners.
Isabel asks Sarah how she managed to become a royal tutor, noting that people in such positions are typically much older than her. Sarah lets out a playful hee-hee sounding as she asks the prince if he is finally becoming curious about her. Her attention is taken by a sudden low chatter sounding as Sarah explains her natural teaching talent to the prince. Isabel admits he misjudged her character, which Sarah finds to be a perfectly understandable mistake under the circumstances. The prince asks if she feels any jealousy seeing another woman standing beside the silver-haired emperor in the ballroom.
Sarah remains firm in her humble status, telling the prince he needn't worry about her romantic prospects tonight.
Isabel smiles as he realizes the tutor uncovered his plan to help his young royal cousins and his cousin Helios. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp fwick sounding as the Duchess warns others against competing for the Emperor's attention.
Sarah claps enthusiastically, marveling at the Duchess's high level of skill on the grand ballroom floor.
The prince notes Sarah's total obliviousness toward the Emperor's obvious and deep affection for her during the event. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic top sounding as Sarah prepares to move elsewhere with the prince.
Isabel is taken aback, wondering if she intends to seek out a dance with his cousin, the Emperor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick ba-thump sounding as Sarah anticipates her young student's upcoming dance performance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as the prince leads her toward the other spectators. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic tump sounding as the pair moves into a better viewing position.
Sarah expresses her nervous hope that her students will perform just as well as they did during their practice.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, intense stare sounding as the Emperor looks at Sarah instead of the dancers. The orchestra continues its elegant performance as cellists draw their bows across the strings for the court. Shimmering musical notes fill the ballroom while a pianist plays a graceful accompaniment for the royal dancers. Brereton and Rosaline begin their dance, moving with a surprising level of poise and synchronized grace. Her attention is taken by a sudden, graceful spin sounding as the young royals execute a perfect turn.
Sarah watches with a beaming smile, clearly proud of the immense progress her young students have made recently.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp fwick sounding as the children finish their routine with confidence. Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyous cheer sounding as the young dancer's performance concludes successfully. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clap sounding as Sarah applauds with sparkling eyes for her students. The prince credits Sarah for the children's success, though she humbly insists he also played a significant part.
Sarah reflects on how much her own teaching and dancing skills have grown during their recent lessons together.
Isabel claims he is merely stating the truth, which makes the tutor laugh with genuine and warm delight. A formal announcement rings out, inviting all guests to join the festivities on the grand imperial dance floor. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick sound as the red-haired Duchess maintains her grip on Helios. Sarah and Isabel stand together, watching the other noble couples begin to fill the center of the room. The prince leans in with a mischievous grin, announcing that he has a special gift for Sarah today. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft squeak, a sound as Sarah questions the nature of this surprise gift. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud whoosh sounding as Isabel forcefully spins Sarah across the floor. Sarah is left dizzy and disoriented, wondering what the prince could possibly be thinking with such a move. Her attention is taken by a sudden, dismissive shrug sounding as the prince playfully laughs off her frustration. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm, tight sounding as Sarah is caught by a mysterious pair of arms.
The silver-haired emperor holds Sarah close, his expression filled with concern as they stand together.
Helios stares down at the tutor with a flustered expression, asking if she is all right after her sudden spin.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as Helios' steadying hand rests against her waist.
Sarah seethes with anger as she spots Isabel winking and giving a thumbs up from across the ballroom.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, graceful bow sounding as Sarah formally asks to be excused from the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish, a sound as Helios officially requests a dance with Sarah.
Sarah stammers in shock while the Emperor points out they are the only ones left standing still.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick glance sounding as Sarah looks around at the staring crowd.
Gasps ripple through the room as the powerful emperor leads the daughter of an obscure viscount in Dax.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick ba-thump sounding as Sarah tries to calm her racing heart.
Helios questions Sarah about her arrival at the ball, prompting her to explain Ozabel's persistent and unexpected invitation.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft flap sounding as Sarah reveals the prince also gifted her dress. The emperor looks visibly displeased upon learning that his cousin provided the tutor's elegant dress for the evening.
Sarah wonders if Helios is dismayed about her partner choice while privately doubting her place at the ball.
Sarah looks up in surprise as a voice addresses her politely as Miss Popo. The silver-haired emperor smiles warmly at the tutor, expressing his genuine happiness that she attended.
Helios holds Sarah close as they dance, complimenting how beautiful she looks this evening.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyous ha-ha sounding as Sarah blushes at the emperor's praise.
Helios asks how she has been, prompting Sarah to explain she was busy with the twins. Helios dips Sarah low during the dance, admitting he felt she was missing from the ball.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick ba-thump sounding as Sarah tries to calm her heart. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic top sounding as the pair moves across the floor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp whip sounding as Helios asks if Ozabel was helpful.
Sarah praises the prince's dedication and dancing skills while the emperor listens with a quiet expression.
The emperor and the tutor waltz together amidst the crowded and glittering imperial ballroom.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shk sounding as Helios notes the song ended.
Sarah is startled by the silence, wondering if she should depart before the next dance starts. The purple-haired tutor addresses Helios formally, confirming her understanding of his high status and position.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick whip sounding as Duchess Cross interrupts their moment.
The red-haired Duchess Cross watches the pair from a short and very intense distance.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic tup sounding as the Duchess approaches the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden formal bow sounding as Sarah greets the high-ranking Duchess.
Duchess Cross requests to be excused, reminding Sarah she is attending the ball as Helios' partner.
Sarah looks down with concern, worried she may have unintentionally upset the powerful and elegant Duchess.
The Duchess clings to Helios' arm, making sure to mention their upcoming marriage to the group.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, polite bow sounding as Sarah apologizes and prepares to leave.
Sarah tells herself the Duchess has no reason to feel threatened by a lowly family tutor.
The tutor walks away alone across the large and ornate ballroom checkerboard floor.
Duchess Cross smiles at Helios, responding to his presence with a very polite formal acknowledgement. Helios clarifies that his request was only for the first waltz, shocking the red-haired woman.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp whick sounding as Helios turns away from her.
Duchess Cross stands speechless with an expression of deep shock and internal turmoil.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thwump sounding as Sarah lifts her blue gown.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick sounding as Sarah complains about her shoes.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic sway sounding as Sarah inspects her painful heels.
Sarah decides to praise the royal children later for dancing so well in such stiff attire.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sip sounding as Sarah enjoys a glass of wine.
A man named Victor from the Lowenfeld family introduces himself to the surprised and polite Sarah.
Victor claims he would have noticed such a beautiful lady if she attended more royal events. Sarah rejects Victor's dance request, explaining that her feet are currently hurting her very badly.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as a man named Elliot approaches.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud swarm sounding as more noblemen approach for a dance.
Sarah becomes completely overwhelmed and dizzy, wondering where her original partner, Prince Ozabel, has gone.
Nearby, a crowd of noblewomen quarrel and argue over the attention of the black-haired prince.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, clumsy stumble sounding as Sarah tries to find fresh air. Her attention is taken by a sudden, low-down sounding as the royal twins rest.
The man in glasses asks if the royal children are hungry or sleepy from the long mate.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, deep ha sounding as the children sigh in unison.
The brown-haired man asks the children about the Duchess who was seen dancing with Helios earlier.
Rosaline explains the identity of Duchess Cross and her official role as the Emperor's ball partner.
The silver-haired girl considers accepting the Duchess as Helios' secret lover for his own happiness.
Rosaline feels that something is wrong as Pereriton points out the crowd forming around their tutor.
The blonde prince observes that Sarah is being swarmed by many men who want to dance. Pereriton concludes that Sarah is perfect in every way, from her voice to her kind nature.
Pereriton asks Rosaline if they should go see Sarah too, while Raphael looks completely exhausted.
The blonde prince believes Sarah would prefer their company over other men, prompting Rosaline to consider the idea. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick zoom sounding as Raphael reacts in shock to the children's sudden movements. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud whoosh sounding as the twins dash away to find Sarah, leaving Raphael behind.
Raphael scolds the royal guards for not chasing after the twins, frustrated by his own lack of speed. Pereriton and Rosaline realize they have lost sight of Sarah and themselves amidst the overwhelming crowd of guests.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy bump sounding as Pereriton accidentally collides with another guest.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, joyous aha sounding as Pereriton graciously forgives a guest for bumping into him.
Pereriton excitedly suggests resuming their search for Sarah, unaware of the silence from his sister.
The young blonde prince reaches out only to find that Rosaline is no longer standing by his side.
Her attention is taken by a sudden high-pitched eek sounding as Pereriton shouts for his missing sister in a panic.
Pereriton becomes deeply anxious, wondering how Rosaline could have vanished so quickly while they were just holding hands. The crowd surrounds the tearful prince with concern as he explains his desperate wish to find his sister and Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy huff sounding as the black-haired prince appears, carrying a startled Rosaline to safety.
Her attention is taken by a sudden warm hug sounding as Alzabel asks why the children are separated from their guardian.
The twins eagerly explain that they were trying to find Sarah but became lost in the vast and crowded ballroom.
Alzabel finds
The black-haired prince suddenly announces a plan, catching the young royals off guard with his enthusiasm.
Alzabel offers a mischievous grin as he suggests they all go on a mission to locate their tutor. Alzabel leads the twins through the crowd as they call out Sarah's name in unison.
The group encounters Helios and Duchess Salvia Cross, who acknowledge the children as they approach.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm, tight sounding as the twins nervously cling to Osabel while addressing the Emperor. Helios questions the whereabouts of Sarah, noting that her partner and the twins are all present except for her.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft ha sounding as Duchess Salvia privately reflects on Sarah being the woman Helios favors.
Salvia formally introduces herself to the group while Rosaline watches her with a very suspicious and intense stare.
Osabel considers the Duchess's identity, assuming Helios partnered with her strictly for strategic political purposes. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm, tight sounding as the Duchess maintains her possessive grip on the Emperor's arm.
The twins look up at Helios with expressions of disappointment and concern while they address him. Helios attempts to explain the situation to the children while Salvia smiles triumphantly by his side.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp hiss, sounding as the Duchess's cold smile sends chills down Osabel's spine. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as Salvia suggests she has monopolized Helios's time for too long.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shriek, sounding as Helios senses the tension and asks if something is wrong.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft pat sounding as Helios tries to comfort Periton, who insists everything is fine. Rosaline explains they were searching for Sarah, prompting Helios to ask exactly where the tutor has gone.
Pereriton points toward the corner where Sarah was last seen, despite Osabel's attempt to stop him from speaking.
Pereriton happily reports that Sarah was completely surrounded by several noblemen when they last saw her.
Helios directs a terrifying glare at Osabel, criticizing him for abandoning Sarah during her very first royal ball.
Osabel is shocked by Helios's uncharacteristic display of dismay, realizing how much the Emperor truly cares about Sarah.
Rosaline adds to the tension by mentioning how beautiful Sarah looked and how many men wanted to dance with her.
The twins confirm that Sarah was a popular figure at the ball, much to the Emperor's growing agitation.
Helios reacts with visible concern and disbelief upon hearing about Sarah's popularity among the other male guests. The children playfully speculate that Sarah might actually find a partner she likes among her many suitors.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft pfft sounding as Osabel wonders if the children are deliberately provoking Helios's jealousy. Helios's mood completely sours as he stands in a state of comical and deep emotional defeat. Helios abruptly excuses himself, tasking Osabel with the care of the twins so he can go find Sarah.
Osabel quickly agrees to the Emperor's request as Helios prepares to set off on his search.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic twump sounding as the Emperor walks determinedly back toward the ballroom floor.
Osabel laughs at how easily manipulated Helios is by his feelings, while the Duchess seethes with silent rage.
Osabel offers a cautious glance towards Salvia, sensing her intense and growing frustration with the situation.
Alzabel lifts the children into the air, distracting them from the tension with a sudden and playful gesture.
Osabel holds the royal twins and explains to Duchess Cross that the children have been begging for ice cream.
The black-haired prince asks to be excused while the red-haired Duchess watches them with a silent, smiling gaze. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm tup sounding as Rosaline silences Pereriton while insisting she wants ice cream immediately. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick zoom sounding as Osabel carries the children away from the seething Duchess.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, low huff sounding as Helios wanders through the crowd, mumbling as he searches for someone.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as various noble guests notice the Emperor's frantic and unusual behavior. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as more guests watch with confusion while the Emperor rushes past.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, deep ha sounding as Helios sighs, wondering how he will find his tutor in the crowd.
Sarah reminds herself it is her very first ball and tries to understand why she is feeling so worried. The Emperor's purple eyes are filled with intense focus and determination.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft schwaff sounding as Helios decides to move away from the main ballroom floor. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy creak sounding as the balcony door opens to reveal Sarah standing alone outside.
Helios smiles with a look of pure relief as he triumphantly announces that he has finally found his intended target.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sounding as the dark-haired woman enjoys the refreshing and cool night air.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft whoosh sounding as the large palace fountain flows beneath the bright full moon.
Sarah observes that the magnificent fountain is a perfect match for the elegance of the grand royal palace grounds.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shuffle sounding as Sarah notices someone approaching and begins to offer a polite apology.
Sarah is shocked to see the silver-haired emperor and addresses him as Your Majesty while looking up with surprise.
Helios greets his tutor by her alias, Miss Popo, while she silently notes that his hair looks unusually messy and disheveled. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shuffle sounding as the emperor asks if Sarah is currently out there by herself. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fwick sounding as Helios glances around the terrace to ensure no other men are present. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp flinch sounding as Sarah panics, worrying if the royal twins have gotten into trouble. Her attention is taken by a sudden quiet whisper sounding as Sarah asks if the children have caused any new problems tonight.
Helios reassures Sarah that the children are fine, prompting her to ask why he specifically came out looking for her.
The emperor's expression softens as he looks at her with tenderness.
Helios leans against the balcony railing and prepares to explain that his presence is due to his own personal concern. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft swoosh sounding as the emperor admits he was simply worried about his tutor. Helios admits he was worried about Sarah while the bright moon shines clearly in the night sky behind his head. The two stand together on the balcony under the night sky.
Sarah is completely stunned by the emperor's honest admission, her face showing a mix of shock and a visible blush. Sarah asks for clarification, wondering in what way the emperor would feel worried about a woman like her.
Helios explains that Sarah's popularity at the ball made him uneasy, mentioning the line of men waiting to speak to her. Helios reminds Sarah that it is her first ball, suggesting that he feels a protective instinct toward her during the event. Sarah laughs at the emperor's explanation and jokingly asks if he was worried about her like a concerned parent would be. Her attention is taken by a sudden, deep doo-dun sounding as Helios seriously admits he was feeling exactly like that.
Helios explains his presence by noting that not everyone at a royal ball can be trusted with a lady's company.
Sarah reassures the emperor that she is an adult who knows better than to fall for simple tricks or dishonest men. Her attention is taken by a sudden, low mumble sounding as voices rise from a distance across the terrace balcony. A crowd of noble guests gathers to watch the night's highlight. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick peek sounding as the pair notices guests moving for the evening's main event. Helios explains that Raphael suggested having fireworks at midnight to make the first ball in a long time truly grand. The dark-haired woman looks up with a gaze of pure wonder.
Helios asks if Sarah has seen fireworks before, and she mentions seeing them from afar during his past birthday celebrations.
Helios tells Sarah that she managed to find the best possible spot in the entire palace to watch the fireworks show.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp fizz sounding as the first trails of light launch into the night sky. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud pop and crackle sounding as brilliant white and blue fireworks explode overhead.
Sarah watches the colorful display with a joyful smile, marveling at how beautiful the fireworks appear in the dark sky.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sounding as Helios moves closer to Sarah, causing her to flinch slightly. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud pop sounding as Helios laughs and expresses his happiness at Sarah's pure enjoyment. Sarah reflects on her incredible luck, having shared a dance and now a firework display with the Emperor of the Realm.
Sarah's bright blue eye reflects the shimmering light of the fireworks.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud pop sounding as the pair watches the night sky. Sarah remains speechless as she gazes up at the magnificent display. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud pop sounding as Sarah admits her growing feelings for the Emperor. The two figures stand in silent contemplation beneath the glowing full moon. Helios notices Sarah's subtle reaction and asks if she just said something to him.
Sarah panics and stammers an apology, clearly flustered by her own accidental confession. Sarah denies saying anything while Helios worries about her health, wondering if she has a fever.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tick sounding as Helios checks her temperature before she asks to leave. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft sigh sounding as Sarah pulls away, reminding herself she shouldn't dream of him.
Sarah's eyes are filled with sadness as she considers the impossible nature of her romantic desires.
She realizes her time at the palace is limited, with only 1 month left on her contract.
Sarah mourns the coming end of their time together, assuming she will soon only see him in magazines.
Sarah feels a wave of guilt, wondering if she has stolen the Emperor's time from the Duchess tonight. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick flick sounding as Sarah playfully asks if Helios is the one feeling unwell. The royal twins appear in the hallway, tottering and yawning as they struggle to stay awake. Sarah and Helios are surprised to see the children, asking if they are finally ready for bed. Ozabel arrives with the sleepy twins, explaining that they are on the verge of falling fast asleep. Sarah offers to take the children to the villa, mentioning that she was planning to head home soon anyway. Helios is surprised by her sudden departure while Ozabel supports the idea of her leaving with the children. Helios reacts with visible disappointment as one of the twins asks if Sarah will be putting them to bed. Sarah reassures the Emperor that taking care of the children is no trouble at all. Sarah leads the two young royals down the grand corridor toward their bedroom.
Alzabal questions Helios about his private time on the balcony with Sarah.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swoosh sounding as Helios confirms they watched the fireworks together.
Azabel informs the Emperor that the balcony is a famous spot for couples to visit during the ball.
Helios smiles and reveals he is aware of the legend that love comes true at that specific location.
Helios recalls a family story about his own parents meeting and watching fireworks at the same balcony.
A vision of the late Emperor and Empress shows them embracing under the moonlit fireworks.
Helios looks toward the horizon with a gentle and meaningful smile on his face.
Azabel watches the Emperor with growing concern, wondering if his friend's heart is truly set on his tutor.
Azabel frantically hopes that his suspicions about the Emperor's romantic feelings are incorrect.
A quiet evening atmosphere settles over the palace as Sarah tends to the children. The twins praise Sarah for how beautiful and radiant she looked during the royal ball. The children mumble sleepily about wanting Sarah and Helios to love each other like their parents did. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft top sounding as Sarah encourages the children to finally fall asleep.
Sarah stands outside the palace with her luggage, looking shocked by a piece of unexpected news.
A palace guard apologizes, explaining that all the carriages have already left for the night. Sarah winces as she realizes she has to walk on sore feet after a long night in heels.
The guard suggests lending her a horse, but worries if she can ride in such a formal dress.
Sarah dejectedly admits she has no idea how to ride a horse under any circumstances. Sarah is stunned to learn it will be at least 3 hours before another carriage arrives. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fwick sounding as Sarah looks for a place to rest nearby.
Sarah overhears a heated argument between two noblewomen regarding their supposed ball partners.
2 women stand near the gardens bickering over the attention of a specific gentleman. Her attention is taken by a sudden deep doo-dun sounding as a messy-haired nobleman tries to stay calm. The women demand answers while the man attempts to de-escalate the chaotic situation. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thwack sounding as Sarah quickly retreats from the unfolding social disaster. Sarah's eyes widen in realization as she encounters a new and unexpected obstacle. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud thud sounding as Sarah finds herself in a confusing and awkward predicament.
Messy-haired Prince Azabel sits on the ground, sensing someone's presence nearby.
Sarah crouches in the bushes with leaves in her hair while Azabel deals with other noblewomen.
Prince Azabel, his shirt stained with lipstick, notices Sarah nearby. Sarah looks flustered and embarrassed upon being discovered by Prince Azabel. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Azabel gently removes a leaf from Sarah's hair.
Azabel suggests they leave before people misunderstand, while Sarah remains confused by his words.
Azabel notices Sarah's discomfort and asks if she injured her foot during her fall.
Sarah limps alongside Azabel, explaining she returned because no carriages were available.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shaw sounding as the pair decides to sit by a fountain. A palace attendant informs Helios that his chambers are ready for him to rest.
Helios is stunned to see Sarah sitting alone with Prince Azabel on the palace grounds.
Sarah and Azabel share a lighthearted laugh while sitting together near the flowers.
Raphael expresses surprise that Sarah stayed at the palace as she had intended to go home.
Helios urgently asks Raphael if anyone ensured a carriage was provided for Miss Popo.
Raphael apologizes, admitting they didn't anticipate her presence at the ball.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thump sounding as Helios rushes toward the fountain. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft schwaff sounding as Helios arrives before the seated pair.
Sarah is startled by the Emperor's sudden appearance while Azabel remains calm.
Helios's gaze sharpens as he notices the lipstick stains on Azabel's disheveled shirt.
Helios confronts Azabel with a cold glare, demanding to know what he is doing with Sarah. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sk sounding as Azabel grins mischievously at the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp crackle, sounding as a tense energy erupts between the 2 men. Raphael and the guard watch from a distance, awkwardly noting the strange situation. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft schwuff sounding as Sarah nervously asks if she has offended Helios.
Helios's expression softens immediately as he reassures Sarah that she has done nothing wrong.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tap sounding as Azabel places a hand on Sarah's shoulder.
Azabel leans in to whisper to Sarah, further provoking Helios's intense jealousy.
Helios glares at Azabel's hand while Sarah reacts with shock to the prince's closeness.
Sarah frantically protests that the lipstick marks on Azabel don't match her own lip color.
Helios defensively claims his hair is only messy because he accidentally fell earlier.
Sarah tearfully insists she has maintained proper conduct as the royal tutor. Helios gently comforts Sarah, assuring her he knows nothing untoward occurred between them.
Sarah demands that Azabel stop teasing and explain the situation to the Emperor.
Azabel simply laughs and says her alias, much to Sarah's growing annoyance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet ha sounding as Helios kindly invites Sarah to his side.
Azabel finally relents, apologizing for his playful behavior and letting Sarah go.
Sarah directs a sharp glare at the prince for his troublesome antics.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thunk sounding as Sarah's foot slips, causing her to stumble.
Helios cries out Sarah's name in concern as she begins to fall.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shuffle sounding as Helios catches Sarah in his arms.
Sarah is relieved to be safe but feels overwhelmed by the Emperor's proximity.
Helios firmly informs Ozzyble that he will personally be taking Sarah home tonight.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shh sound as Ozzyble agrees with a smirk.
Helios suggests Sarah change into warmer clothes inside to avoid catching a cold. Ozzyble watches them leave, realizing the depth of Helios's feelings for his tutor. The magnificent palace stands silhouetted against the starry night sky and full moon. A tray featuring tea and a variety of cookies is prepared for the guests. Sarah waits on the couch in the Emperor's study, reflecting on her return to the room.
Helios joins Sarah in the study, noting how long it has been since they spoke there.
Helios invites Sarah to relax and offers to bring her anything else she might need. Sarah asks if Helios could find her a comfortable pair of shoes, noting that her change of clothes is currently in Prince Ozzible's quarters. Helios kindly agrees to have someone retrieve them for her.
Helios offers a warm smile as he steps out of the room to fulfill her request.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft teak sounding as Sarah begins to remove her painful footwear. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shh sounding as she sighs in relief, though she winces at the discomfort of her heels. A close-up reveals Sarah's feet are visibly red and swollen after the long night of standing and dancing at the ball.
Sarah cries out in pain as she realizes her other foot is just as sore as the first.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick thump sounding as Helios walks briskly through the hallway. A palace attendant follows behind him, calling out for the Emperor to wait.
The brown-haired attendant urges Helios to walk more slowly, fearing he might trip and injure himself. Helios pauses briefly to apologize for his haste.
Helios stops outside the study door, clearing his throat with a quiet cough as he prepares to re-enter.
A heavy silence hangs in the air as the Emperor stands outside the door, hesitating for a moment.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet click sounding as Helios slowly pushes the door open and peeks inside.
Helios discovers that Sarah has drifted off into a deep sleep while waiting for him.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft teak sounding as Helios decides not to wake her, noting that it will be quite some time before the carriage is available again.
Helios steps closer to the couch, looking down at his sleeping tutor with a thoughtful expression.
The Emperor's eyes widen in concern as he notices the state of Sarah's bare, swollen feet.
Helios looks pained on her behalf, realizing how much discomfort she must have been enduring throughout the evening.
Helios gazes down at her with a look of deep intensity and care. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swoo sounding as Helios uses his magic to begin healing the swelling in Sarah's foot. Helios continues the gentle healing process, noting that both of her feet require his magical intervention.
Sarah remains peacefully asleep, unaware of the Emperor's proximity or his magical assistance.
Helios watches her with a tender smile, his expression softening as he focuses on her comfort.
The scene pulls back to show Helios sitting on the floor by the couch, devotedly tending to Sarah's injuries while flowers bloom in the foreground.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet pew sounding as the scene shifts to the children's bedroom, where Roz mumbles Sarah's name in her sleep. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tup sounding as a hand touches Roz's shoulder. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft skuck sounding as the young girl groggily protests that she is still trying to sleep.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as the hand shakes Roz more firmly. The silver-haired girl stubbornly refuses to wake up, insisting she needs more rest.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp shriek sounding as Pear weakly tells his sister that he doesn't feel well, finally causing Roz to open her eyes in alarm. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft whoosh sounding as Rose sits up. Purr is huffing and sweating, clutching his stomach in obvious distress.
Ross panics and asks where it hurts, to which a tearful Purr replies that his tummy is in a lot of pain.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as Pear begins to cry. Rose grows increasingly frightened, realizing the severity of her brother's sudden illness.
Roz shouts out toward the closed bedroom door, desperately calling for anyone to help the suffering prince. Roz holds her brother close, her face filled with terror as she screams for someone to come to their aid.
The young princess's desperate cry for help echoes out from the palace into the bright morning sky. Morning sunlight streams into a lavish room filled with scientific tools, a violin, and a telescope.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft blink sounding as Sarah finally wakes up, blinking against the bright morning light. Sarah sits up with a start, realizing she is still in the Emperor's study and must have slept there the entire night. Sarah is shocked to see Helios sleeping on the opposite couch, wondering why he never bothered to wake her.
Helios remains deeply asleep, leaning his head against his hand.
Her attention is taken by a sudden warm fwa sounding as Sarah blushes, finding the sight of the sleeping Emperor quite charming. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shuffle sounding as Sarah assumes Helios must have been exhausted from all the ball preparations. Sarah looks down at her feet, noticing that something feels different. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft thump sounding as Sarah realizes the pain and swelling are gone, wondering if Helios used his magic to heal her.
Sarah suddenly panics at the thought of the Emperor seeing her dirty feet and wonders if he had to touch them to heal her.
Sarah leans over and softly calls out to Helios, attempting to wake him up. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet gulp sounding as Sarah stares at the Emperor's face, struck by how incredibly handsome he looks while he sleeps. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft blink sounding as Helios's eyes suddenly opens, catching Sarah's gaze.
Sarah flinches in surprise as Helios wakes up and explains that he had intended to wake her earlier but ended up falling asleep himself.
Sarah asks for the time and is informed by the Emperor that it is already 10 o'clock in the morning. Helios stretches and asks how her feet are feeling, and Sarah happily reports that they feel much better. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet click sounding as Sarah thanks him for the healing. Helios humbly replies that it was no trouble at all. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft swish sounding as Helios opens a window, admitting he noticed her limping earlier but didn't realize how much pain she was truly in. Her attention is taken by a sudden, warm fwa sounding as Sarah blushes intensely, apologizing for constantly needing the Emperor to take care of her. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shf sounding as Helios points out the fresh clothes he provided.
Sarah is surprised when Helios suggests she change into the more comfortable attire he has prepared.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft creak sounding as Helios opens a hidden door for Sarah. Sarah stammers in shock as Helios reveals a private resting space where she can change clothes.
A frantic voice echoes through the palace, demanding why the study doors cannot be opened.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy huff sounding as the worried headmaid arrives with the children.
The palace maids look nervous as they struggle to explain the locked door to their superior.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud shout sounding as Roz demands to see Helios immediately.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick glance sounding as the maids exchange a very concerned look.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quiet whisper sounding as a maid suggests the Emperor is with Sarah.
The staff continues to gossip about the Emperor's late-night gust and the requested change of clothes.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, tired ah sounding as the headmaid realizes the room's significance.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tat sounding as Ross rushes toward the Emperor's study.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp bam sounding as Roz pounds desperately on the locked door. The hallway echoes with bangs as Roz cries out that her brother is severely ill.
Inside the room, Sarah hurriedly changes into a green dress, not wanting to keep Helios waiting.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shuffle sounding as Sarah tries to fix her messy hair.
Sarah blushes deeply, feeling incredibly embarrassed by her disheveled appearance and the night's strange events.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud bam sounding as Sarah peeks out, startled by the noise.
Helios looks toward the door, noting the loud banging as Sarah enters the main study.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick whip sounding as Helios recognizes Ross' voice through the door. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding as they both rush toward the entrance. Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp foing sounding as Helios flings the doors open in alarm.
The headmaid apologizes and explains that Prince Pear has developed a severe stomachache.
A guard hands the tearful blonde prince over to the concerned Emperor for immediate help.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft ha sounding as Helios gently asks Pear where it hurts.
Per cries in pain while Ross begs Helios to treat her brother before things get worse.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft sounding as Helios prepares to use his divine healing magic. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick flap sounding as the thrashing prince refuses to be touched.
Helios pauses, his expression shifting as he realizes the true nature of Pear's physical distress.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft press sounding as Helios confirms Pear's discomfort is quite urgent.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud guh sounding as Pear announces his immediate need for the bathroom.
Her attention is taken by a sudden deep growl sounding as the prince's stomach makes a comically loud noise.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud whoosh sounding as Pear dashes down the hallway at top speed.
Helios and Ross stare in stunned silence as the young prince disappears around the corner.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, long sigh sounding as Pear finally finds relief behind closed doors.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shake sounding as a relieved Pear returns to apologize.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet hee-hee sounding as Sarah laughs and the siblings finally reconcile.
Pear innocently asks why Sarah stayed over, while the staff watches them with intense focus. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick fwick sounding as Sarah nervously asks why everyone is staring.
The palace guards and maids whisper in shock, wondering if the pair spent the entire night together.
The maids blush as they speculate about Helios and Sarah being alone in one room.
A moment of awkward silence settles over the group as the misunderstanding grows even larger. Her attention is taken by a sudden quiet click sounding as the reality of the rumors hits them.
The staff bows low, frantically apologizing while Sarah and Helios try to explain the truth.
Helios tries to calm everyone but accidentally makes things worse by mentioning the night's fatigue.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick glance sounding as the maids promise to keep their secret.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shake sounding as Sarah hides her face in total humiliation.
Sarah looks down sadly as Helios explains they only fell asleep while waiting for the carriage.
Helios firmly insists that nothing untoward occurred between himself and the royal tutor tonight.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic throb sounding from Helios' chest. A grand feast featuring a large red lobster sits atop the dining table.
Sarah wonders at her presence at the royal breakfast table while Pear expresses his delight and Roz shares her wish for this to become a daily family tradition.
Ross seeks confirmation from her brother as Sarah and Helios both break into an awkward coughing fit.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp flinch sounding as Sarah nervously asks the prince what happened to him after he seemed well the previous night.
Sarah notes that the prince's meals yesterday appeared perfectly fine, but a hesitant purr struggles to find the words to explain his sudden illness.
Purr fearfully asks if he will be punished for the truth, but Helios warmly reassures him that he has nothing to worry about. Purr finally confesses that he secretly indulged in ice cream with Ozabel while the others were preoccupied.
Purr explains that Ozabel offered them ice cream while Helios was searching for Sarah, though Roz quietly notes they never actually asked for it.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp flinch sounding as Sarah asks the prince if he had more than just a single serving.
Sarah presses him about the quantity of ice cream he consumed, causing a sweating pair to desperately deny any overindulgence.
Helios leans in and questions if his brother is being honest, leaving the young prince stammering in a state of visible guilt.
Sarah leans closer to catch the prince's quiet mumble, apologizing for being unable to hear his faint confession.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft sob sounding as Per admits he had 3 servings, while Roz scolds him for ignoring Ozabel's warnings.
Sarah silently hopes that the prince's stomachache has taught him a lesson, though her quiet demeanor only serves to further frighten the boy.
The grand ball concludes after several complications, and the story fast-forwards to events occurring a few days later.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet whisper sounding as the palace staff gossips about a recent quarrel and scandalous rumors about a prince's supposed romantic preferences. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quiet whisper sounding as details of a shocking encounter in the palace gardens are shared among the servants.
Purr shouts out in frustration, demanding to know what exactly everyone is finding so confusing about the situation.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm press sounding as Per insists to Sarah that he never lies, though she remains skeptical. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft thud sounding as a hand covers Ross's mouth while she questions why she can't wish for Sarah to stay overnight.
Sarah frantically explains that such comments fuel rumors of a romance between her and the emperor, which she firmly denies.
The young prince stares back with wide eyes, stunned by the mere suggestion of Sarah and the emperor being a couple.
Sarah gently explains the meaning of being lovers to the prince, who listens with a sense of awe and wonder.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp flinch sounding as the prince enthusiastically suggests that a mutual love between Sarah and Helios would be wonderful. Roz expresses her love for their shared breakfast, but Sarah maintains their professional boundaries by stating she and the emperor do not love each other. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft pat sounding as Sarah reminds the children that the emperor already has a chosen partner from the ball. Ross dismisses the red-haired duchess with a huff, asking her brother for agreement on their mutual dislike for the woman. Roz's eyes sparkle with mischief as she directly asks Sarah if she has secret feelings for the silver-haired emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick tap sounding as Sarah redirects the children to their schoolwork, promising to grade them shortly.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, shocked gasp sounding as Sarah raises the stakes, threatening to withhold stickers for any mistakes.
Sarah watches the children study from afar, lost in her own private thoughts.
Sarah calculates that she only has 12 lessons remaining and hopes that life will regain its normalcy once her tenure ends.
An hourglass marks the countdown toward Sarah's eventual departure from the royal family.
Sarah resolves to cherish her final moments with the children while purposefully distancing her heart from its growing attachment to the emperor. Sarah feels confident in her decision to move on as the children proudly present their completed schoolwork to her.
Sarah reaffirms her resolve to herself, her blue eyes filled with quiet determination.
A brilliant full moon hangs in the night sky behind silhouetted garden leaves.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, long creak sounding as Sarah is announced to the emperor and enters his private quarters.
The silver-haired emperor offers a warm, welcoming smile as he greets his guest.
Sarah greets the emperor with respect, and he politely invites her to take a seat to discuss their business.
Sarah inquires about the map Helios is studying, and he explains his plans to select a summer villa for the young prince and princess.
Helios describes the annual tradition of traveling to the empire's borders to manage administrative duties and maintain order in the distant regions.
The royal journey serves as a symbol of unity for all imperial citizens. Helios envisions a joyful beach outing, viewing the trip as a family vacation. Sarah expresses interest in the emperor's travel plans, asking if he has already narrowed down the potential destinations for their trip.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light tick sounding as Helios points to the southern region, indicating his preferred choice for the season.
Idealio's southern border is uniquely situated right along the sparkling blue sea.
The picturesque seaside town remains a highly coveted destination for people of all classes.
Sarah warmly supports the choice, noting that the children would be delighted to travel anywhere as long as they are with him.
Helios offers a warm and gentle smile as he continues his private conversation with Sarah.
Helios clears his throat and politely asks Sarah if she has something specific she wishes to discuss. Helios notes their contract ends in a month, questioning if Sarah's role as tutor is truly concluding soon.
Sarah gazes at the emperor with a look of quiet, thoughtful contemplation as she considers his words.
Helios rests his chin on his hand, observing Sarah with an intense and expectant gaze during their meeting. A moment of uncertainty passes as the true meaning of extending the contract remains unspoken between them.
Sarah looks up in surprise, tentatively asking the Emperor exactly how long he wishes for her to stay. Helios suggests extending her tenure by another year or more, prompting a surprised and thoughtful reaction from Sarah. Helios asks if his younger siblings are the cause of her hesitation, but Sarah quickly denies any trouble. Sarah smiles sadly to herself, thinking that her growing feelings for Helios are what truly makes staying difficult. Helios admits he cannot force her to stay, but notes how much the children love her, while Sarah struggles with her heart. Sarah begins to speak, her voice trembling slightly as she prepares to ask the Emperor a difficult question. A lively group of women laughs joyfully as they thank the dark-haired Ozabal for his delightful and hilarious company. Ozabal blushes faintly as he receives praise and attention from the charming ladies at the palace gathering. Ozabal calls out to Sarah in the quiet palace hallway, but she appears lost in her own thoughts.
Ozabal wonders if Sarah didn't hear him as she walks past with a deeply worried expression on her face.
Ozabal tilts his head in curiosity, sensing that Sarah is troubled by something significant and looking deeply worried. Soft light filters through the grand palace windows as the evening settles over the imperial grounds. Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm thud sounding as a drunken Ozabal clings tightly to Helios. Helios pushes his intoxicated friend away, warning him to be careful when flirting with the married court ladies. A hand hesitates over the chessboard as the gravity of the conversation about Sarah begins to settle. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light tick sounding as Ozabal mentions seeing a visibly upset Sarah earlier that night.
Helios reveals that Sarah declined his offer to extend her contract, prompting Ozabal to wonder if the work was too demanding.
Helios admits he is unsure of the reason behind Sarah's refusal, looking visibly troubled by her unexpected decision.
Ozabal silently deduces that Sarah chose to leave to protect her heart from a romance she believes is impossible. Ozabal laments that Helios remains completely unaware of his own growing feelings for the royal tutor. Ozabal offers a playful bet, promising to reveal a crucial secret if Helios manages to defeat him at chess. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft slide sounding as Helios confidently reminds Ozabal of his undefeated record. Her attention is taken by a sudden deep thump sounding as Helios secures a final checkmate on the board. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud clack sounding as Ozabal laments his loss while Helios critiques his strategy. Her attention is taken by a sudden bright twinkle sounding as Ozubel notes that Sarah surely fell for Helios's brilliant smile. A pensive silence follows as the truth about understanding others versus oneself remains unspoken by the two friends.
Ozubel questions the importance of the situation while Helios remains focused on the finished chess game.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp tisk sounding as Ozubel points out that Helios is suppressing his desires. Ozubel dismisses the heavy topic and suggests opening another bottle of wine, to which Helios agreeably nods.
Sarah asks the children if they have finally decided on a gift for Ozabel's upcoming departure.
Sarah smiles warmly, contemplating the perfect goodbye present for their friend Ozubel during his final days.
Purr suggests a melon cake, but Ross quickly points out that the fresh dessert would surely spoil too quickly.
Sarah reminds the children that a sincere gift is best and asks them to consider why they want to give one.
Purr explains they want Ozabel to remember the fun they had, while Sarah suggests a gift similar to their last one.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud aha sounding as Roz realizes the perfect gift to prepare. Sarah nods approvingly as the children decide on making a heartfelt card for Ozabel as a final present. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud yay sounding as Pear insists on including a melon cake for the journey.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shimmer sounding as the gift box is filled with adorable drawings for Ozabel.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tap sounding as Sarah prepares to seal the children's handmade gift.
Rod stops Sarah and demands she include her own card, causing Sarah to laugh at the princess's sharp memory.
Sarah places her card inside the box as the children prepare to decorate the final gift with a ribbon.
A beautifully wrapped purple gift box sits ready for Ozubel, adorned with a neat white ribbon.
Ozubel graciously accepts the gift and excitedly asks the children if he can open it immediately in their presence. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft click sounding as Ozubel begins to open the mysterious gift box.
Ozubel looks stunned as he catches sight of the gifts in the box.
Her attention is taken by a sudden bright twinkle sounding as the children show their drawings.
Ozubel smiles warmly as he expresses his gratitude for the children's thoughtful gift.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, firm, tight sounding as Ozubel gives the children a hug. The blonde prince and silver-haired princess wave joyfully as they say their goodbyes. Sarah explains the value of teaching the children to express their love for others. Ozubel finds the lesson interesting while looking over the children's cards and drawings. Her attention is taken by a sudden light shrug sounding as Sarah boasts about her teaching.
Ozubel reflects on his entertaining stay, mentioning witnessing someone's unrequited love for another.
Ozubel thinks Sarah is a good match for Helios despite the shame of her status. Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fwick sounding as Ozubel asks about the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shushing sound as Ozubel invites Sarah to travel along. Sarah's surprised, questioning if he wants her to be a tutor for his kingdom. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft boink sounding as Ozubel makes a status joke.
Ausable winks and asks for her thoughts on visiting his welcoming home kingdom.
A comically quiet moment passes as Sarah and Ozabel stare at each other. Sarah laughs, prompting a confused and questioning reaction from the dark-haired Ozabel. Sarah laughs and notes that Ozabel reminds her of the Emperor in certain ways.
Sarah calls him kind, but notes that he tends to put up a front.
Sarah questions why Ozabel would specifically want to help her in this situation.
Sarah points out that many people share her same feelings for the Emperor.
Ozabel clarifies that his offer is not about helping her stay with Helios. Ozabel looks serious as he asks Sarah to join him for his own sake.
Sarah is left speechless, her eyes wide with shock and utter bewilderment.
Sarah stares suspiciously at Ozabel while he maintains a bright and innocent smile. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft humph sounding as Ozabel questions her smile.
Sarah jokingly asks how many times he has used that same line before. Sarah calls out his obvious tactics for making women fight for his attention.
Sarah admits his sudden seriousness actually managed to scare her for a moment.
Sarah complains about being held back as Ozabel offers a laughing apology. Ozabel watches Sarah with a calm and knowing expression as she walks away.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft squeak sounding as Ozabel says he enjoyed himself.
Sarah offers a warm smile and return to his friendly farewell.
Sarah and Ozabel share a firm and respectful handshake as they part ways. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sigh sounding as Ozubel extends an invitation. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light chew sounding as Ozubel kisses Sarah's hand.
Ozabel promises Sarah a warm welcome whenever she decides to visit his kingdom.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft whoosh sounding as Sarah flusteredly tells him off. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light swishing sound as Ozabel plans some mischief.
Ozabel winks, planning to use the card to tease the unaware Emperor later. A question about a missing promise lingers under the bright afternoon sun.
Duchess Cross reminds the Emperor that he accepted her request for partnership at the ball.
Helios looks troubled as he questions her interpretation of his previous agreement. Helios clarifies that he never mentioned anything regarding an engagement to the Duchess.
Helios explains their dance was simply a political move for mutual benefit. Duchess Cross looks hurt and claims the Emperor has changed in a cruel way.
Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp clench sounding as the Duchess calls him cruel. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shuffle sounding as the Duchess turns away.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick fwick sounding as the Duchess leaves the room.
Her attention is taken by a sudden heavy slam sounding as Helios sighs in frustration.
A heavy thought about an unavoidable marriage lingers over the silent palace hallway.
Birds fly across the clear blue sky as a new day begins. Her attention is taken by a sudden light clip-clop sounding as Prince Ozabel departs for home.
The morning sun bathes the palace as a discussion about the southern villa arises. Sarah listens as the children excitedly share news about their upcoming trip to the south.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft click sounding as Per describes the villa. Bright sunlight sparkles through the window as the beauty of the seaside villa is described.
The blonde prince and silver-haired princess jump for joy in anticipation of their vacation.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick whip sounding as Roz asks Sarah about the ocean.
A charming drawing illustrates the children's dreams of swimming with fish and visiting the town.
Sarah questions the children about their late-night talk with the Emperor. Her attention is taken by a sudden sharp shriek sounding as Rose demonstrates her clock reading skills.
Sarah gives the children a chilling warning about the consequences of going to bed late.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tickle sounding as Sarah playfully teases the children.
Per tries to protest as Sarah continues her playful lesson on growth and sleep.
The children gaze at Sarah with sparkling eyes, clearly preparing to ask for a favor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft stick sounding as the children hug Sarah's waist. The children enthusiastically shout their request to have no homework during their seaside vacation. Sarah laughs warmly and begins to explain why there will be no assignments.
Sarah looks out at the sky, silently noting that her contract will end by then.
Sarah feels a pang of guilt about hiding the truth as Rose notices her distress. Sarah promises no homework, deciding to save the sad news for their final day together. Later that night, Helios finds the children waiting in bed for a bedtime story. Helios tells the children that their vacation is still 28 days away.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft pat-pat sounding as Helios comforts a pouting Roz. Her attention is taken by a sudden light shushing sound as Helios tucks the children in. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tup sounding as Per pulls Helios onto the bed.
Helios begins to read a story about peace being restored through a legendary hero's kick.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud shout sounding as the children demand different stories.
The children begin to quarrel over which book Helios should read to them next.
Her attention is taken by a sudden firm tight sounding as Helios hugs his rowdy children.
Helios grows serious, telling the children he has an important question to ask them.
Helios tentatively asks the children how they would feel if he were to get married.
A moment of shocked silence follows the Emperor's unexpected question about marriage.
The children immediately shout in excitement, asking if he plans to marry Sarah. Helios is left completely speechless by the children's blunt and hopeful assumption.
Helios quickly denies the idea, explaining that such news would likely shock the tutor.
Ross's expression darkens as she asks if he intends to marry someone other than Sarah. Roz recalls the red-haired lady from the ball, her face filling with deep concern.
Per shouts his disapproval, making it clear he does not like the other lady.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy huff, sounding as Per fumes with anger. Helios stares at his children in bewilderment, shocked by the intensity of their reaction.
The children refuse to listen to reason, their voices rising in a passionate protest.
Tears stream down Roz's face as she declares she only wants Sarah as her mother. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud wah sounding as Helios tries to soothe them. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sniffle sounding as Helios retracts his marriage question. Rose remains unconvinced, fearing Helios truly wants to marry the lady from the ball. The children share a somber moment, agreeing that any other marriage would make them sad.
Sarah stands before the children, observing their unusually quiet and troubled behavior.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud shout sounding as Rose voices her final protest.
The silver-haired Helios is stunned as the children loudly demand he marry Sarah. Helios shushes them, explaining that such reckless talk could cause trouble for their tutor.
Ross looks dejected, admitting she still wishes the Emperor would marry Sarah.
Helios reminds the children of his promise to let them decide their own activities.
Roz looks determined as she requests that Sarah join them at the royal villa.
Helios is surprised while the blonde pair enthusiastically supports his sister's great idea.
Ross looks up pleadingly, begging Helios to grant her this special request. Helios looks conflicted and saddened as he prepares to reveal a difficult truth.
Helios tells them he has important news to share regarding Miss Sarah's future.
Helios breaks the news that Sarah's lessons with them will end in August.
The palace stands silent under a full moon as the shocking news sinks in.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, light chirp sounding as a new day begins. Sarah looks worried as she prepares to face the children after the Emperor's talk. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding as the children sit sulking. Sarah asks the unusually quiet and gloomy children if they are angry with her. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Sarah tries to cheer them up. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Sarah continues her playful efforts.
Sarah questions the reason behind the children's persistent sulking and cold behavior today.
Sarah gives them a hug, expressing how much she missed seeing their smiling faces. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud shout sounding as Roz protests Sarah's sadness.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick wish sounding as Roz stands up furiously.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp tack sounding as a pen hits the desk.
Per calls Sarah mean while an object rolls away across the classroom floor.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft shh sound as Per retracts his words. Her attention is taken by a sudden light twick sounding as Sarah picks up an eraser.
Sarah insists they use words to communicate their feelings properly instead of acting out.
The children look at Sarah with eyes filled with tears and a sense of betrayal. Her attention is taken by a sudden loud wah sounding as the children begin wailing. The children shout that she is the worst for planning to leave them behind.
Sarah is confused until Per reveals the Emperor told them she is leaving soon.
The children sob uncontrollably, begging Sarah to stay and be their tutor forever.
Sarah realizes Helios already spoke to them and feels guilty about the bad timing.
Sarah questions if the Emperor informed them about the end of her contract yesterday.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy wheeze sounding as Roz confirms the news. Sarah apologizes for the surprise as the children beg her not to go away.
Per wishes she would marry Helios so she could stay with them every day.
Per explains he assumed the marriage talk meant Helios intended to marry her.
Sarah is visibly shaken and shocked by the suggestion that Helios mentioned getting married.
Sarah tries to clarify that the Emperor was only asking for their opinions.
Sarah flinches but forces a smile, insisting she is fine when the boy asks. Her attention is taken by a sudden, light clap sounding as Sarah changes the subject. Sarah suggests they focus on making good memories for their remaining time together.
Sarah announces that studying is finished for the day and they should play outside.
Her attention is taken by a sudden light sweat sounding as Sarah feels the tension.
The humid weather makes their outdoor excursion a sweaty and uncomfortable failure for everyone.
Ross suggests going back inside, but Sarah finds the indoors too stuffy and depressing. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tup sounding as Per stops Sarah from leader. Sarah reassures the worried boy that she is only going to get some iced tea. Her attention is taken by a sudden soft sigh sounding as Per reluctantly lets go. Sarah walks toward the palace under the bright sun, leaving the children watching her. The blonde pair says he hates Sarah leaving, and the silver-haired Roz sadly agrees.
The children wonder if there is a way to make Sarah stay.
Roz looks downcast, questioning if there is anything they can do. Her attention is taken by a sudden light splash sounding.
Roz's eyes sparkle as a plan begins to form in mind.
Her attention is taken by a sudden quick snap sounding.
Per grins, noting that great minds think alike to his sister.
The children raise their fists in a triumphant cheer of agreement.
While the children celebrate, the maids watch nervously, sensing a bad feeling.
A voice calls out to Helios over a desk covered in documents.
The silver-haired Helios looks up from his paperwork with a confused expression.
Jean notices a strange pounding noise, though Helios claims to hear nothing.
Jean asks about a document as a sudden shout rings out. Jean shouts for the Emperor to duck as he lunges forward protectively.
Shards of glass fly through the air as the palace window is smashed.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud clatter sounding. Jean asks Helios if he is all right, and he confirms it. Jean closes his eyes and exhales a long breath of pure release. Jean instructs His Majesty to stay put while he investigates the scene. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft hum sounding. Jean realizes that only a royal family member could bypass the spell.
Helios asks for an update while Jean stares at the muddy stands.
Jean realizes the truth as Ross' voice calls for more med. Jean looks out the broken window to see the mud-covered children below. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick click sounding. Sarah hopes the maids are watching the children before she is called. The disheveled, mud-stained maids arrive breathless, warning Sarah about trouble at the palace.
Sarah pales in shock as she hears the children are in trouble.
Voices call out the full names of Rosaline and Periatin across gardens.
Helios glares with fury while Jean stands behind him, looking stressed.
Per and Roz stand together, looking guilty and covered in dirt.
Helios holds a muddy rock, demanding an explanation for their dangerous actions.
Helios scolds them for nearly hurting Jean, while the brown-haired man notes the Emperor's promise.
The children begin to sob, tearfully calling out to Helios for forgiveness. Helios remains unmoved, declaring he has no intention of letting this slide. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud wail sounding.
Helios covers his face, at a loss for how to handle them.
The children light up with hope as they spot Sarah approaching them. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick top sounder.
Sarah asks what happened while the children wail and beg for comfort.
Helios explains the situation as Sarah notices the scratches on Jean's face. Jean points toward the broken window, explaining that the situation is dire.
Sarah gazes at the damage with a look of mounting horror.
Sarah turns to the children, sternly telling them the Emperor was right.
The children are speechless, shocked Sarah is not taking their side.
Sarah crosses her arms and firmly repeats that their behavior was unacceptable.
Per grips Sarah's dress, tearfully asking why she won't comfort them.
Sarah refuses to comfort them, ordering the children to apologize and promise better behavior. The children tremble as the weight of their tutor's disappointment sinks in. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy thud sounding. The silver-haired Ross and blonde pair tearfully apologize for throwing mud at the palace window. Helios asks if they owe Jean an apology, but the brown-haired man insists he is fine.
The children apologize to the smiling Jean while Helios stands sternly with his arms crossed.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft womb sounding as Helios heals Jean's face with magic. An internal plea for escape is met with a sharp, dissenting protest in the floating bubbles. Tears stream down Ross' face as she reacts to the Emperor's news with overwhelming sadness.
Ross shouts that Helios and Sarah are the worst for their plan to separate from her.
The children cry about staying together while Sarah watches, startled by their intense prank-filled resolve.
Per and Ross sob uncontrollably, declaring that Sarah has to stay with them forever.
Helios and Sarah are startled as Ross shouts about her tutor's secret feelings for the Emperor.
A final furious shout echoes across the palace gardens near the ornate fountain. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding from behind the closed bedroom doors. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sniffle sounding as the children sulk in bed. Her attention is taken by a sudden, loud shout sounding as children refuse to speak to Helios. Helios and Sarah question the children's plan to stay wrapped in blankets on a hot day. Sarah decides to intervene, realizing it's better to force them out than wait any longer. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick whoosh sounding as Sarah throws the bedroom doors open. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick whip sounding as Sarah pulls the blanket away. The children protest loudly, demanding to know why they are being told to stop their strike. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tup sounding as Ross stubbornly grabs the blanket back.
Sarah looks down in exasperation as the children cling tightly to the yellow blanket.
Roz and Per beg Sarah to change her mind and stay with them. Sarah remains silent, looking away with a pained and conflicted expression on her face. Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick whoosh sounding as Sarah finally lets go of the blanket. Her attention is taken by a sudden, heavy flop sounding as Sarah stands shadowed and silent. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft sob sounding as Sarah and Helios offer comfort.
Sunlight pours through the window as Helios tries to soothe his two crying children.
The Grand Palace Library stands silent as the emotional confrontation finally comes to an end. The silver-haired girl and blonde boy fall into a deep, peaceful sleep together in bed. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft creak sounding as Helios quietly exits the room. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft click sounding as Helios and Sarah leave.
Sarah turns to the Emperor, acknowledging his call with a soft and polite reply.
Helios asks if Sarah's had a chance to consider the offer he made previously.
Sarah hesitates, her expression clouded with uncertainty as she prepares her response. Helios apologizes to Sarah, sensing the weight of the difficult situation he has caused.
Helios admits he feels sad and understands exactly where the children are coming from.
Helios asks Sarah if she is busy the week after her tutoring contract officially ends.
Helios suggests that everyone needs to take proper time to say their final goodbyes.
Helios officially requests that Sarah accompany the royal family on their upcoming trip.
Sarah stares at Helios in shock as his unexpected request hangs in the air.
Sarah asks for clarification about the location while Helios confirms her knowledge of their destination.
Helios smiles warmly, mentioning how much the children were looking forward to the excursion.
Helios reveals that the invitation for Sarah was actually his children's special idea.
Helios asks if Sarah would like some time to think the villa offer over.
Sarah looks conflicted, admitting that she will need a moment to think things through. Sarah suddenly brightens, declaring she would be very happy to join the family trip. A soft smile spreads across Sarah's face as she joyfully accepts the Emperor's offer.
Helios offers to take Sarah's bag, but she insists he cannot keep doing such favors.
Sarah notes that Helios has the same stubborn expression as the royal children today.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud shout sounding as Sarah refuses the Emperor's help.
Sarah huffs, worrying people will think she's a spoiled tutor.
Helios smiles warmly, insisting on opening the door for Miss Sarah.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tick sounding.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tick sounding. Her attention is taken by a sudden, long fwa sounding.
Sarah wonders why he is so kind when he lacks interest.
Sarah sighs, concluding that he is simply a gentle person naturally.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound.
Helios tilts Sarah's face up, gazing into her blue eyes intently.
Sarah's heart beats rapidly as she wonders about the Emperor's intentions.
Helios casually mentions there was simply some dirt on her face.
Sarah looks mortified as Helios blames the children for the mess. Sparkling with joy, Helios meticulously cleans Sarah's face with a cloth.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound.
Helios asks why she closed her eyes, making Sarah blush fiercely.
Sarah flusteredly denies thinking anything weird, but Helios only looks amused. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound.
Sarah shouts that the Emperor is pretending not to know why.
Whispers fill the air as onlookers wonder if it's a quarrel.
Helios apologizes for teasing while Sarah notes he's like the children. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft tick sounding.
Helios playfully runs off with Sarah's bag toward the palace garden.
Laughter echoes through the night air under a bright full moon.
Whispers fill the room as children conspire under a yellow blanket.
The children kick the blanket away, complaining about the stifling heat.
Purr and Roz complain about the heat and their excessive sweater.
Purr praises Ross' acting, noting they both looked genuinely tearful earlier.
The children share a somber look, realizing the weight of things.
Roz realizes Sarah likely won't return after their upcoming family trip.
Both children look at each other with eyes brimming with cheers.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft creak sobbing. Helios stands in the doorway, listening to the sound of sobbing.
Purr and Roz collapse on the floor, weeping together in despair. The children cry out for Helios and Sarah through their tears.
The children rush to Helios, clinging to his legs for comfort.
Roz sobs uncontrollably, calling out the names of her loved ones.
Purr tearfully asks if Sarah truly has to leave them soon.
Helios looks down with a pained expression, his heart clearly breaking.
Helios pulls both children into a firm, protective, and loving embrace. A new day begins at the grand and peaceful royal palace.
The children body slam Sarah in a surprise greeting as she arrives.
Roz and Pear shout together about how they waited for her.
Sarah looks down at the children with a deeply touched expression.
Roz promises they will make many wonderful memories together with Sarah.
Purr looks up at Sarah, calling out her name with affection. The children imagine a bright future filled with joy with Sarah. Purr mentions Helios promised more visits if they behaved themselves well. Sarah realizes how hard Helios worked to comfort the children recently.
Sarah feels a sudden, overwhelming urge to cry from the sentiment.
Sarah realizes she has grown incredibly close to the royal highnesses.
Sarah smiles warmly as she agrees to accompany the royal children.
Sarah pulls both children into a firm, protective, and loving embrace.
The series illustrator expresses gratitude for the completion of Season 1.
A small toy sword sparkles brightly with a blue central gem.
The children roleplay an intense battle using their pink and tan stuffed animals.
Sarah gently scolds the children for running and playing inside the palace.
The royal children pause their game, looking startled by their tutor's arrival.
Helios smiles warmly at his younger siblings after their behavior improves significantly.
Sarah and Helios discuss the children's recent good behavior and their growth.
Helios affectionately pats his brother's head, praising their decision to remain positive.
Helios leads the children to their room to discuss an upcoming bout.
Sarah looks surprised when Helios requests that she join their family discussion.
Helios announces that a royal hunting tournament is scheduled for next week.
The children cheer enthusiastically when invited to participate in the upcoming tournament.
Helios asks Sarah for a favor regarding the children's first tournament experience.
Sarah joyfully accepts the Emperor's request to accompany the family once more.
Sarah reflects on the opportunity to create lasting memories with the children.
Roz excitedly explains why she is happy to finally attend the event.
Ross' eyes sparkle as she imagines the small forest animals they'll see.
Purr lists the large animals he hopes to find during the outing.
Sarah and Helios share a worried look regarding the children's misconceptions. Sunlight shines over the palace as Sarah finishes grading the children's work.
2 test papers display perfect scores of 100 for the highnesses. The children celebrate their academic success while wearing gold star cheek stickers. Roz and Purr gaze at Sarah with an intense and expectant look. Sarah turns around in surprise as the children call out her name. The children request a special prize for solving their difficult math problems.
Sarah asks what prize they want, and they suggest watching their brother.
The children explain how cool Helios looks while training on his horse.
Sarah playfully accuses the children of just wanting to ride horses themselves.
The children are shocked that Sarah correctly guessed their secret secondary motive.
Sarah agrees that visiting the training grounds for a short while is fine.
The children tackle Sarah in a joyful hug after she agrees to go.
Rose and Pear plant affectionate kisses on Sarah's cheeks in pure gratitude. The children cling to Sarah, declaring her the best tutor in the world.
Sarah smiles with pure happiness as the children express their deep affection.
Sarah jokingly notes that the Highnesses know exactly how to manipulate her. A peaceful meadow filled with white flowers stands ready for the family.
Sarah and the children run through the meadow under the bright sun. The children puff out their cheeks, exhausted from their high-energy play.
Sarah notes that Helios has likely already ridden far ahead of them. Sarah encourages the children to go off and play in the meadow.
The children chase after a large blue butterfly through the tall grass.
Roz calls out to her brother after finding something interesting on the ground. Roz holds up a small earthworm, much to her brother's visible horror. Per complains about the worm while Sarah teases him about his own cuteness.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding in the distance. Helios arrives on his horse as the children call out to him excitedly.
Helios on horseback asks the children what they are doing all the way out there with Miss Popo, while Pear and Roz rush to him shouting for their brother, and Sarah explains the children are out for a walk because they did well on their test. Sarah asks if they disturbed His Majesty while he strokes his horse, and Helios replies that he was just taking a short break himself.
Helios looks down thoughtfully with a gentle expression.
Roz excitedly shows off a flower bracelet Sarah made for her while Helios asks if Miss Popo made it, and Roz confirms Sarah picked clovers to make it.
The children show their flower bracelets and tell Helios he should ask Sarah for one too because she's very good at making them.
Helios tells Sarah she is quite skilled while a groom holds his horse and the children watch.
Per asks to ride the horse, admitting that was their true reason for coming out there. The children look up at Helios with pleading, sparkling eyes while he gazes back with an amused expression.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding as the horse's legs move. Helios lifts Roz onto the horse, startling her with the sudden action.
Helios lifts Pear onto the horse next.
Helios and Raphael ride across the flower field with the children, who cheer with joy.
Helios asks Miss Popo to wait with Raphael while he takes the children for a short ride while Sarah smilingly tells him to take his time.
Sarah and Raphael watch from the meadow as the horses gallop into the distance.
Sarah asks Lord Raphael if he'll be participating in the hunting tournament, while Raphael says he must attend since His Majesty is participating.
Raphael mentions that His Majesty isn't actually fond of hunting tournaments, while Sarah reflects on how his expression seemed a little off earlier.
A dark illustration depicts wild beasts being hunted in a forest.
Raphael explains that Helios only graces animals during hunts and even used divine power to heal dying animals as a child, while Sarah is touched by this revelation.
Sarah notes that Helios has always been a kind person, while Raphael agrees, saying it's as if the heavens destined him to be emperor due to his character.
Raphael feels proud of Helios while Sarah thinks about how well she understands the emperor.
Helios looks back over his shoulder with an intense, focused gaze.
Distant laughter echoes as Helios watches Sarah and Raphael talking together.
Helios narrows his eyes with a slightly serious and troubled expression.
Per shouts for his brother to go faster while Helios snaps out of his trance and agrees.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding as the horses gallop through the meadow.
Her attention is taken by a sudden rhythmic clip-clop sounding as the riders return. Helios and the children return while Pear asks if Sarah waited long, and she says she missed them a little, leading Pear to joke about it being just a tiny bit before saying he missed her a lot but held it in.
Roz asks her brother if he is going to let Sarah ride the horse too, while Helios looks surprised.
The children excitedly explain that Sarah should ride the horse too.
Sarah realizes the children are trying to set her up with Helios again and flusteredly declined, saying she's never ridden a horse.
The children pull on Sarah's arms, begging her to ride with their brother and asking Helios if he's really not going to let her ride.
Sarah points out that His Majesty is busy and they need to go study while the children look disappointed.
Per suggests that if his brother is busy, Raphael can take them for another ride, while Sarah realizes Per's plan to avoid studying.
Raphael offers to take Miss Sarah for a ride with the children, smiling warmly. Sarah feels it would be rude to refuse Raphael's very considerate offer.
Helios looms behind Sarah, surprising Raphael and the others with his presence.
Helios extends his hand toward Sarah and tells her to come on now.
Sarah shyly agrees and walks toward Helios as he stands by his horse. Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft shushing sound as Helios's hands reach for Sarah.
Helios lifts Sarah into the air and places her onto the horse amidst a frame of roses.
Helios smiles warmly and gently at Sarah while she sits on the horse.
Sarah looks back at him with a heavily blushing, wide-eyed expression.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, soft fwa sounding as her skirt settles on the horse.
Helios says he will help her up too while Sarah thanks him flusteredly.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, quick snap sounding as Roz grabs Per with a dark expression. Roz's face is cast in shadow with a fierce look while Per quickly changes his mind and says he'll just stay with Roz.
Helios looks at Pear with concern and asks if he's really sure he's okay.
Her attention is taken by a sudden soft tremble sounding as Sarah shakes on the horse.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud eek sounding as Sarah wobbles on the horse.
Helios tells Miss Popo to try and relax and straighten her back a little to help her balance.
Sarah asks His Majesty to let her down from the horse. Roz yells that Sarah hasn't even started her rag yet. Roz points toward the distance, ordering Helios to entertain Sarah.
Roz suddenly claims she lost an item during her earlier ride.
Rose covers Purr's mouth while feigning a loss to stay behind.
Sarah is horrified to learn that Roz lost an expensive accessory.
Helios asks Roz if she remembers the location of the loss.
Roz tearfully requests that Helios and Sarah search for her hairpin.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud sob sounding as Roz cries.
Purr tries to reassure Rose that they will find the pen.
Raphael suggests everyone search together, but the princess refuses. Roz claims she and Purr would just get in the way.
Helios agrees to return soon after searching with Sarah.
Helios commands Jean and Raphael to watch over the royal children.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding through the meadow.
Purr asks Roz if she was even wearing a hairpin today.
Roz tells Purr to be quiet after he mentions her rhythm. Her attention is taken by a sudden, rhythmic clip-clop sounding in the distance.
Helios wonders why he suddenly listened to the children's suggestions.
The brown-haired man questions his sudden and impulsive behavior from earlier.
Sarah admits to Helios that she is terrified of falling.
Her attention is taken by a sudden loud neigh sounding from the horse. Her attention is taken by a sudden high-pitched scream sounding from the tutor.
Sarah asks if they are nearing the spot where Roz rode.
Helios looks at Sarah as they finally slow down.
Helios addresses Sarah as they reach a quiet clearing.
Helios asks Sarah if she intends to stay on the horse.
Helios explains how to come down safely while holding his hands.
Her attention is taken by a sudden, sharp gasp sounding as Sarah slips. Sarah winces and shuts her eyes tight, preparing for a fall.
Sarah tentatively responds to His Majesty while still feeling disoriented.
Helios catches Sarah and asks her to excuse his sudden actions. Sarah flusteredly apologizes to His Majesty for being disrespectful.
Sarah bows repeatedly to the Emperor in a state of panic. Sarah makes a hurried excuse to go search for the hairpin.
Sarah runs away quickly to begin her search in the grass.
Helios clutches his chest as his heart beats rapidly for Sarah. The silver-haired emperor blushes deeply while looking away from the teeter.
Sarah searches the tall grass for the non-existent green hairpin.